Hi everyone, this is Patty here, and today I have something special to share with you, and that is a 10 hours long footage on how to pretty much shatter your inner worth ceiling, broken down into different topics. So this is a compilation of the videos that I filmed, including things like how to master the art of patience, how to have godlike focus, how to master detachment, quantum leap, down into things like how to use dark psychology to land your dream job. So if this is for you, then I hope you enjoy it. See you then. 60 minutes of God-like focus. Today, I challenge you to lock in and finally rise into the version of you who can get anything that you want by maintaining a sharp focus. So whether you are looking to land your dream job in 90 days, start that business, grow that business, and have an increased life expansion in 90 days or less, then focus is essential to the process. So let's get started. Interestingly, when we try to do things, that is not very familiar to our old self. For example, if you're like me and I can't focus on boring things for a very long time and I always get distracted, I'd go and watch baking videos and mukbang videos and nail videos instead of doing boring things like, studying maths and, that kind of stuff, then focus is not natural to you. But the thing is, you have to know who you are in the process. Do you know who you are? Are you the lower self I, who is conceptualized in the physical plane as I am Patty, I'm Asian, I don't like maths, I'm not good at maths, I don't like science, I don't like studying law or engineering, I don't like anything to do with memorizing textbook. That is the concept of yourself. So therefore, do you have a limiting belief towards focusing and being able to do things, especially boring things, for a prolonged period of time? Or are you the capital I, where you are infinite intelligence? The capital I version of you, who is source. The capital I version of you, who is the creator. The capital I version of you, who is God of your reality. So I'm not going to go into the whole religion and esoterical meaning behind it as much because it's not my lane. But I do understand from reading Power of Now Eckhart Tolle, like very basic kind of simple understanding of God is that what he basically means is that there is a highest version of you who is not identified as I'm this Patty, I'm my name, I am my reputation, I am my job, I am my income. And none of these life accessories define you as a person, but basically you are one with the infinite consciousness. And so, if you try to take this version of you, the lower I, who is finite, and you can only see with your eyes in the physical plane, therefore only 0.0035%, then how are you supposed to take a quantum jumping action, a quantum leap action that will literally bring miracles to your life? Therefore, what you have to do is this. Now, interestingly, when I first read Parallel Universes of Self by Frederick Dodson back in 2012 when I was 18, and I was on the train to uni and I listened to the Audible that was available on YouTube at the time, and I was half asleep and just listening to it for a whole hour. I had a very hard time at the time understanding the concept of there's infinite versions of you in the parallel universe. I literally was like, what the hell is this? It doesn't make sense to my egoic self. At the time, my thinking was quite narrow, and all I saw was just, how am I going to get by? How am I going to get this exam to, get my marks to scale so I can get into my dream university, which was Sydney Uni at the time. But I didn't understand that there were many planes of existence, and there wasn't just the physical plane. So therefore, in Parallel Universe of Self and many, many other books later on, which explain to me how this works, is that there's a 3D version of you. Then there's the 4D realm and then the 5D realm. And basically, an infinite version of you and your life currently exists, and the one that you're currently experiencing is the one that you're most familiar with. And it's only like 0.0000001% of the infinite possibilities. So therefore, there is an infinite version of you right now that currently exists. And in Parallel Universe of Self, Frederick Dodson was explaining that it's kind of like different highways, different lanes. So it's kind of like, you know, like different lanes, and you can go on any lanes and access any lanes depending on your state of consciousness. And in the movie Interstellar, there was a scene that kind of shows this. I thought it was pretty cool. I was, in first year uni, and I was watching it with my girlfriend at the time, and I just thought that was cool. That was a cool scene where the guy was in like a library and he was peeping out into different parallel timelines. So then you want to make sure that before you even try to lock in and focus, you're not doing it as a version of you who has, not exactly diagnosed ADHD, but when you call yourself like, oh, I have ADHD kind of thing. So you don't want to label yourself as, have ADHD or lack of focus, or you don't want to be accessing the version of you. You don't want to go at this by accessing the version of you who can't lock in. You don't want to be accessing the version of you who is always bored. But you want to be accessing the version of you in this case as the God self, the one who can, the one who is infinite intelligence, infinite consciousness. So again, with this parallel timeline concept, there is a version of you that exists where he or she is living the exact life that you want, And then there's a parallel version of you that you're familiar with who's currently experiencing the mundane, boring, mediocre life that you don't really like, the way that I used to access it for years. And the key is not trying to take physical action as the version of you who's not already having what you have vibrationally. Because in this book also, both neuro-knowledge and Frederick Dodson was saying this line that you can have anything that you want as long as you already have it. Or you can only have what you already have. And if you're accessing the version of you who doesn't have focus, you're not going to have focus in the 3D plane. So why don't we just do things the more effortless and smart, multi-dimensional way, and just access the version of you who can lock in. So let's just say that this is the version of you who is connected to infinite consciousness, and she can definitely lock in. Therefore, what you want to do is you want to practice bringing her down the physical plane and making sure that you experience that version of her as frequently as you can, which I then explain in this other video in the process that just because you meditated and you go into your alpha brainwave state or even your theta brainwave state, where you're kind of like, dozing off to sleep and you're really sleeping, but then your subconscious is still prime, you want to make sure that just because you can impress your subconscious with vivid experiences of you being able to receive the exact things that you want in life, the version of you who can lock in and deeply focus to receive the kind of money, the kind of prosperity, and the kind of lifestyle that you want. If you have 90 chances to do it, why would you only do it once? So again, it is said that it only takes one traumatic experience for your whole subconscious to alter. So then if you reverse engineer it, it only takes once for you to install a very vivid, powerful belief combined with elevated emotion for you to have a transformed subconscious rewiring. But again, if you can do that powerfully and impress your subconscious powerfully, why not do it 90 times, hence 90 days? So therefore, focusing on this version of you, what I then suggest is that, of course, you create a powerful, vivid scene of you already being able to lock in, to receive the kind of business that you want to build, to receive the job offer from Google or anywhere reputable that you want to have. And you focus your attention on that reality and sustain it every single day until your waking world becomes that. Because again, consciousness solidifies into matter. And I think Neville Goddard says that life is consciousness objectified. So therefore, why not bring her down every night? So let's just say this is night one, it's night 2. So you do it again, night 3 or day 3. And then you do it again, night 4, do it again, night 5, again, night 6, again, night 7, again, night 8. And you keep going at it for at least 90 days. Prove to yourself that you're willing to shut off your 3D senses 90 times and do it as powerfully as you would during the first time, but then repeat that process until it becomes a part of your identity. And it's normal for you to carve out some time to sit in a relaxed state, such as the alpha brainwave state, or if you're like, really, really dozing off to sleep and you're starting to really sleep, you go in theta brainwave state. And you really put yourself in the inner state of living the life that you want, hence focusing your attention on that life, receiving that life, not having to overly earn it, but being able to immerse yourself in that life, in that feeling state, and come out in the waking world taking aligned actions that matches that version of yourself. Which then leads me to the first point. Are you ready for it? The interesting thing about meditation is that there was a phase in my life where I was really into it. And I used to spend my 5 a.m.s meditating for 45 minutes in bed and just like listening to frequency in the background and just trying to make my mind, wired the right way. And interestingly, it led me to swimming really powerfully at that time. But then meditation was kind of on and off in my life. Sometimes it's 45 minutes after that period. Sometimes it's 20, sometimes it's 30 minutes. So the thing with meditation is that you've got to find a way to meditate, but then you want to couple this with an activity that forces you to push past your limits. So, activity that, is discomforting and pushes you past your limit. It's really good to find a cushy place to meditate and find stillness, of course, but we're humans in the human world. And even people that meditate for 6 hours a day, it requires some sort of building your stamina, building resilience in your stamina level. So therefore, for me, because I meditated for a while, for many, many years, and sometimes I do it for 45 minutes straight, sometimes I do it for 30 minutes straight in different phases of my life. These days can be 20 minutes, 20, 25 minutes, sometimes 30, depending on, how much I need it. But I find that meditation alone doesn't help me increase my focus tremendously unless it is paired with certain activities that make you prove to yourself that you're the real deal. And that activity, for me personally, was meditation, but coupled with things like 15 minutes cold plunge, which was 2 days ago. Actually, no, it was 4 days ago on Wednesday. Today's Sunday. Before I got to 15 minutes cold plunge, I had to build up towards that. But it also includes things like 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters ocean swim. These two activities is what works for me. And I'm not telling you to go and, do dangerous things like that. 15 minutes cold plunge is pretty dangerous. But I want to share with you how this has tremendously helped me elevate my consciousness in ways that I can't even explain. Basically, I started swimming at a place called Icebergs, One Night Icebergs, 4 years ago. And I went from not being able to swim in the baby lane to having an exponential turning point within 10 months. So by 10 months, I did 2,000 meters. And I couldn't swim my whole life at the time. So there was limiting belief going on before I was able to do this, that, but you're gonna drown. But you can't swim. Someone like you can't swim. You're not a fit person. Yeah, but like every time we try to go to a normal pool, you can't even do 25 meters. So I spent the first 3 months solidifying my strokes in the baby pool until one day a lady named Irina came and asked me, yeah, so how many laps have you done? Because I just did 14 laps in the adult pool. And I was like, yeah, I just swam in the small pool. And she was like, oh, the baby pool. So again, she wasn't offending me. She wasn't trying to insult me, but I got offended by that statement. So that day, I jumped into the adult pool. And what happened was that I started going backwards. There are 3 poles in the adult pool to 50 meters. So this is 25 meters, pole 2, and this is 0. Basically, from me being able to confidently swim in the baby pool, now I was jumping in and I couldn't get to the first pole. I would start to struggle. I started to have people overtaking me. I started to feel panicky when the wave was unstable. And most of all, there was seaweeds. So when the seaweed was tugging at my foot, I was like, what the hell, man? And I was starting to panic in the ocean water. And even though it's safe because there's lanes and stuff like that, but it was, sometimes the water is unstable, like very, very unstable. And even the instability of the water would make me panic at the time. So again, I couldn't do it. But because I kept at it, I would go back and try again. Almost there, then I try again, and I told myself, forget about reaching 50 meters. We'll do from 0 to 1 pole first. And eventually I was rewiring my subconscious and my whole belief around swimming by just focusing on reaching each pole. So then I started doing, almost 2 poles. Then I almost did 3 poles. So when I got to the second pole eventually, I was like, damn, if I can get to 2 poles, I can probably do 50 meters in one go. That was my subconscious was impressed. So I went at it again. I almost did 50 meters, but then there was a limiting belief that came up at the very last minute, like, you can't do this. You're not a swimmer. You don't deserve this. It's too dangerous. No, you're not going to be able to breathe. All that stuff. It came up just before I reached 50 meters. But I was like, nah, man, I'm going again. And then I reached 50 meters. And that day that I reached 50 meters, I started having some sort of conviction in myself that I think I can swim now. But interestingly, it didn't take me 50 meters to believe that I can do 1,000. No. It took me about 350 meters of swimming, about 7 laps. I'm not sure what the distance is, 350 to 400 meters, for me to believe I can do 1,000 meters. Because the thing is, your subconscious doesn't believe. It doesn't fully believe just because you meditate. It doesn't believe just because you sit on the couch and you find stillness on the couch. You kind of have to give yourself some positive evidences, self-generated evidences that it's working. So basically, I kept swimming from one to 3 laps, then from 3 to 7 laps. Then on the day that I reached 7 laps in the morning, it was like 6 a.m. and Neil Rogers, the former Australian champion, he was always like, You all right? You good? And every time he said that to me and he acknowledged me, I felt really empowered to keep going. So yeah. Anyway, once I reached 7 laps, that was when I had conviction that I could do 20 laps, which is 1,000 meters. And then once I reached 1,000 meters, that was when I had some sort of weird, like, maybe I can do 2,000, maybe. And you know why this is? Because energy compounds. Basically, your self-belief compounds. But if you don't compound your self-belief in the first place, how are you going to do the hard thing? So basically, when it comes to cold plunge, it was the same thing. So at this particular place, especially in winter, which I like to challenge myself to do things in winter, and during the times where I was, making exponential leaps with swimming, it was during autumn to winter. So it was hardcore, and it was in the morning as well. So then the colder the water was, the more shocked my body felt. And it's the same with cold plunge, because I started out doing the actual cold plunge, I think a year ago, like maybe last year. I went to bathhouse the first time, and my first time doing cold plunge was about a minute. So I was like, what the hell's going on? It's cold. Oh my God, my body can't handle it. But because I had a lot of experience with swimming in the ocean water in autumn to winter, and I always endured long distance for a few years, eventually I went up to 2 minutes. Then after 2 minutes, I was like, nah, Patty, you can stay here longer. It's not dangerous. I did 4 minutes last year. And then a few months later, I was like, one day, I'm going to do 10 minutes. I literally said to myself in about August of last year in 2025 that I'm going to do 10 minutes. And then by December of that year, 2025, I did do 10 minutes. But this was coupled with me waking up at 4 a.m. and doing 1,500 meters towards the end of the year, like consistently, like 3 days a week in the morning. And then eventually jumping to 2,000 on one morning. So that's coupled with that. And then 4 days ago, I did 15 minutes. Now the reason I'm flexing to you, literally bragging to you about this, is because along the journey of you making quantum jumps like this, okay? Along the journey of you starting out your incremental, and you start to have this exponential growth happening here. Do you know where the focus happens the most? Does the focus happen when you reach 15 minutes cold plunge or 2,000 meters swim? That's not where your focus gets built. It gets built on these times. And why? Because think about it. I hate the feeling of having a lifeguard having to help me. And that only happened once at Palm Beach. But in terms of like a swimming center, the most embarrassing thing that can happen for me is to have to call for a lifeguard to please help me. And I hated that feeling. It never happened at the swimming center though. So there were times where the swells would throw me to the other side of the lane, and I would get like not a panic attack, but something like that in the water. My breathing would go really wonky. I'll be like, what do I do? Like literally in the water, because I'm not wearing goggles. And once the swell hits you really hard, the water gets all white and foamy, and it's like throwing you everywhere. And you're like, where the hell am I? You don't see where the lane is, and it's like throwing you like this. And as somebody who wasn't confident in doing 1,000 meters sustained, and as somebody whose nervous system wasn't very well regulated at the time, it was very hard. But I told myself, I'm not calling the lifeguards to help me. So in that moment, where the hard times hit you, whether it's in the cold water while swimming with the seaweed tugging at you and the people telling you, go to the slow lane, and you're like, no, I'm staying here. You need to force yourself literally to overcome that pain. So again, this sounds like really military and masculine, but I'm telling you, once you can prove to yourself that something magical is happening here. I thought my body can only do 500 meters max on 4 a.m. wake up. Then one day, because I was forced to focus, like there was no other option than to focus. I had to focus. That's how I access the infinite intelligence, infinite consciousness within me who guided me to do my stroke a certain way, to breathe a certain way, to look for anything that I can see, to be able to get to the finish 50 minutes lane when the swells through me constantly. So therefore, focus doesn't only happen because you're like, candle, and then you stare at a candle and you're like, focus. No monkey mind. But I dare you to do that, to end your monkey mind stuff. But then take yourself to do something that forces you to have to focus. It forces you that there's no other option. When you do this kind of thing with cold plunging, it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. If I screw up around here 4 to 10 minutes, and I start to let my mind wander in a wonky place, like, oh, I'm thinking about this, then I'm thinking about it. Has he texted? Has they got back to me? Have this and that happen? While the cold plunge is seeping through my skin. And then my mind starts to like get all over the place, and then my breathing gets weird. And it's dangerous. Then I'm screwed. And that's why. If you give yourself permission to experience something like this, where it's like, holy crap, now I'm accessing my infinite eye. It's a totally different game changer than just, like delete Instagram and, lock myself into the room and all that kind of stuff. Do that, but do this too. And if it's not cold plunge or swim, it can be things like deadlifting. When I, went from 30 to 50 kilograms in 30 to 70 kilograms in 2 months, every time I was like, I want to do this. I want to do 60, then 65, then 70. I didn't have a choice. I had to focus. I had to focus every cell of my body to maintain the weight because it's dangerous. Otherwise, my bones, it can go wrong. So the only way for you to I'm going to do 70 today. And the PT was like, I believe in you. I'm here. It's going to be safe. You can do it. So therefore, I had to literally shut my eyes and focus every cell of my body to be like, I can hold it 4 reps. So you put yourself under circumstances like this, where you are forced to focus. It can be dancing. So when you remember choreos and you're like, I do it perfectly and don't get it wrong. K-pop dances, hip-hop dancing, those kind of things. Ballet as well if you like. And you try to get the choreography perfectly executed. That requires focus. It can be things like marathon, like long distance running, something that pushes your body to the limits. And you prove to yourself, I can get past that limit, but in a safe way though, in an incremental way. And once you experience that multiple times, holy crap, I did run faster than this. I did have this breakthrough. Then you start to create muscle memory on how to focus on other areas of your life. When you're doing YouTube videos, when you're writing, when you're copywriting, when you're doing marketing, when you're executing workshops, you bring that intensity that you had with the intense activity and you bring it back to your real life where, okay, I'm going to remember this feeling that I can push past, and this is how you focus. And that's how you get really, really good. Which leads to the second point. All right. Okay. So now that you've activated your God self repetitively by pushing past your limits, but still doing meditation as well, coupled with that, what we're now going to do is this. Now, the first time I heard the term monk mode was many years ago when I was 24, 25, back in 2018. And I purchased Sam Oven's Consulting Accelerator course. And it absolutely did wonders for my life. It was good. And in one of the videos that is now available on YouTube for free, he talks about monk mode. And basically, it's interesting the way that he puts it, because you know the basics. It's kind of like clean eating, getting enough sleep, allocating time towards doing the right things, planning your days out properly, blocking death by 1,000 cut distractions. But he was talking about this thing where basically there's this focus, right? And there's you. And I think that's how the diagram looks. And basically, you want to input this focus like that. There's input, then there's process, and there's output. So basically the diagram looks something like this. And I just thought that it was interesting because he was applying this concept to business where, your business is an integral function where if you input all the focus towards that way, then you can actually do a lot of things like presence with family. But then if you're able to be present in one domain of your life, like presence with family, you can actually bring that kind of presence to your customers and your clients and make them feel really, really seen. And it's interesting because if you're able to make your clients and your customers feel very, very understood, that is massive sales. They're going to want to do business with you, and that's how you get customer retention. So this can be things like, work out effectively. This could be like 10 out of 10 workshops. This could be like 20% sales increase. This could be like the right hiring. And life is just more easy and effortless. And this one can be recreation, where it's just, you have time to still enjoy your life. And all it takes is to narrow your focus. This is the input. And then I think this is the process, the leverage. Basically, he talks about the idea of leveraging your one focus, so then it shoots out into multiple directions. And I just found this concept really fascinating because when you go into monk mode, the basic foundational knowledge is that, you kind of just deactivate your Instagram and don't check your phone and just lock in and carve out the first 4 hours of your morning to go into deep flow work, that kind of stuff. But to me, I think understanding monk mode in this way means that you want to make sure that you eliminate your death by 1,000 cuts. So then you can do this by literally putting in a table and deciding what activities you will magnify and what activities you will minimize for you to reach this kind of point. So for example, the activities that absolutely magnify my focus is working out. But for me, my working out is swim and occasional cold plunge, like once a month. It's absolutely meditation. But then after I couple this with things like, moderate reading, not too much reading, just moderate. And this could be things like long walks as well, because I'm meditating while I'm doing long walks. I also find that I can magnify my focus when I paint for a very long time, which is occasional. But so you want to list out what inputs should you magnify? What kind of activities activate your God mode besides just sitting down on the couch and meditating, which that is effective, but pair that with other activities. So therefore, what you're trying to figure out is what positive life force goes into this domain here, and you want to magnify it. And then once you figure out all the positive life forces, that makes it easier for you to focus. And this other thing is that when you really want to do something and when you're having fun doing it, focus is not a problem. Some people can focus on playing games for 10 hours. I can do that if I enjoy a game back in my childhood days. So a lot of people, gaming is fun. So they can literally focus on gaming. And I remember I was watching this interview by the founder of Boost Juice. I believe her name is Jane Alice. And she was talking about her son, that one of them, when it comes to surfing in the morning, they have no problem getting up to go and surf. And I see a lot of surfers spend a solid amount of time surfing. But when it comes to going to school, they just seem to have a problem getting up to go to school. So the problem was never just about focus. It's also about pairing the inputs with things that are enjoyable and fun for you to do. And by doing that, you add positive life force so that literal 10 hours feel like only 2 hours. Time is an illusion. And I think that sometimes feels slower because it's not for you. When I used to sit in science class in high school, I'm just waiting every single minute, when's it going to finish? I don't like science. When I used to sit in any classes that requires remembering things like history, law, all that kind of stuff, I just always waited for the time, and it just felt mundane because it wasn't for me. I'm not good at those things. But what I got really good at during school was English. So English, arts, anything creative. Like, you can put me in a room for 1 hour and I just want to stay there. Because I loved, like, exploring other people's essays and dissecting other people's poetries. And I also really enjoy looking at specific artworks and then understanding the artist's intention behind those artworks. Well, those things, I can focus for a long time. So then when you look at the things that you want to magnify, you want to make sure that these activities, to a degree, you love doing it. Because when love is then coupled with your input, it makes everything much more easier. And it's interesting because I also watched a podcast by this guy who became literally a billionaire status. And he was saying that now my life is not about earning more money, of course, but it's about delegating the things that I don't want to do to people who are good at it, including accounting, taxes, admin. And his specialty is design. So he likes to go into his space, do deep work, and do design his product, design the service, and just think of the creative process while all the things including to do with money management, and tax and accounting gets delegated. So therefore, when you figure out what you can monetize, now you want to go into the things that you will minimize doing consciously. So for me, the things that really screwed me up for a long time was comparing my life to other people on social media. So there'll be literally things like having the Instagram app running on the background, and it's so easy to press on the app to see what other people are doing with their lives. That was my downfall. So that was the thing that kept me fragmenting my focus so that it's like all over the place. The other thing that may literally screw your focus up are things like notifications. Because every single time you go back to check on that red tick or has somebody messaged me back, what happens is that every time that you allocate it to do deep work, but then you're looking back at the thing, it's like you're resetting yourself 20 minutes of focus. So you want to figure out what are some activities that feel like death by 1,000 cuts in your life. Because besides social media and notifications, the things that really screw me up as well are negative conversations. There will be times in your life where you literally level up and people just refuse to engage with the leveled up version of you. And this happened to me a few times, especially last month, where I felt like I put in the inner work and everything's happening in my life. But then what happened was that I'd bump into old friends at the shopping, and I personally don't like talking about demeaning men anymore. I mean, I honestly never did. But in a way, for us to bond like girlfriends bonding, we literally laugh about men. Like, oh, he's a player, and the way to win against them is to be high value and play hard to get and make him one and done you, all that stuff. And I just like, why can't you just be the source of love for other people and just let them do what they feel inspired to do? But if I say that, I come across as sounding too good, like, oh, you think you're too good for us now kind of thing. So I had to tone it down and go back to being relatable for a bit. And that day, like, honestly, even though I wasn't that angry, but it did screw up my focus. So you want to make sure that you try your best to avoid getting yourself into social dynamics and conversations that influences you to be the old version of you. More than that, you also want to make sure that you have some solid boundaries in people asking you to do things for them. So there were times where I used to associate working for free with progressing in life, because I thought that if I was able to deliver exceptional work every single time, no matter if I charge money for it or not, then I must be successful. But every single time you prioritize others' dreams, you're doing yourself a disservice. So even if on the surface it's like, yeah, I think I'm doing the right thing by pleasing this mentor, by doing this marketing for this mentor, by designing this poster for this friend, by editing this video for this friend, and because it's friendship and a good relationship, it's a discount price or for free because it's generosity. For me to maintain the version of myself who has a high baseline, you want to avoid getting into situations where you end up having to prioritize your friend's dreams. Seriously. And it's really, really subtle. It's like, but can you just help me out once? Can you help me out with this, please? Because you're better at this than me. Because I don't know how to design on Canva. Because I don't know how to edit videos on Final Cut. So can you do it instead? It's really hard to say no when you encounter it. So the best way to not have to even get into that vibrational state of feeling guilty is to avoid it. Avoid it happening by making sure you allocate your time to magnify the things that bring you positive life force. Whether that is reading moderately, whether that is doing long walks for yourself, 45 minutes, whether that is going to swim for yourself, whether that is even doing things like wearing makeup for yourself, dressing up for yourself, things that makes your life feel elevated. These inputs, once you focus your attention on it the right way, it literally makes you become more magnetic to your clients and to your customers, more present, more efficient when you do your work. You know how to allocate your time in the right places. And therefore, all the sales increase and revenue increase, it literally comes from people saying yes to you, which I'm going to explore in the third point. That in order for you to increase your sales or your profitability, all it takes is getting more people to say yes to your offer, especially the right people who have the resources to hire you at the price that you want to be hired. And for you to inspire others to say yes to getting involved with you, working with you, collaborating with you, it takes you having a positive life force and focusing your attention on compounding positive life force. So that you become this person who is just radiating like a flower and just like blooming like a flower, I mean, and doing everything in every department effectively. Which then leads us to the third point. Are you ready for it? Now, the important thing that I also found from that course, Consulting Accelerator, was the concept of baseline and the fact that he says we don't rise to our highest potential. We only fall to our minimum standards. So therefore, the question I always have for myself is, instead of you forcing yourself to be perfect and have a high standard, it's not about you taking 10,000 steps to get to where you want to be. It's actually about minimizing those steps by starting out with a high baseline. So I'm going to show you the egoic version of you or me, which is lower I Patty, who has a fragile mind. And with a fragile mind, she has a weak focus because she gets easily influenced. Patty, who starts with this baseline. And this baseline is determined by her level of consciousness. And let's just say the end is here, the end state, where there's the 100 grand 20 Google job, 120 grand Google job, there's 7-figure business or 6. There's the promotion that she wants. Everything that she wants lies on the other side of her, elevating her consciousness, taking the elevator up to mentally be there at the end state where she's of vibrational resonance with this. And by doing this, what you then do is you make sure that your decisions, your habits, your thought, your emotion, your attention, your focus, your self-talk, your expectation, and even your perception towards life are congruent to the version of you who's at the end state of already having the Google job, of already making 6 figures, 7 figures, or even 8 figures, of already having that promotion that you want. So therefore, if let's just say you've elevated your consciousness to be here, where do you think your baseline will be? Your baseline will be somewhere here. And this is the minimum standard. Meaning that this version of you can probably focus for at most 20 minutes on a task. And it's like, nah, man, I need to now browse mukbang videos the way that I used to. I need to go and check my Instagram now. I gotta see who's liking my recent posts and let's see, what does this comment say? Now I'm gonna go check my Gmail account and see what emails I've gotten, and I'm gonna dwell in this response for a bit. Oh, actually, but there's a bunch of junk emails that I just, that notification was just junk email. And then somebody pings me and calls me, oh crap, it's suspected spam who called me, but I gave my attention to the phone. That's the version of you who has a low baseline. She can't maintain long focus. She can't endure boredom. So therefore, let's just say she wants to get here. How many steps do you think it would take for her to literally rise to this level? Probably like 10,000 steps. But think about this version of you. How many steps do you think it takes for her to reach the same place? Well, what about 10 steps? 10 aligned steps. Where this one is like 10 random jumbled up all over the place steps. So the question to ask yourself is, do I really want to use my human power as the lower I Patty to take 10,000 steps to achieve my goal because my focus is split? Or do I want to just elevate my consciousness to be the version of me who at the end state, so therefore I have a high focus, a high endurance level. And all it takes is super aligned focus and 10 correct steps. Because once you understand this concept, basically, this version of you who is the lower I self, she's going to oscillate. And the thing is, you're most likely going to have a ceiling. And again, this ceiling is your consciousness, your ego is in the way. So then even if you try to do like 2,000 meter swim, it's interesting because for some people, like there's this former Olympic swimmer who's Japanese, his baseline is 2,000 meters swimming. It's easy for him. For me, it's not that easy. And for other people, it's impossible. Especially like in that kind of environment where it's just athletic and just like big build muscular men just constantly in the fast lane, and you're always pressured when you swim there, when they swim there too, on certain hours of the day. So you have to calibrate your baseline to find focus, high intensity focus, to be a normal part of your life. So the thing is, when you are operating as this version of you with a ceiling, being here feels extraordinary. It feels amazing to like finally focus for an hour. So you can literally like oscillate. You can go up and down like this. You sometimes, go past your like ceiling a bit, but then when you dip, it's like a low dip. Crap. So the question that I have for you is, if you dipped to here and here and here, and because your focus level is low, you're going to react when you dip. Do you think that it's easy for you to somehow dip to this place because maybe last night you partied and got a hangover, because something went wrong, because somebody gave you a fine the way that it did for me last year, like a random fine, because a debt from 4 years ago came at you while you were just leveling up? and then you have to like, you know, drain out your wallet to pay the debt or ask my parents to help out kind of thing. And it just brings you like a dip, like frustration, discouragement, and a letdown. Do you think that it's easy for this person to shoot through the roof to get to here? It's super hard. But yet that's how we mostly approach the goal, only because we scatter our focus, as in we do multiple things, right? We try to juggle like, you know, notifications, and then we open our email, and then we, you know, like take this phone call or like give attention to the phone call. You don't mute your phone, and then you get into negative conversations, you socialize with the wrong people, you consume the wrong materials. So then your focus is like all scattered. There's no concentrated energy to go to one place. Whereas the version of you with a high baseline, again, her focus is concentrated. So therefore the focus goes into one area. Just here, the centralized point, which is you, your capital I. So then you're able to shoot out multiple things from just one central I by literally raising your consciousness. You're able to 10x your revenue. You're able to 10x your profit. You're able to attract 10x customer acquisition, whatever it is. You're able to 10x your views or engagement or reach. Because one content that is deeply focused, and it's like the real deal content, instead of you scattering your focus to create some random free flow content that I did last year with my old YouTube, you start to elevate your consciousness to operate at such a high baseline that the minute you start to make content, or you create your marketing funnel, or you start to do Facebook ads, but you create the right kind of videos to go with that ad, and you write the right kind of copies, and it increases your reach by 10x. But that didn't start from you trying to strategize for more strategies. It came from you elevating your consciousness to then have a focused energy, a concentrated kind of energy where you are the source of it. So therefore everything becomes 10x, 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 because you 10x yourself by being at a higher baseline. So therefore, now that you're so high, you only dip to as your minimum standard. So when you start to take a dip here as well, your low point is still the equivalent of most people's high points, or not even their high points. As in, when I'm talking about this Japanese swimmer who used to swim at Olympics, I think his bad day in swimming is probably no less than 1,000 meters. Well, my best day back in the day was my 1,000 meters. To me, my worst day at swimming is probably 500 meters. But for somebody who's calibrated at a level where it's not high focus, their 500 meters is their best day. So therefore, nothing wrong with that though. But therefore, if your focus level and your emotional state is naturally at a high level from the start because you chose to connect to the version of you who is a capital I by, again, with a parallel reality situation that I explained to you, and you constantly bring her down to the 3D, and you do this repetitively, it can't go wrong. You have to win at this game. So I want to ask you now, who do you choose to be? Do you choose to be the person who has to take 10 more steps, or shorten her distance? Because the thing is, if you notice, a person with a shorter focus, they're mostly more attached to the external reality changing. So to me, my definition of manifestation is creating such a powerful internal shift that the outer reality has zero authority over you, zero. But the person who is attached and therefore has a low focus on themselves, they create this energetic importance where it takes them 10,000 more steps to get to their desired reality. And this line is created from excess potential. And why is that? Because they don't focus on this themselves. They focus on the 3D reality to change, and that's, short focus. But for somebody who has long endurance and deep enduring focus, they're going to focus their life force on themselves. So then, because they are the magnetic eye, whereas this is your lower eye, your human self, the distance between them and their desired reality is literally only 5 more steps. Or let's just say 10, according to this chart. 10 more correct action. 1 step here on the content, 1 step there on a sales call, 1 step here on closing that call with Jane, another step here on closing that call with Joe. All the correct steps. And this is what I call aligned action. But in order for you to even access the version of you who's constantly taking aligned action, your minimum baseline has to be high. Because if it's low, then all of this distance here, the energetic importance, is all scattered action due to scattered focus. So if there's anything that I found interesting is that when you are attached to seeing somebody hand you a big money and you're like, but it's not here, but the money is not here, but the progress is not here, but the views aren't going up, but the content's not happening the way that I did last year. Even though I already had a significantly high focus in some areas of my life, but you can tell that your focus is not really there when you're focusing on a 3D reality to give you what you want. Because ultimately, life is consciousness objectified. And only you can give yourself what you want. Only you can give yourself the pay that you want. Only you dictate the law of your universe. And by doing that, you basically narrow down the focus to shine light onto you with a positive life force. And you elevate yourself so high internally that externally it shows in the way you present that workshop, in the way you get on that call with Joe, in the way that you do that interview with Jane, and they just feel this magnetic presence from you because your focus is high on yourself, on your internal world, rather than you focusing scattered on the external world. So a person with high focus, they narrow their focus and invert it into themselves. And the person with lacking focus and starting at lower baseline is always fixated on something outside themselves to give them the pay, the partner, and the life that they want. So, who do you choose to be now? Anyway, I'm going to end this video at here, and I hope this is insane value for you. And if it is, I'll be having a waitlist down below for coaching, because my mission is to empower high-achieving women to reach their tipping points in 8 to 12 weeks by shattering the inner world ceiling and also raising it. And if it sounds like you, don't hesitate to reach out and get in touch. Alrighty, see ya, bye-bye. The art of mastering patience. Do you have the patience to trust yourself and therefore trust the process? Because the thing is, whether you are looking to land your dream job in 90 days, start that business, grow that business, and have an increased life expansion in as soon as 90 days, well, patience is your key to rapid success. So therefore, let's just relax, calm down, and trust the process. Let's get started. One of my favorite quotes from the book Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu is the question that he asked: do you have the patience to wait until your mud settles and for the water inside of you to clear. So interestingly, when the storm comes inside of us, whether we are going through inner turmoil and our emotions are absolutely turbulent, when we try to take impulsive actions, and therefore he talks about, do you have the patience to wait until the right action arises before you take them? You have to have the ability to wait. Wait until your inner mud is dried out. And so when you take the steps forward, you don't end up being slippery. You don't end up actually falling over from the mud being too slippery. And therefore, you get what you want in a more effortless way. So the thing with reality is that I ask myself, what exactly is impatience when it comes to manifesting and trying to make quantum leaps in our reality? Because these days, people are just really, really obsessed with getting instant results, instant sales, instant texting, instant proposals, instant dating, instant. But why not patience? Because I think that impatience is basically you saying to the 3D reality that you're not okay with the 3D reality. You need it to change. And so therefore, there's this sense of, I don't like what I'm seeing out there. And if it doesn't change, it's going to bother me. So basically, you're bothered by 3D reality. So this would look something like, let's just say a parent tells their children that I need you to get A grades. And if you don't get A grades, I'm going to be bothered by that. So then the parent gets impatient with their children, and then they force their children to study harder, especially the subjects that the children are not good at. They may force tutoring onto their children and give them what is best for their child, what they perceive to be the best for their child, without considering the child's emotional needs. So then the child grows up from this parent forcing them to be who they're not meant to be. They either do go on to get A grades, but they suppress themselves, suppress their emotions and stress, and later on they start manifesting this emotional suppression into things like breakdowns and inner turmoil. Therefore, having inside themselves the mud not settling. Or the child may just break down altogether. And this happens a lot when it comes to parental expectation. Or when it comes to things like, when I'm getting onto the call with Joe to make this sale, I really have to make sure that Joe pays me $2,000 on this call, because without it, I feel like I'm gonna fall behind, and everyone is making their sales and having the job that they want, and I'm still here not having any income that is solid. So therefore, I have to close the sales. So this needing for things outside of you to go your way is pretty much impatience. And what happens when you signal to the universe that you're not okay with it being the way that it is? I'm not okay that my child is not performing as well. Or I'm not okay that I'm not about to make this sales call and I have to leave another week without $2,000 coming in. Well, it actually signals out that reality is here, right? Reality is your prize, the star. And you are below reality. And if you are below reality, how do you expect reality to give you what you want on the physical plane? And that's why we don't want to be playing the game in a way where we start off already losing the game mentally. Because mentally, we're saying that I don't have it. And if you don't have it, reality will not give you what you want, no matter what you do. Which then leads us to the first point. Are you ready for it? When we have this transactional relationship with the universe where we're saying that I'm attached and I need you to change, therefore it's like me asking you, what happens when you take the cake in the oven that is already baking out way too early? This happened to me at the beginning of my baking journey, but what happens? The batter, it collapses. Or even if on the surface, the batter looks okay, but if it's not fully cooked in the middle, what happens is that when you try to get it out and put it onto the baking sheet, it ruins. You can't do anything with it. And that's the same with you checking the 3D reality for it to change. When basically everything has a set formula in the physical world. A baby takes 9 months for it to be conceived. You know, the plants, this rose here, you know, it will take a period of time for the seed to become the rose. So therefore, even though we can have an instant internal shift, but ultimately we have to learn how to detach from seeing things change on the physical plane instantly and come back to building some self-trust. Because the universe is pretty much universe. And if you are able to trust yourself, it means that you can trust life. So let's have a look at the person who is struggling to trust life, because she's going about things in a way that it's really narrow in her approach. The way she sees life is narrow and wonky, the way that it used to be for me. And if you're going about life in a way where you have scattered focus and you have no trust in how things are going to unfold, and you feel like you have to micromanage and force everything every step of the way, in the exact way you're baking the cake, and then you take it out to check it, and then you're like, no, I think it looks good on the surface, but then it needs a bit more time, and then you ruin the whole texture because you were impatient. So therefore, there's this fragile version of me from many years ago with a fragile mind and lack of trust towards myself, and therefore trust towards reality. What tends to happen with this person who is impatient as hell is that they try to do things fast. But their definition of fast is making sure things happen fast on the physical plane. So therefore, you will try to take exponential leaps. And these leaps include things like crash diets that I used to do. So there was this period, I think back in 2018, where I got a full-time job in corporate sales, and it kind of screwed up my mental health. And basically, this corporate sales job, it influenced me to eat a lot during lunch and dinner, and I was out there socializing and having drinks with people, and I gained weight. So then I tried to lose it. But then because I didn't really enjoy that job long term, I booked this trip to Japan and Singapore with my mom. And I thought that holidays were supposed to rejuvenate me because I saw so many people going on vacations. And the thing is, I always thought that vacation is the key to happiness. But then by the time we got to Singapore and we booked Marina Bay Sands, and my mom at the time, we both put so much importance on what it means to book a hotel at Marina Bay Sands. So it's like, you've got to take Instagram pictures literally on the night we arrived to tell people that we've checked in at this hotel and that kind of thing. So in a way, the trip became a bit pressuring for me. And so I wanted to have beautiful pictures, and I was trying to do YouTube vlogs about it. But because of this pressure about the holiday, but also the pressure from work that I've been building up for months, it's like I had such an impatience towards how the trip unfolded, which eventually led my mom to first getting sick from the cold in Singapore. But then after my mom got sick, I got sick too. So both of us got sick during this trip in both Japan and Singapore. By the time I got to Japan, I was really, really upset that it's not unfolding the way that it should. You know, why do things have to be like this? Why don't I look good in the trips? I feel so tired and exhausted all the time. And to compensate for this feeling of exhaustion, what I would then do is eat excessively. So therefore, after I started eating a whole bunch of things in Japan, like a lot of Japanese desserts, and my mom would just rest in the hotel room, so I'd just walk around and find anything to eat. By the end of that 10 days trip, I gained about 7 to 8 kilograms. And it was bad. So I was like, this cannot be happening to my life. I gained 7 kilograms in 10 days. So I was desperate to lose it. So what I did was I got a coach on Facebook who taught me how to do juice fasting. And he said, you basically drink 6 glasses of juice, any kind of juice, like beetroot mixed with apple and orange and celery, that kind of thing. 6 glasses of juices a day only for 30 days. So I probably went about it the wrong way because it was heading towards winter in Sydney. So I tried to do this juice fast. And then afterwards, like I lost about 6 kilograms in a month, I think. It was 6 kilograms. Maybe in about 15 days. But then after 15 days, I didn't really lose any more, just like maybe 1 more kilogram after that. So altogether, it was like 6 to 7 kilograms in 30 days, I lost it. But I remembered on the last day, before the 30 days mark, I collapsed. I was like, I cannot do this. I need the beans right now to break the fast. And I felt like I couldn't stand up. And my mom and dad just had to go to like Woolies to get the beans for me. And I had to lie down on the couch and I was crying. And I told myself I would never, ever like do this to myself ever again when it comes to like wanting to be pretty and just wanting to gain control of my life. And this painful experience only happened because of impatience. Impatience. And this is what the trajectory looks like, where your nervous system is not calibrated towards that instant breakthrough that you want yet. It's not calibrated on the physical plane. But what happens is that you overdo it way too fast. So then this is maybe day 7 and you're already like trying to deadlift on day 7 when you haven't built up the proper reps to have your muscles calibrate at a level where 30 kilograms is not dangerous for you. So therefore, when I crash diet, and on this day 30, I remember how painful it was, because I promised myself I would never put myself under this kind of situation again, where it was like life-threatening to me. It felt like it at the time. I then literally gained back even more. Like I gained the entire thing back within weeks. So I didn't get significantly chubbier, but I gained back everything that I lost. So I questioned myself, did I lose water weight? Did I lose muscle? What did I even lose? And life was hell at the time. So therefore, I instantly came back down again. And because I came back down, now I have like less optimism towards life. So then you're trying to do quick fixes to then compensate for this dip. And you're just kind of like tumultuous and you never get through a breakthrough, because for every single dip, you lose trust towards life. You lose trust. And this one, you also lose trust. And just like relationships, what happens when you lose trust towards the person? It's hard to gain it back. It's like you have to work extra hard just to gain back the same level of trust, versus if you've never broken the trust and you just sustain it, it would have been better. So that's why, as the version of you who would refuse to do things that are dangerous, not healthy for yourself, what you have to now do is this. The version of you who is obviously way more loving towards yourself, and you trust life that things will unfold for you in miraculous ways if you just let it be. What you're going to do is you're going to elevate your state of consciousness to be off match to the exact end state that you want to be in. And that may include things like having a beautiful shredded bikini body. But then you've got to accept as well that sometimes it might not take 3 days to shred like that. So therefore, whether that is, again, bigger things, 120 grand Google job, whether that is 6 to 7 figure business, whether that is sales promotion, whether that is a major life change and a life expansion, As much as you can do instant manifestation in the spiritual and mental plane, on the physical plane, you must let it be. Let the seeds grow in a way that it needs to grow. So therefore, this version of you whose decisions, their habits, their thought, their emotion, their self-talk, their conviction, their perception, their expectation, their focus, their attention, and even mental attitude, it has to be 100% congruent to the version of you who has. So the version of you who has her predominant feeling state, or his predominant feeling state, is going to be that of inner security. It's going to be relaxed. It's going to be relieved. So therefore, no matter what the 3D shows you, this is 3D reality, okay? The red line. No matter what the 3D reality shows you and all this wonkiness, and it only merges with you towards the end. In order for you to make the 3D reality merge with you towards the end, is that you have to learn to take small steps without degrading yourself, diminishing yourself, and overly rushing yourself in the times where you need to take small steps. So for example, if you try to diet and you're not fit like I used to be 10 years ago, when I couldn't do squats, I couldn't run distance, I couldn't do anything, couldn't even do 5 push-ups. I was not a fit person growing up. If you cannot do 10 squats straight away, you want to start off with 5 squats. If you can't swim the way that I can never swim my whole life, you don't try to jump into the adult pool straight away and try to do 50 meters. At least if you're going to jump in the adult pool, you start from pole 1. This is you. Instead of you trying to get all the way to here in the beginning. And you actually celebrate yourself for taking that small incremental steps. So therefore, because you take incremental step, you build this thing called trust with yourself. It might be a bit unsafe, but majority of it is safe. So that's why they say, yeah, you got to take risks, but then the risk has not be overly risky. There has to be a sort of safeness in yourself where it's a bit out of my comfort zone, but it won't destroy me like the fad diets I was doing. So therefore, once you start to build a bit of trust here, the trust is this thing that happens like a green tick. So now you go at it again, whether that is pursuing your business, going to get that job, improving your life, improving your mental health. And instead of you being like, it needs to happen in 14 days, it needs to, you're saying, it's all right. I trust life. It doesn't have to. So I'm going to take the next really tiny step. I'm going to probably read only 10 pages. That's it, 10 pages. And because you're like, I haven't been reading a lot, so I'm just going to build up the reps. Now there's a self-trust. Green tick, another trust. So then you take another small step, right? And you might be like, look, I'm going to start also doing a bit of a workout that suits me. So I'm just going to do moderate cardio with a bit of weights, just a bit. And you don't go over the top with it. And so what your body then feels is that it feels challenged in a positive way, but you also build this thing again called trust. So then you're like, actually, you know what? I'm going to try fasting, but not because I'm desperate to shred, but because I saw that, fasting gives you some benefits, but you got to do it in a safe way. So let me try out this technique because I'm curious about it and see how it can improve my health. So I'm going to try 1 day fasting, no food, just water. So you try like this 1 day fasting, but in a way that serves you. just to learn about your body, what you can handle, just to learn about your mental resilience. And again, you do it safely, so then you build a self-trust. So then once you keep getting these ticks, you keep accumulating these ticks until eventually reality starts to merge with you. You start to make exponential leaps, and then reality also follows you. Because what happens is that at every single one of these dots, points, you're giving yourself a tick of self-trust that you're not reckless. And this trust can only be built from inner patience, that it's working. Once your subconscious accepts that whatever you're doing, no matter how small the result seems on the physical plane, and no matter if the 3D is telling you, the 3D is literally telling you, no, it's not working. No, the weights, the kilograms haven't went down that much. Like for me, I don't even check the scale because it's all about how I feel and how I, fit into clothes and stuff. And if I feel amazing already, like this, why do I have to check if I've gone up and down the scales as much? But other people micromanage the 3D so much that it creates way too much pressure. And once too much pressure gets built, then you're pretty much done. So it's interesting because the faster you try to go, the slower you actually go. But the more patient you are with taking incremental, stable steps that compound eventually, it actually creates a very fast exponential growth where the 3D has no choice but to conform with you. And that is the first key. Let's move on to the second part. It's 2 L's. The second point that I want to emphasize with you is the key to mental resilience. Because without mental resilience, we can get easily swayed by situations that we personally don't want to experience. Mental resilience means that when the 3D reality is giving you like a test, and I believe everyone goes through a life test where there are multiple realities that you kind of have to unlock before you get to your final breakthrough. So let's just say that this is your breakthrough line. And that whether that is your 120 grand Google job, whether that is your 6 to 7 figure business, whether that is your sales promotion, whether that is just life expansion. This is your breakthrough mark, the finish line. But what kind of has to happen internally is that the incremental self-trust has to build, but you also kind of need to build this thing called conviction. So conviction, to me at least, doesn't happen because I did hypnosis and I rewired my subconscious, getting to alpha or theta brainwave state. And I put into my subconscious that, I can swim. It's part of the process to go into alpha or theta brainwave state. And you really plan to your subconscious that you're a swimmer. But unless I jumped into the ocean water in winter to do the swims and go through all the seaweeds tugging at my feet and all that kind of stuff, and people overtaking me and managing myself in the swells that threw me on the other side of the lane, it's really hard for me to believe that I can do 1,000 meters, let alone get to 2,000 meters. So hypnosis and subconscious rewiring inner work kind of has to be paired with some physical evidences. But these evidences is not seeking evidence from the 3D. It's self. generated evidence. So it's really interesting because a lot of times reality kind of gives you like these, like level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, and level 6. Whether that is, I started off making $5,000 a month in my first business, and I'm trying to level from $5,000 to maybe $20,000. So then the key is that you got to figure out how to get to $5,000 first before you can then set the foundation straight and increase to $20,000. You can also take quantum jumps. Like it doesn't have to be 5 to 20. It can be 5 to 50 if you're calibrated at that level. But the first key of evidence has to kind of, happen. You need to get the green tick first before you open the new reality. The thing is that when I used to learn to swim at icebergs, and the environment to me is quite pressuring at certain times. So if you go there for fun, like in the afternoon, it's fine. But I like going there in the morning, where locals go in the morning, and they do really serious swimming. And I usually like to go into the fast lane in the morning. And what happens is that when I swim, right? When I swim, like my mind wishes that it's going to be a smooth journey, especially in the ocean water kind of place. And I wish that every single time that I go, it's going to feel blissful. Just like how people sell, Bondi Beach to you, that it's a vacation place. And it's supposed to be blissful and peaceful and all that kind of stuff. But it's interesting because the more I went there, the more I realized that the weather is not the same each time. Of course, you can choose a good day to go, but let's just say on rainy days or on windy days, ultimately, the wave becomes unstable. The wave becomes really unstable. And this is me. This is me trying to get through to the finish line of an unstable wave. Along this unstable wave are a bunch of extremely seasoned swimmers, like big, muscular, big men, like athletic, tall, long legs, long arms. So their one stroke is the equivalent of my 5 tiny strokes at the time. And so there's like a bunch of obstacles like other swimmers, and there's like really giant swells that come at you. And I wasn't even wearing goggles at the time. The thing is, if I want to be the swimmer that I am today, who can sustain 1,000 meters regularly, almost every time, and if I want to do 1,500 meters, that's not a problem too. I just have to push a bit harder. I'm not going to tell the seasoned swimmers at this beach to please stop swimming here, or please tone it down. You never tell a swimmer to tone it down and swim slower because you're trying to swim in the fast lane. If you want to swim in the fast lane along with other seasoned swimmers, you have to adapt yourself to be just as fast, or you have to adapt your mind to be okay with getting overtaken. So that's what I had to do. When you try to swim at a place that is very pressuring, and there are crowds sometimes, and they look at you, like they don't look at you, but they're just everywhere. And there are people taking pictures sometimes, and there's just a bunch of people, and you're like, I feel like a panic attack, but it's not exactly that. But I feel like I can't breathe. I feel too overwhelmed. I feel like I'm about to collapse sometimes because there's cold shock and there's everything is just too overwhelming. The key is for you not to tell the crowds to please go home. The key is for you not to command the beach to please be empty when it's not going to be empty on that day. The key is to practice your mental resilience. There are some things about success that you kind of have to sacrifice to have it. For me, in order for me to be able to swim confidently in the fast lane, and still till this day, I'm still not a fast swimmer. I still get overtaken all the time. I need to sacrifice the version of me who demands the 3D reality to have to change to suit my will. So let's just say, my fragile self would expect people to stop overtaking me at a fast lane instead of me just going to the slow lane. But the mental resilient, mentally resilient version of me is going to adapt my way of thinking and be okay with getting overtaken, to be okay with people telling me, please go to the slow lane for your own safety here and there. The version of me who's mentally resilient is going to accept that it's okay, that I'm not the best, but I am the best for myself. Because when you don't have acceptance, when you don't have gentle acceptance for the 3D reality, what you're creating is massive resistance. And once there's a resistance, this door won't open. So let's hypothetically say that you want to get this job really badly, but based on the interview structure, there needs to be an assessment center period, then there has to be a panel interview, and then there has to be a partner interview, a bit of a waiting period, and then decision. Now let's just say that before you even get to your assessment center, you have to be okay with sending out your resume, or your LinkedIn is very how do I say this? Your LinkedIn is presentable and it's attractive. So your LinkedIn, your resume is beautiful and you're qualified and it's perfectly written in a way. In order for you to remove this, the waiting period, your energy has to be okay. You have to be okay that they may not get back to you just because you have a great resume and a great LinkedIn. Once you are okay, then you open this door to get to reality 2, where you then go to assessment center. In the assessment center, at least when I used to do interview coaching, and I went to assessment center too, and now you have to go and compete with other people to get seen. So basically you get put into like role play situations and you've got to do group work and you've got to allocate who presents what, who's the leader, who's the timer, who's the whatever role they have to get presented. And it's interesting because in assessment centers, the panelists don't look at how perfect you are, but they look at how you solve problems in a team. And if you show this character that you're willing to be a good listener, you're willing to adapt to your team, you're willing to be a team player by being fluid and understanding other people's needs, then you get chosen to go to the next round. But if you're a bit too smart, you show off a bit of arrogance and you want things to go the way that you want it to go, although it's the correct thing for you to do to hold your ground, but if you really, really want that job, they will expect you to adapt to the team environment so that you're able to be cohesive and go towards one goal as a team. In assessment center, if your ego gets in the way, which I learned as well, and you expect people to revolve around your orbit in assessment center in this context, you expect people to listen to you only. But then 5 people in a team of a competitive nature all have strong opinions, or you expect that your talent has to be seen, but you don't look at the criteria properly for what this company wants from you. They don't want you to outshine others. As in, yeah, go on and shine, but there has to be a way for you to adapt to the culture overall if you want that job. So in order for you to even win against this assessment center, you have to accept that this is the nature of the environment you're entering into. Just like when I accept at icebergs each time, some days they're going to be a seaweed, some days the swells are going to be harsh, some days I'm going to get cold shock from the water. The water's not going to get warmer in winter. And sometimes you kind of have to accept that this is the nature of your environment. And if you want to win against it, it's about making peace with it. The thing is, after you do your assessment center and you're like, I'm willing to let down my ego and be patient, so therefore I have mental resilience to adapt and be a team player. Basically, you then remove this because now they start to see your potential fully and you start to go to reality 3, level 3, where now it may be like a waiting period actually. So now it's like, do you get chosen or not? You might have to wait a bit. And the waiting period, you might be like, do you choose to be anxious because you're impatient? Or do you choose to be secure relaxed and relieved because you're in the end state and you've done your very best. So therefore, even if you don't get chosen, you're not going to interpret it as rejection towards you. So then afterwards, because your energy is surrendered and you also did your very best, you get chosen for the next round, which is the partner interview or panel interview. So now you're going to be sitting as one person, and there's going to be 3 other people from different departments. One from HR, one from finance, one from this and that. And they're not going to judge you. 1 guy, 2 chicks, whatever. And the guy might be an analytical thinker. The other chick may be like a more creative thinker. And the other one may be more emotional. So people make decisions based on their characteristics too. So I learned about this 4 quadrant. There's the analytical, there's the decisive person that like wants things fast. There's the emotional person that kind of uses how they feel to make decisions. And the other one, I don't remember, but I'll put the chart up here. Anyway, so now you're going to be meeting people with different personalities. And the thing is, you can't tell the analytical thinker to please be creative. You can't tell the person who makes decisions with their logics to please be more emotional. And you don't tell the emotional person that makes decisions based on their intuitions to please be more objective, be more logical. You can't. So therefore, these 3 people have different personality. You know, one might be extrovert as well, one might be introvert, and one might be ambivert. You're not going to tell an extrovert person to please, like, be quiet, just don't talk too much, don't ask you too many questions. And you're not going to tell the introverted person to please speak up a bit more. You're going to adapt by accepting that in this panel interview, this is the nature of the environment in the interview context. So now you're going to start accepting that you're in here talking to extrovert, introvert, ambivert with different ways of making decisions. And it's going to get at you that it's hard because like, how do I impress all 3 of them? But because you are patient with the process and you trust yourself and you have mental resilience, if an introvert starts to throw you a question that literally makes you fall off your chair, like, because they don't talk a lot, but then when they throw the question, it's like, whoa, what the hell? You're not going to react and expect them to be different. And you're not going to also react and expect them to like, you know, give you like a, oh, I see. Oh, okay. They might have a resting face. You never know. So your responsibility is to cultivate such mental resilience that no matter who you speak to, you are grounded in your own confidence. You are grounded in your own being. So it doesn't matter what the environment is. It doesn't matter who you're talking to. You're just going to be who you are, who is able to adapt, who is non-reactive to their reaction towards you. And as a result of you cultivating this kind of like fluidity, both 3 of them, they come to a conclusion that you're a team player and they want to work with you. Like they have a feeling that if she was like working in my team, I would have a beautiful day at work for 8 hours a day. So now you're good. So during the waiting period, let's just say like they've chosen you. So what happens is that, you know, again, instead of you waiting in anxiety, you're going to be waiting with inner certainty that even if one of them doesn't show you explicitly that they like you, you're going to be certain that you got it right because it feels right to you, because you're not attached and you did your best. So then this surrendered energy then brings you to the next level, which is the partner interview. Now this is interesting because now it's one-on-one. I think partner is easier than panel because it's one-on-one. So now you're going to the top guy. And this guy's like, you know, whatever, 10 years experience in the industry. And interestingly, you might be like a more creative thinker, but this guy is an analytical thinker. Oh crap. the personality is not going to match anymore. Therefore, when he asks you a question, he expects direct answers. He doesn't want you to beat around the bush. He doesn't want long sentences. He doesn't want filler words. He just wants you to say things like this. So he's like, so what is the sales result that you made last month? You're not going to beat around the bush and you're just going to say in exact numbers. So this guy, he's demanding you to give him exact figures. What percentage was it? In what month? How much revenue did you close in the numbers, the exact numbers? Don't give me like, my strength is my ability to talk to customers. No, just give me the numbers. You end up being this guy in the partner interview. As the person of you who's patient with life and you have mental resilience, you're not going to be impatient with him and tell him to please consider your other good traits when what he wants to hear is the numbers. What results did you create in your past job experience? How many years did you do it? How many years did you work before? Give me the exact data. Okay, so if this guy wants data from you to measure your success metrics, mentally resilient version of you is not gonna like tell him to no. Ask me if I'm a great baker in the team. Ask me if I'm willing to do other things for my team. Ask me if I'm friendly. No, you're going to have mental resilience. Be patient and give him the data he wants. You're going to listen for the key in his wording. You're going to observe his natural pacing. You're going to mirror him in a way where this guy's really like his expression is expressionless, but you're not going to react to his expressionless towards you. You're going to mirror that. So you're not going to, so what, this is so funny because this is actually real stuff that I've encountered before and I tell my clients like back then. Don't let anything outside of you intimidate you and just mirror if So basically, if this guy is stoic, so you kind of like adapt yourself to not be overly, have over expression, that kind of stuff. Because once this guy, Joe, he feels like, yeah, you know what, like she's not too much. She's actually pretty grounded. Like she's quite relatable and she's human and the way I relate to her, like she's real and I like that. She's quite authentic. Because authentic is not exactly about, you being fully like sharing your whole life story to strangers. Authenticity is kind of like you're okay with yourself. So if that means you don't speak as much, you don't speak as much. If that means giving him just data, then you give him just data. So this is what I call mental resilience, is that you start adapting, but not in a way where you're shrinking yourself. You're adapting to what the environment is at that moment. So you win against it, like swimming. So therefore, now Joe's like, I like her. She has some solid results to show for. There's data, there's numbers. Her KPIs are good. She's not braggy about it. She's not flexing. She's not sugarcoating. I like her. And now there's a waiting period. Oh God. And let's just say that the company is on freeze for 3 months. So now they don't get back to you in 3 months. A natural person would panic. Like when Deloitte made my client wait for 6 months. It's interesting because like they made my client, June at the time, wait for 6 months. But then June had to go into another partner interview. And with that partner interview, the second time after 6 months, we did it again. Like she came to me and her, we practiced our role play. I try my best to make her feel like seen and confident and bring out the best traits in her. So she went in fresh with that energy. And within 15 minutes, something amazing happened and she got offered the job. So therefore, if it's 3 months in the 3D and you can't change the physical plane, you can't tell Joe, like, can you please make the decision quicker? Because, when it comes to hiring big companies, there may be multiple key decision makers and it's not that easy. If it's 3 months, you accept it. But then you move on with your life and you nourish your life with positive life force. Whether by, getting into more working out and getting into painting and just doing things that make you feel elevated so that when the job picks you, You're coming in as the version of you who's even more elevated, who's even more ready to work. And that is where the breakthrough happened, because your energy is surrendered, and magic happens when you surrender. And then you get that job, whether that's Google, whether that's the major accounting firms that my clients got into. This is what you call patience along the way. Oh, I'm getting cold because it's winter right now. Anyway, let's move on to the third point. Ready? Okay. Now, the last point I want to talk to you about is the idea of building your own inner home. And I think Louise Hay says this in the book, You Can Heal Your Life. And it's just the voice and her soothing, the way she's so, the way her voice is so soothing when she says, like, when it comes to changing yourself, as in transforming from the old version of you to a new version of you, it's kind of like being at a Thanksgiving dinner and you're washing the dishes from a Thanksgiving dinner. So therefore, the process of, healing and shadow work and talking to your inner child and just making peace with all the anxiety and restlessness that you've went through. Basically, she talks about how the process is not clean. The process is going to be a bit messy, and it's okay. You've got to accept yourself in the process. So when it comes to building your inner home, she also talks about how negative thoughts are like weed in your mind. And the more you berate yourself, the more you punish yourself, the more you criticize yourself in the process, because you're so impatient for the 3D reality to change in the way that serves you, the more you're planting weeds in your garden. So what we want to do is actually plant flowers in our garden. Secure and attached. So the interesting thing that I want to couple this with is Master Shi Heng Yi's 5 hindrances that I talked about before. And he explained this in his TED Talk in the year 2020. And these 5 hindrances were sensual desire, ill will, which is aversion, then there's restlessness, there's dullness, and then there's skepticism. Now, a person who is attached, one of these hindrances, like it did for me for many years, is going to pretty much cloud over them. So let's just say this person suffers from restlessness and monkey mind. Basically, their home looks something like this. There's like weeds everywhere. There's a bit of flowers sometimes, but it's mostly like jumbled up and there's like weed. But this person, she may like sometimes have skepticism and a bit of sensual desire, which is distraction. But she tries her best to understand that this is the way the environment is. You can't change Joe, who is analytical, to be creative thinker and kind of stuff like that. And you can't tell the cold ocean water in winter to please up your temperature in winter. It's not going to happen. Basically, a secure person is accepting, gentle acceptance toward her environment as it is. And so, her garden looks something like this. See, and this is her garden. Beautiful flowers everywhere. And the only difference between the attached and secure person is the level of patience. So honestly, I have a relative who's a monk. So he's like my grandpa, and he's actually like monk master. And he was, when we go back to Thailand to meet him, like we're pretty much like, he'll get out these chairs And then all of us would sit in these chairs in the circle, like my dad, my mom, my brother, myself, my grandpa, who's his brother. And he'd talk about this thing called as is. And that in Thailand, it's always hot, like really, really hot right now. And he says like, this is the weather as it is. So the more you accept it, the less you get frustrated within yourself that it's way too hot. And as is a very, I think it's a very interesting way of looking at life, that sometimes we wish that life would be miraculous and that vacations will feel like vacations, like you see on Instagram pictures, or that if you want to lose weight, like once you have the bikini body, it's going to feel different, but it doesn't. Just accepting that things are the way that they are will bring you so much inner peace. Because the person who is secure, she has thoughts that are nourishing to her soul. She has thoughts like, it's okay, I've done well, that was great actually, I'm proud of you. And she has these affirmations on automatic loop. Or, that was easy, making money was easy. And even things like, thank you, that was great. So this person who's secure and more accepting of her environment has thoughts that resemble gratitude, gentle gratitude. So even though like manifestation teachers teach about thoughts on a loop and you've got to like robotically affirm 1,000 times a day, but I find gentle affirmation to be so powerful in that it's natural to you. So the key is to get into a state where you are secure. But the way to feel secure is that you win against these 5 hindrances when it comes up, so that the environment either way, sometimes it just doesn't change for that moment. Things stay the same, okay? Both of these people in the outer world may experience silence in the 3D. People haven't gotten back to her. Like for me, like things haven't changed as much in the 3D for the last few months, but internally I've skyrocketed. And so during like winter season and the plants are not growing, your rose is not growing and there's no evidence in the 3D that the rose is happening, the rose is growing. The secure person, she goes about her day saturating her mind with thoughts like, I'm proud of you today for planting that seed. I'm proud of you today that you've gone on to do other things and you made yourself feel nourished. So therefore life starts to feel more satiating in her experience. A secure person says to herself, I've done well. Yeah, I've done well. And that was pretty easy actually. That obstacle that I thought was going to be hard, it was easy. And then she starts to have abundance flow through her life where the money comes out of nowhere. People gift her money. The money gets sent by a relative or whatever. And then suddenly like the job that she wanted, it lands in the 3D. And so her mental feedback is kind of like, that was easy actually. And thank you, universe. Thank you for giving this to me. But a person with restlessness and monkey mind, and then therefore descends back into dullness. And also things like heaviness. They start to have these mental loops that kind of says things like, nothing's changing. The way that I did for so many years, where I would look out to the 3D and I noticed that the 3D is not changing, damn it. This person would then also look out and be like, it sucks. But not only that it sucks, she puts the emotional charge of frustration, discouragement, disappointment into experience. So therefore it goes on a loop where she sees that it hasn't changed. So she sees, and then she feels agitated. But then after that, the feeling creates a vibration of frequency that is of lower resonance. according to Dr. David R. Hawkins' map of consciousness chart, now this person descends into agitation, resentment, pride, anger, apathy even. So they descend back into the lower rung of the map of consciousness chart. So then it's like a lower rung. And this then gets reflected in the 3D of things not changing. And then they keep observing it. So then they observe it. So it's like a pattern, like a loop. This, you know what it's caused by? The main cause of it? It's impatience. Because you keep checking the 3D for evidence. And then when there's impatience, then you descend back instantly to emotions that are vibrational resonance of impatience, which is discouragement, apathy, hopelessness, anger, pride, all those things. And so then your thoughts become things like, it sucks, it doesn't change, and then there's weed all over your inner garden. So then nobody wants to get involved with you, whether that is Jane from Google or Joe who's like, nah, I have money to pay her, but nah, I'm not gonna work with her because there's something off about her vibration. Like the way she emits out her vibe is just nah. But this person who is secure, her loop is completely different. That's because she compounded the feeling of knowing that she's the source. So therefore, this relaxed state, this secure state, this okay state is kind of like a beautiful investment in herself that compounds over time into actual riches. And that's what I want to point out to you, that patience is so important when it comes to manifesting, because it's really not about the techniques, the affirmations, subliminals, and all that stuff. It's literally about you conquering your inner state, to be patient with the process and trust life, therefore trusting yourself, that it's working. Because the minute that you decide that it's working and you have conviction towards it, nothing can throw you off your path. And so, this is it. Okay, hope you guys enjoyed this video, and if you do, there's a waitlist down below, and I'm looking forward to help you, if you're a high achieving woman, reach your tipping point in 8 to 12 weeks by shattering your inner worth ceiling. So if that sounds like you, get in touch soon and see you soon. Bye-bye. How to shatter your inner worth ceiling in 90 days, literally, so that whether you are looking to land your dream job in 90 days, start that business, scale that business, and create life expansion in 90 days, those experiences and wins come to you and not the other way around, because you are so dangerously magnetic and operating at such a high self-worth. So I'm so excited. Let's get started. So I want to ask you where you get your self-worth from. Because to me, for my whole life, my self-worth was predominantly based on parent approval. To you, it might be different, but to me, getting approval from my mom was a very big deal. And approval from my dad also, which my dad is awesome already, so my main problem was that it's also family and relatives. But where do you get your approvals from? Do you get it from income? Do you get it from friend circle? Do you get it from status? Do you get it from brand name, luxury Chanel bags and stuff like that? Do you get it from a sports car? If you're driving a Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, and that's where your self-worth is? Do you get it from following numbers, subscribers, like I used to? How many people follow you? How many people admire you? How many people like your post and comment on your post positively? Where do you get your inner worth from? Because if you're getting inner worth from all these external source, whether from mom, dad, Jane from your past, Joe from your present, income, status, brand name, subscribers, sports car, the home you live in, the suburb you live in, what school you went to, what jobs you have, what your reputation is like, they'd like to break it to you that it's not sustainable. And we want to live our life in a way where we are sustainably happy, fulfilled, long-term. And if we want to do that while we are still quite young, then we've got to know what inner worth truly is and where to create inner worth from within. And that's how we're going to do it right now. Let's go. See, the thing that makes us have a wonky self-worth, where objectively we should have a high self-worth because we have a bachelor's degree from a prestigious university, or if not, you have a well-paying job, or if not, then you have a beautiful physique. If not, you have great friends. So there has to be some part of you that there's a positive element to it. So on paper, because you have something positive about your life, you should have a high self-worth. Especially for my life, at least, if you look at it from the outside, especially on my old social media, it is implied that I should have a high self-worth. And the reason why we don't feel worthy of the things that we want is because we are stuck in our own mental knot. Now, the person who predominantly falls asleep every night, at least for 90 nights, feeling anxious, feeling worried about the future, feeling angry, but it's suppressed anger, feeling disappointed, feeling discouraged, feeling unseen, feeling misunderstood. Ultimately, even if there's a mixture of some wins, even there's a mixture of some positive moments that happen for like maybe an hour that day, but the rest of the day, their predominant vibration or their inner state is flooded with anger, suppressed anger, feeling discouraged, feeling unseen, disappointed, anxious, all these things. Their inner dialogue predominantly is always going to be things like, when will I win the lottery? Because I'm not getting enough pay, and when I go and find a job, it's never the kind of job that gives me life expansion, just kind of keeps me trapped. So when will I win the lottery? When will that person understand me? When will I finally be seen? When will I get the things that I want? So even though it's kind of like victim mentality, but what's happening here is that when you are flooded with these inner states, basically, you now have a mental knot. So then it's like your thoughts are all over the place like this. And because this state, literally, it's like a vibrational prison in your system, what happens is that because you feel trapped, you as well feel trapped in a vibrational prison. Whenever you try to access answers, what usually happens is that you then start looking for answers outside of yourself. So if you're looking for things like, how do I get rich? You might, like my old self, I would go out to read books on how to get rich. Think Rich and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hills, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki, Win Friends, Influence People, Dale Carnegie, all these things. You start searching for answers outside of yourself. And then that's not enough. Okay, let's go on YouTube. Let's look at Alex Hormozi's videos. Let's look at all these, the Gabby Bernstein's Universe Has Your Back. Maybe if I'm spiritual, I'll get richer as well. Let's look at all these people, how they're making money, how they're getting famous. Let's look at all these podcasts, CEO Diary. And you're looking and looking and looking for answers. But because you have a mental knot, Your predominant state is anxious, and you're constantly asking yourself, when will my life change? And because you're asking yourself, when will my life change? Then what happens within, it happens without. So therefore, life gives you more evidence of your life not changing. So therefore, no matter what you do, internet, you find mentors, you read book, but you just don't have clarity what to do. You just don't. You can even get online course and you have people telling you, I promise you, I'll give you clarity on what to do. So they promise you a lot of things, and even if their products have insane value, you still can't access the value because you don't have clarity with yourself. So therefore, whatever you read, you don't have clarity in the answers. So your mind stays jumbled and the mental knot continues. So therefore, we have to undo the mental knot. And the way for you to undo the mental knot is pretty simple. So what I find worked well for me was when I finally released my own mental knot, and I've seen this creator named Teal Swan for a long time. So she's been around for a decade already. And I looked at one of her videos and she was talking about the relationship between you and what you want. And a lot of, it was a money video. So she says a lot of people associate you and what you want and the midpoint between that with money. So in order for me to get that car, I have to use money to get that car. In order for me to then have a prosperous relationship with my dad, well, I have to earn it by becoming successful, hence earning money to prove to my dad that I'm worthy, kind of thing. So it's interesting because this works for me. What you can actually do is list out everything that you want. So let's just say that we're going to be insane about this. I want like 100 bouquet roses. I don't want this, but I'll just make it really insane. 2 Lambos, 2 Mercs, a villa in Bali, and how about a mansion too? Oh, and it has to be oceanfront. That's the thing. So we're gonna go really, really crazy with this. And then I also want maybe 2 million in my bank account on top of this. But I also want to have a nice body. So a bikini bod. And I want to have a 10, amazing partner. He's emotionally intelligent, he has the best mindset, and he's fit like me, and he swims in the ocean water like me. This one's real. So I'm mixing a bunch of real things that I want and insane things that I don't really want it, but let's just say we make it really insane. Because to you, when you look at the things that you want, you're gonna start doing this. And this is where you are. So your rational mind, which by the way, nobody makes decisions 100% on rationale. No decision, even hiring decisions, is based on just rational thinking. It's always based on emotions that supports their story that they're rational. But really it's how they feel about their decisions when they sit with it. So you think with your rational, logical mind, your analytical mind, that in order for me to have this, I need to be X, or I need to have X, or I need to achieve X and do X to get these. I need to be a multimillionaire to access this. I need to be wealthy and perfect for a 10 partner to enter my life, which I used to tell myself all the time, you need to be a 10 if you want to attract a 10 kind of thing. Which I mean, objectively, it sounds correct. But what you really need to be is a source of love and self-respect. So you have these conditions in between you and what you want. 100 bouquet of roses. I used to tell myself all the time, you need more money than this. You can't buy 100 bouquet of roses with $50. In Sydney, it costs way more than that. Or even things like, I need to be with a man who is willing to give me that rose. Because in the past, I was in dynamics where the man was buying me barefoot investor instead of flowers because he thought it was more useful for me. And that wasn't my thing. So therefore, even things like Lambos, Mercs, all these things, because ultimately you have to then break down. You have to break down what these material things, what value are they giving you? Because the thing is, if these material things have no emotional value for you, why is it important to you? Just like how a Lambo is not really important to me, so it doesn't really do much for my self-esteem or anything. But to other people, a Lambo literally makes them feel like they're high status and they're the alpha of the pack. So now you have to ask yourself, what emotional value are they giving to me? And honestly, it's kind of like, status, so feeling accepted. It might be feeling approved. It might be feeling rich from within. It might be feeling secure. Secure to have a home, but an ocean waterfront home too. It might be feeling elevated. It might be feeling growth. So all these feeling, the emotional value that you would get from having these things. You want to identify what emotion it is that you predominantly want to saturate yourself in after having these things, so that you can finally remove the conditions of I need to be a multi-millionaire to have 2 Lambos kind of thing. I need to be a multi-millionaire to have this ocean waterfront apartment or ocean waterfront home, because okay, objectively on paper, to own it, you probably have to. But to access the thing, you can be a normal person just paying for like 2 nights in a villa. So you don't really have to own the property to access the experience as well. Because we think that if I get what my rational mind tells me I want, I'm gonna feel definitely more secure, more growth, more happy with myself, more fulfilled, more accepted, more approved, more okay with myself. It's an illusion, it's not. So therefore, I want you to identify all this. And now, because you know what feelings you predominantly want to feel from it, you're going to remove every one of these conditions, because you're going to see how ridiculous these conditions are that you put onto yourself in order for you to remove that mental knot, which then leads to the second point. You ready for it? So now that we confront our mental knot correctly and we look at it objectively and we're like, this is ridiculous. I don't have to be a perfect chick to have the things that I want. I literally don't. Of course, I might have to operate at a higher standard, but I don't have to be AI and perfect and flawless to have these beautiful experiences and to feel the way that I would feel upon purchasing these things. So therefore, because you've seen it like you are face to face with the monster inside of you, now it's time for you to release that monster inside of you. So now, like I said, because of all these anxious thoughts and insecure self-talk that makes you feel diminished by the world, this is the kind of thought that keeps you up at night, asking yourself, why do I know so much and I can't change my life with it? Which is me in the past, because I suffer from mental knots, analysis paralysis, due to having too many conditions between me and the things I want. So therefore, now we're going to look at this person who's vibrationally in this vibrational prison, where her whole tank is filled with anxiety, it's filled with anger, suppressed anger, resentment, it's filled with self-doubt, it's filled with overthinking, it's filled with insecurity, all these filled. And now we have to find a way for all of these monstrous emotions to just go, no more. And the way that it works for me pretty well in terms of inner work is to make sure that I flood myself with vivid experiences that are more powerful than feelings of anxiety, depression, all that thing, resentment, anger. So by flooding it, I get myself into the alpha brainwave state. And whether that is priming your mind before you sleep, sad states akin to sleep. But I also do this by taking myself out to do long swims. I do this when I work out hard, or I go for a long walk. And when I'm in that flow state, when I'm finally in the no mind mode, in the alpha brainwave state, I then go really, really intentionally at flooding myself with the experiences that imply that, congratulations, Patty, you finally made it. Congratulations, I see you as you are. I accept you as you are. You finally have the pay that you want. You finally published that book that you want. You finally have the career that you want. And the man that you want too, he's here. I mean, objectively, like, he was in my reality too. Like, I kept flooding my mind with this, and then one day it was just like, surprise, he's in your physical reality too. And so you want to vividly flood yourself internally with the experience where you feel satisfied. And you know this term that this PT use in terms of like, I have butter to feel satiated. Well, I'm going to use that term. You feel deeply satiated by life. So any kind of hunger and thirst that you have towards money, fame, power, recognition, and love, you're feeling deeply satiated. You're feeling safe. You're feeling emotionally secure within yourself. You're feeling stable. So therefore, all these feelings now is going to flood your energetic field. And what happens is that it's going to start pushing out all of this crap that you don't need at all, way out. But the interesting thing about rewiring your subconscious is that there's a period where now your vibrational field is flooded with these feelings, but then there's a residue of these ones because they don't go out like easily. So therefore, you'll start to manifest within you hot and cold, and then you'll start seeing in the outer world, you're winning on one end, but on the other end, you're stuck in the limbo of your old reality, and it keeps tugging at you for a while. And that is where people call like the old frequency coming back, or the pendulum swinging you back. But if the pendulum starts to swing you back by trying to tug at you and give you experiences in a 3D reality that then triggers the same practiced anxiety, anger, resentment, doubt, insecurity, what you want to do is give yourself permission to ride the wave of fortune. And the wave of fortune is known in the book Reality Transurfing, where the thing is, you will never escape the oscillations of life. You will never escape the ups and downs of life. So life is always going to go up and down like this. But what you can do is make sure that you don't invite the feelings of anxiety and insecurity back into your life when you go to a low. And so what you want to do is make sure that this wave is the wave of fortune. Because when you're in a vibrational prison where you're storing so much anger, so much sadness, so much trauma and baggage from your past, you're riding a wave of misfortune. So the thing that's interesting about reality transurfing as well is that the author said, in order for you to not get triggered anymore, it's not about the fact that you have to remove these triggers from your life, but it's about a gentle acceptance. It's about the gentle acceptance that sometimes, no matter how deeply satiated you intentionally feel before you sleep, and in the waking world, you also go out and do things that make you feel deeply satiated by life. But there are times where random things will happen that would then trigger the same anxiety and insecurity within you, like it does for me still these days. But you don't try to fight it. You don't fight the feeling. You gently accept that it's there, because gentle acceptance is indifference. So once you start to become indifferent to the monstrous emotions that used to control you, the way that it controlled me for decades, then you are powerful above it. So that's how you release trapped energy. Of course, Ho'oponopono, breath work, meditation, shadow work, all this stuff is great as a tool. But the objective of all these tools is to make sure that when life hits you again in the 3D reality, you are calibrated to a level where it can't touch you anymore. It can't lock you back in the vibrational prison. So you want to make this a discipline to always, to the best of your ability, fall asleep, feeling satisfied, deeply satiated, safe, secure, stable, but in the waking world, also take yourself out to do things that prove that you are deeply satiated. For me, it's swimming in the ocean water, long swims. To me, it's working out. I love it. Wearing makeup, doing beauty reels. Those are things that deeply satiate me. So please do your best. And we're going to move on to step 3. Let's go. Now, one of the very important things that we must do to raise our inner worth without having to look out to Kevin to please validate me, or to look out to Jane to please tell me that you love me, is that you have to acknowledge the value of your own life. Your life is valuable. Because the thing is, like, I have so many stray cats that came to me. And literally, I'd have these existential thoughts back then when I used to comfort them at 10 p.m. And I would try to do affirmations on the stray cat, telling him, like, you are loved, the world is safe, you don't have to fight for food anymore, you're safe now, you have a home now, at least a temporary home. And holy crap, it just made me realize that a cat can't open the cat food on him by himself. But we as humans, we're hungry. Like, we can open a packet of chips on our own, but a cat can't. So how can you say that your life is lacking? I mean, of course, we're in very, very different life experiences where to you, life might be really, really hard, but at least, like, you have to acknowledge something that is advantageous about your life. And for you to do that, for you to now put positive life force in everything that you do, you have to stack your wins. So the thing is, we have this thing that we always focus, especially for high achievers like myself, we always focus on things like intentional win. So we focus on things like, my future self really wants to wake up at 5 a.m. every morning. And now my future self, not only that, but she wants to do a 1,000-meter swim on 4 a.m. wake up. And this was what my current self in the past said to me, that eventually I want to see the beautiful sunrise and do a coastal walk and then challenge myself to swim 1,000 meters in winter, which I did last year, and it was great. But we put insane goals for ourselves when we want to level up. So now we want to also make 7 figures or something in a business, or we want to get a job promotion. So these are the intentional wins that we try to achieve. But the thing that we don't really acknowledge are things like this. Insignificant wins. So again, one thing that absolutely blew my mind this year was during my Thai trip. And my grandpa hasn't visited the beach for 10 years. He hasn't been to the Hua Hin beach. And I think about my life and how privileged I've been to live in a country that is close to the beach, and I get to be at the beach every single week. So then when we went back to Thailand, and it's like extremely hot because it's summer now, basically my mom decided to book a 1-night getaway at Hua Hin with my grandpa. And we took him there. And I remember, like, during the evening when the sun was setting, I was holding his hand and walking on the sand with him back to the hotel to go and find food. And it made me forget about every single things that I used to worry about, because by then I wasn't checking my phone and I didn't have many people to have to like respond to at the time. So it made me realize that just making my grandpa happy when I can during that time it's a massive, massive win for me. And the thing is, more than that, I intentionally wanted to manifest a harmonious relationship with my mom, which I've talked about in many videos. And finally, when we were in Thailand this year, I had the least argument with my mom. So even though there was a bit of friction, but there were multiple moments where my mom finally found peace in herself as well, because I was also trying my best to adapt to meet her needs. So we're both working on ourselves. So then when it comes to the time where there's supposed to be a friction that lasts for a whole day, it only lasts for 10 minutes. And then we get to do other things like, I was doing this bead, we were sitting by the rivers, and my mom, my dad, my brother we're all sitting together. It's just like, I was happy actually. So at the time I was like, it's normal, it's family. But then when I think back of it, it's a huge win for me to feel this peaceful and make my parents feel happy. And that at least our family's still together after all these years. So family and, better convo with mom. Because interestingly, when I did go back, I, have a lot of cousins on my dad's side. And some of the family units, my cousins, like, I can say that the dad hasn't been having a full family meal with their kids for decades because the family separated. And it just made me look at my life. And it made me see all the opportunities that I have that I can make people around me happier. And when I'm able to deliver on that, because one, I get enough sleep, so I don't let myself be easily pissed off by situations. And two, I prime my mind to be able to give myself generosity so I can give other people generosity. Suddenly, when there comes a time where the weather triggers all of us, it makes us tired and burnt out, but we're able to bounce back and have this harmonious interaction. And in every single harmonious interaction, to me, I literally magnify all this. I 10x every single automatic wins that I make. So even though, yes, I intended for it, but it's automatic. It's automatic for me to just be calm now, because I do prime my mind to be a kind of person who can give and share abundantly to people, at least generosity. So therefore, I started then also receive free things, both here and in Thailand. So I've always wanted earrings last year, and I just felt like I had to wait until I can afford an earring, like multiple earrings. Then suddenly I was gifted free earrings by my cousin, and then this person shot us the meal, and that person gave us this gift, and this person just gave us free durians and free food. There's free flowing an abundant amount of food every day that we can't even finish it. So I realized that just us manifesting these abundant food and Thai desserts and all that stuff, it's magnetically, it's already a 10x win for me. But the thing is, because we fail to acknowledge these little moments, like somebody gives you a bag of free bananas, somebody's like, no, just take it, it's just free dessert. But you're like, no, that's not abundance, that's just normal. But the thing is, it is a win. So therefore, when you focus your life force on the insignificant wins of your current self, what tends to happen is that your current self and your future self, they have an easier time merging. And why is that? They have an easier time merging because you're not abandoning your current self, who, honestly, I'm a high achiever, and it's really hard for me to wake up at 5 a.m. every day when I wasn't calibrated to do that. It's so hard for me. It's so hard for me to be so consistent and not have this kind of journey when I'm still this version of me and I'm trying my best to calibrate my muscle to be here. And with this 1,000-meter swim at 4 a.m. wake up, it was super hard for me to do it without burning out in the beginning. So it took me a few months, I think about 3 to 4 months before I could do it in a sustainable way. And even when I started reaching this goal, I would still burn out afterwards. So I had to learn how to adjust my body to operate this caliber where I can swim like that on 4 hours of sleep and not crash afterwards. It took me 3 months. So I was like, in 90 days, if I was dwelling in, it's not here yet, when will it happen? When will it happen? In 90 days, I could easily give up and be like, I can't do it. But because I was merging my current self, who can only swim like, okay, 500 meters on 4 a.m. wake up, and I just empower the crap out of her. Good job, Patty, keep going. Oh my God. Hey, that guy said hi to you again. Oh, and there's Frank again at the swim. And then you start remembering these things. So you forget about what you don't have yet, which is the intentional win. So when you win it, you feel good, but there are going to be times where you don't win it. And when you don't win it, but you still empower your current self who's winning in other areas of life that has nothing to do with job promotion, money account, but the little things that you already have. Suddenly, your world just becomes beautiful. Your world is now receptive to receiving. And this happened to me so many times, I couldn't even acknowledge it, that all I ever thought about for last year in 2024 as well was subscribers not going up, they're not going up. But I don't acknowledge all the opportunities for me to exchange smile with other people and be like, morning, how's your morning today? And create new relationships around me. And that's why my life felt scarce and poor, because I chose to make it that way. So therefore, what opportunities can you acknowledge and magnify your insignificant wins so that when you start to merge with your current self eventually, the journey from you merging from here to here is a beautiful, memorable journey than one that is emotionally deprived. And then after you reach this goal, it's like, what's the point? I wasn't happy the whole way through. And so this is a very important step to raising your inner world ceiling. And now we're going to move on to the fourth point. All right. Now, after you've acknowledged all the insignificant wins, that you are so worthy for just being you already, combined with you releasing all the monsters inside of you, the monstrous emotions that keeps you in a vibrational prison, and you're also under your mental knot by just looking at the conditions that you set upon yourself, eye to eye, that is ridiculous and not true. Now we're going to get to the fact that it's not enough for you to reach a new self-concept, but you have to compound her. You seriously have to compound her, because in the next 90 days, what we need to get really, really good at is falling asleep, deeply satiated by life. But in the waking world, we now must get really, really good at listening to our intuitions and taking incremental actions that go exactly towards our goal. So therefore, since your old self used to be here, or she's still there, instead of us striving, let's just say this is 1 million. Instead of us striving to reach it from brute force, from anxiety, from 1,000 DMs, 1,000 outreach and cold emails and trying to find the right people and meeting a bunch of wrong people, we're not going to do that. So we're going to do this. So instead, we're going to do this by literally taking our elevator, the elevator up to this point that is equivalent to 1 million version of you. And that is by making sure that your decisions, habits, your mental attitude, your emotions, your thoughts, your inner monologue, as well as every other things like your expectation and focus, it is calibrated to this level already. So internally, you want to operate to the best of your ability as this version, regardless of what the 3D shows you. So let's just say next 90 days, you start going at it. And the 3D reality in red, this is what the 3D reality gives you. You are operating in this conscious state and you're starting here. So in your mind, you're stacking your wins really well. You're taking incremental steps, you're starting to build great momentum, and internally, you're absolutely acing, you're crushing it. You're making all the content like I did last year, you're meeting all your own goals, you're stacking your insignificant wins, you're acknowledging the beauty of life, and you feel this way, you absolutely feel this way. So now all of this energy that you've compounded correctly, that makes you feel rich, Internally, it makes you feel confident, and most of all, it gives you conviction. You absolutely feel it in the 90 days period. But what happens is that, remember all those monstrous emotions that were charged in your field for too long? And they don't go away easily. Your old beliefs, your old subconscious, your old frequency. This is what I'm gonna do. So once you start to operate here, it's gonna probably give you some beginner's luck. So it's gonna show you some wins initially. And then what's gonna happen is that it's gonna start giving you contradictions and spirals and all this stuff. And it's gonna make you confuse the hell out of you, like what the hell is going on? So for example, when last year, I felt like I leveled up a lot. So I wanted to show that on my old YouTube. So I pre-filmed 100 plus, 20 to 30 minutes YouTube videos, which I filmed them in about 40 minutes, one take. And I pre-edited everything ahead of time, 106 of them in 1.5 months, from mid-July till end of September. I worked every day, hardcore, put in the hours, sometimes burnt out. Most of the time, I felt like I can do this. And I felt like a winner after I finished that journey. And guess what happened to my YouTube? Well, it actually destroyed my algorithm. I never got paid for it, or I got paid 10 cents a day for it. And the most I've ever earned was from my old videos where I was still a bit traumatized and speaking as my traumatized self. So the YouTube algorithm, I didn't blow up from doing that. It actually destroyed my algorithm. And no matter what I did, I was getting comments saying things like, Patty, aren't you gonna talk about this anymore? When I felt the most empowered and I was doing these beautiful, like beauty reels and all that stuff because I felt good in my body. And I felt like, I'm not gonna be this young forever, so I'm gonna do it now. I was getting comments criticizing me, then just saying, good job, Patty, you look so good. And the algorithm just, it made me question my worth. But the thing is, if you are this version of you, whose decisions, habits, mental attitude, emotions, everything is absolutely aligned to 1 million, are you gonna give a crap about this wonkiness? Are you gonna give a crap if, let's just say, you know that you put in the inner work and your subconscious is wiring, and you've been acknowledging your insignificant wins. You know that you're no longer in a vibrational prison because you feel amazing most of the time. You feel more secure, you're grounded, you're relaxed, you're stable. And then the 3D reality gives you bullshit over and over. It starts to, recently it threw me people from my past, ex from my past kind of thing that I randomly saw, like after 4 years of no contact, and I just randomly saw, and I was like super composed and just kept moving on. And it's like, I don't understand. This is what I want, but why is 3D giving me the opposite? And that's because there is a leftover of your old frequency. It's a residue of your old thought form. It's your old doubts. It's the pendulum. And that's why it's really important that we don't fight this pendulum by acknowledging it, but also by focusing our energy on it. So therefore, we have to make sure that every single time the 3D gives you this kind of wonkiness, as the version of you who already has $1 million, or whatever you think $1 million can buy you, you're not going to give this an emotional charge. And that goes to saying with success, when you get success, like sometimes I get some insane level of success too. You're also not going to give that success insane emotional charge. Because why? If the 3D reality can swing you up and down, then you're a slave to the 3D reality. But this version of you who's elevated her consciousness to this life, she's not getting swayed by success or failure, because like Lao Tzu says, the stairway to success and failure are both dangerous, because as long as you're on the stair, on the ladder, you are always shaky. Your position is always shaky. So therefore, this version of you she's going to be grounded, secure, and knowing of herself, and she's not easily shaken by any wonkiness in the 3D. She's the same, she's stable, and she knows her path, and she's absolutely laser focused on who she needs to be to have the life that she wants. Which then Leads me to the final point. All right. The final point I want to make in this video is that you must open your heart to receive. As cliche as this sounds, but the thing is, there's going to be two versions of you. And let's just say this person wants and strives. And this person, she has and she receives. So the same thing with the intentional goal versus insignificant wins. This person is really focused on intentional goals, intentional wins. So what happens on this person's journey is that she puts in the work hardcore, the way that I did. So she tries really hard, she tries to swim a lot, she wakes up early and she tries, but then the thing is, because her life force, she's not really riding the wave of fortune. She doesn't believe in that. She believes in willpower and brute force and masculine action. So she neglects everything to do with inner vibrations and positive life force and abundance and all that stuff. She ignores all of that. And she's just going to use her insane human power to do this. So what happens is that she starts burning out because she's human. She burns out a bit. And then she goes up again because she's using brute force. And then she burns out again. And then she goes up again. But then she burns out again. Then she goes up again. And then it's by the time she's on 90 days, I'm tired, man. I'm burning out. So I don't have that much energy to reach my inflex point. Whereas this version of you who's elevated her consciousness up here, she's operating up here internally. She starts her journey with a lot of patience because she knows that patience is the doorway to rapid growth. Patience is the doorway to rapid success. So therefore, she takes really small incremental steps. And she's not winning as fast as her. She's going up a bit by bit, but then she also dips. But the interesting thing is, because she followed the previous 4 steps of also elevating her consciousness, she released trapped emotions, she looked her conditions eye to eye and said, that's not true for me. So she undid her mental knot. And she also acknowledged her insignificant wins. Now when she dips, she's like, nah, it's all right. I'm not going to stay there for too long. So she has energy to come back up. So when she dips again, okay, now she has energy to come back up. And again. Until eventually she reaches the ascension. And I want to tell you that the reason why this happens is because this person, every time she dips, right here, her inner dialogue says something along the lines of, why? Why? Why me? It's not fair. I'm tired. Exactly what I said for many years to myself. I'm so tired. I'm so burnt out. I'm so tired of the world being against me. So then, with every brute force, they feel like they're at it alone. They feel lonely as hell. I felt lonely as hell when I went about this by myself and I couldn't find the right people to hold hands with me. But the difference between, the Patty who wants and Patty who has is that Patty who has is clever. She's smart. So the thing is, besides the fact that she also tries to do 5 a.m. wake up, but then she allows herself to receive free coffee on that day. And not only does she allow herself to receive, she literally magnifies that. Damn, I can't believe I just manifested a free coffee. That was lovely. So it's not like you're super elevated about it, but you really soak in that gratitude that, oh my God, somebody just gave me a free cup of coffee. So then she starts to feel this positive life force that it's called Gamlang Day. So she starts to feel Gamlang Day, very, very motivated to do the next thing. So she's like, actually, I have this crazy idea that I want to launch this new YouTube channel, and I'm going to film them like long. I'm going to go 45 to 50 minutes, and I'm going to get a whiteboard and talk about my thoughts like that, one take. And she does that. And the thing is, it is tiring a bit. Well, I'm fit mentally and physically, so it's a bit tiring. But the thing is, filming like this requires a lot of mental work. And she says, you know what? I'm tired, but I feel rewarded. I feel rewarded by life because you know what happened? You know, a week or two before this, I was gifted this free access to group coaching. And because I was gifted this access and I was given the opportunity to be in this inner circle when I couldn't afford to with my actual financial situation. When I'm tired filming these YouTube videos, I wake up the next day, I'm like, again, I'm tired. This is Sunday, it's Sunday today. I should be out, right? But no, I'm not, I'm doing this. She looks back at the moment where she was receiving free things. And she's soaked in that gratitude that actually I did receive that. So therefore, I have motivation to keep going. So she's allowing herself to receive love and abundance and yeses from the universe, and she's not saying no to it. So when there comes a time where she starts to dip, and she's like, just like Patty who wants, she's tired too. But she has more life force, more positive life force to keep going. So she keeps going. Now on top of that, I'm going to do my 1,000-meter swim in winter, of course. Why not? Now to Patty who wants, by this point, she's like, damn, it's too bloody freezing. It's cold. I can't do all this. I'm burning out, blah, 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 which I used to tell myself all the time. Because Patty who wants, her vibrational field is so like closed off. So she can't even see people smiling at her. She can't see the people that wants to smile at her because she can't receive it. Patty who wants doesn't even receive a smile, while Patty who has, whoever smiled at her, she's like, oh, that guy was hot. You know what I mean? So you start seeing smiles, you start seeing people like chit-chatting with you, especially at the swim. Every time this guy is hot and like he's fit and he's a fast swimmer, because I usually swim the fastest lane. So then these people, they'll be like looking at me and smiling at me, and I'm just like, that's a win. He's hot. That's a good moment. I enjoyed it. I feel good today. Today was a wholesome day. I swam 1,000 meters and the hot guy smiled at me again. So Patty who has these little things that she's given, she receives it open-heartedly. She opens her arm to receive everything, not just money, not just a free access, not just bank account change, but literally everything. Somebody smiling at her, somebody telling me, Patty who has, oh, your dress is beautiful, thank you. When I walk around the shopping and I'm feeling amazing after swim, all the time, the chicks, the beautiful ladies at the retail store, oh, I love your dress, you look so beautiful. A guy looks at you, smiles at you, you're beautiful, you're beautiful. And I don't reject them. I'm not like, get away from me. I'm like, thank you. Because then, when I feel tired again, when I then sometimes dip again, I'm tired, editing long hours kind of thing. Now there's motivation and positive life force to keep going to the point where now it's just normal to receive. So the difference is not about working harder or longer hours. It's about opening your heart to predominantly feel deeply satiated by life, regardless of what your bank account looks like. Because today, because $1 million is not in your bank account, it doesn't mean you can't receive smiles and compliments from others. It doesn't mean you have to reject a free coffee. It doesn't mean that you have to reject offers and, people just having beautiful, spontaneous moments that don't cost a lot. These things are the reason why you ride the wave of fortune. That's what the wave of fortune is. That is what a truly rich life is. That's what it is. So anyway, I'm just gonna stop this video here and I'm gonna tell you that I'll be opening up a coaching service soon, and my purpose is to help high-achieving women reach their tipping points in 8 to 12 weeks by breaking or raising the inner world ceiling. Just like this, just like Patty who has. And if you are interested in working with me down the line, there's a waitlist down below. So I'm looking forward to getting to know you, and I'll see you soon. How to master detachment and win at life in 90 days. Because Life is not about forcing your way through neediness and desperation to grasp for the outside things that you want. But life is about cultivating such a powerful internal state that reality has zero authority over you. So whether you're looking to get your dream job in 90 days, grow your business, start your business, and have increased life expansion in 90 days, today we're gonna ascend above the thing and get what we want. All right, let's get started. When it comes to wanting the things that we want, especially myself in the past and sometimes right now, is that we are attached. We need it because we're not complete without it. So the thing is, there's this version of you right here, and these are the things that you want. Let's just say that objectively, there's a 120 grand Google job. As somebody that, grew up in an ecosystem where working in a reputable firm and having a 6-figure salary is so important because that's the determining factor of success, that's all we've ever wanted. But let's just say that you became ambitious and you also want to manifest, a 7-figure business later on in your life. But it's not just about the money and the business and professional life, but you also want to be nourished by beautiful friendships, community. You want to be with a partner who absolutely supports you to be at your best and he's just so amazing kind of thing. So a partner that's of match to the best version of you. And you also want beautiful, soul nourishing friendships that are not about Patty, I think we're soul sisters and we're aligned. And I think we must have had a bond from the past life. So, honey, can you do this for me? Oh, babe, can you just, help me out with this? None of that bullcrap. Actual, unconditional friendships. Beautiful, unconditional friendships. Whether it's in your childhood years and growing up to adults, or even attracting high quality adult friendships with zero transactional thing going on. Let's just say that life in general that you want, a life that is deeply satiating for you, where there's money, there's health, there's friendship, there's romantic love, there's love all over around you. And you are operating down here. As long as you need it, as long as you feel this desperation for it, the way that I did, the need and the desperation creates this ceiling. And so no matter what you do, to strive towards it. So you can literally go and join communities to make friends. You can overgive if you want. You can work for free for people, so you can, because you work for free and you're helping out, they count you as a friend. But as long as you work for them for free, the way that I used to. In terms of a job, you can be sending out 100 resumes. You can go to Google head office with the wrong energy and try to absorb the vibration, and still you don't get what you want. You can have a lot of job interviews. You can get onto a bunch of sales calls and you can send out a bunch of cold DMs. In the physical realm, you can also go on dating apps, which is not for me, but works for others. But it's interesting with dating apps because they talk about this whole theory and the data behind 10% of the people attract the whole pool kind of thing. But when it comes to love, why are we even considering data and percentage and having to understand those things? When all you have to do is be the source of love for other people and have some self-respect and really nourish your life well so that you can attract people in real life without having to swipe 1,000 times for it. My opinion though. But you can go on dating apps and you can go on a bunch of wrong dates before you go on a right one. And you can just like waste your time, message a bunch of people for no reason and just waste your energy for no reason. But because even if on the surface, like I used to be, you're confident on the surface, but at the core of it, you need it to satiate your life. And you're like low-key desperate. Like, I need it now. My biological clock is kicking up. My biological clock is ticking. I need to get married now. I need to like have kids now. Like, otherwise it's too late. Coming to my 30s now. If any of these emotions at the core of it exist inside of you, no matter what physical correct actions you take, you will never ever penetrate above this ceiling. So the key is to not try and like slam yourself against the ceiling. No. The key is to remove the ceiling by removing needing it and removing the desperation. And the thing is, you can actually acknowledge that you're desperate for it in an honest way, because when you are aware that deep down you're a bit like, oh my God, I need to get married now and have kids now because I'm 30 now, kind of thing inside. But on the outside, you're like, no, I'm cool. I'm just like looking to focus on myself and love myself kind of thing. But one day you just get honest with yourself that deep down, I feel that way. I don't. But for others, a lot of women do. Just being aware of it is you rising above it. And just being aware of it makes you less desperate because you're willing to look at it eye to eye. The minute that you get rid of the desperation and the neediness, now what happens is that you break the ceiling to then elevate into the version of you who is in harmony with the end state. And it's interesting because yesterday, I know Bob Proctor for a long time, but I watched one of his videos and he talked about how you have to be in harmony with the things that you want, which is kind of like saying you have to be a vibrational match or a resonance, but it was interesting how he used the word in harmony with the thing by raising your consciousness to be a match. So therefore, we're going to do this in a tangible way. Let's go. So before I filmed this video, while I was doing my makeup, I was turning on Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard. And he was really emphasizing the concept of I am. Let the weak man say, I am strong. So let the needy version of you say, I am detached, by having a detached frequency. Detached frequency, detached self-concept, detached inner identity. And by doing that, we're going to continue from what I said just then, which is, for 90 days at least, there's this version of you, the egoic version, who doesn't want to face her demons inside herself like I used to. And you're not acknowledging head on that you need it or you're desperate for it, but you want to come off like, I'm good, I know these materials, no, I don't really need this, I don't really need that, but deep down at the core of it, yes, your inner child hasn't really healed from it, and you do want it. So what you're going to do is you're going to be aware of it, but then after that, because you're aware, you're willing to surrender to your egoic self and take the elevator up to the version of you who is living in the end state of being deeply satiated by life and nourished by people around you. So therefore, as you elevate into this version of you who lives in the end state, naturally your decisions, your habit, your action, your mental attitude, your thought, your emotions, your belief, your attention, your expectation, your focus, your self-talk, The thing is, when you are this aligned version of you, but let's just say that reality takes a bit of time for frequency to solidify into matter. Let's just say as soon as you mentally decide to commit to the version of you whose decisions align with the version of you in the end state, your habit, action, mental attitude, thoughts, emotions, belief, attention, expectation, focus, and self-talk, they are all very congruent to the end state, to the best of your ability. Your baseline, your natural baseline is going to be, let's just say here. And let's just call this baseline your consciousness. But you're operating as the egoic version of you. You can use brute force to do anything. But your natural baseline, let's just say it's going to penetrate around here. And that's your consciousness. The interesting thing about a detached frequency is that I'm going to show you how both versions of you go about executing these things within the baseline of where you're operating at. So the version of you who needs to be satiated by life from the outside, she can take whatever step from this current baseline. But interestingly, because her baseline is low, and there's a possibility that you can also dip below this baseline, naturally, no matter what brute force action you take, the highest you can ever get is this point in terms of ceiling to your consciousness. And you know what this blue line, the ceiling, is made from? Ready? Your ego is the ceiling. So no matter what you do, let's just say you decide, okay, I'm deciding I'm gonna go on a dating app and I'm just gonna like DM, no, actually no, you're not gonna DM. You're just gonna text and filter out your options and have 5, 6, 7 people in your inbox and hopefully one of them becomes the one kind of thing. But if your consciousness is in the state where it's like, you don't have what you want, no matter who comes into your life, it's not going to be resonant with the version of you who has the beautiful, harmonious relationship that nourishes your life and pushes you to be the best version of you. And that's the same with getting a job and landing the sales that you want. So therefore, because the egoic version of you is unaware of this, everything that she does is going to come from a state of subtle needing, subtle desperation. And the thing is that the first 14 days, let's just say like, you start to make some beautiful like progress, and you actually do end up going above this baseline, like this ceiling, because you're optimistic, so you have a beginner's luck. But reality starts to swing you back on the 14 days mark, and you're starting to dip low. You're starting to get rejection the way that I did. You're starting to get ghosted, and things just start to fall apart. And in the manifestation community, they call these like a lot of things third parties. People interfere, situations interfere to block you from getting things that you want. The thing is, you can read so many books. So let's just say this egoic version of you, now she's like, damn it, I'm dipping. Let me go and do robotic affirmations. That's not enough. Let me just go into Canva and start like accumulating beautiful pictures of, romantic relationships and villas and vacations and Forbes 30 under 30, the way that I used to, Forbes 30 under 30, and get like, the logo and slap it onto Canva so that I can print it out and make it be my vision board. Because for some people, those things work. But for me, it didn't work. Well, let me do that. Vision board to help me visualize the feeling. And let me do a bunch of rituals, self-love rituals, get some candles and, drink some hot water and, do a prayer that, everything's here and ho'oponopono and, nothing wrong with that. Like, those things work. But the thing is, you can do all that stuff, the spiritual stuff. You can even get out a tarot card and predict your future. You can do self-love journaling and gratitude journaling. But as this version of you, you start doing these things. But even though you do it, you have skepticism. So in this other video, I was talking about the 5 hindrances that block you from making reality obey you. And those 5 hindrances were sensual desire, aversion, skepticism, dullness, and restlessness. And if one of these things hits you, especially skepticism, because now that you're starting to get rejected, you feel skeptical about life. The minute you feel that way, and then there's this subtle neediness and desperation is still in your system, like you just won't penetrate above this line now because your ego is in the way. But then when you dip, you start dipping below your baseline even, and it's starting to look bad. It's getting bad. So then you try, but then like it just doesn't. Sometimes it does, and then sometimes it doesn't, and then eventually you get back to zero. So it's interesting because like I feel like for every time we try to outsmart our old self, reality. So you try to ascend by 100, but then your old self swings you back down by minus 100. So you end up breaking even at zero. Or if you don't try to even come back up after that, you stay dipped, cooked, basically. So the thing is, combined with you not really being aware what your hindrances are, for me, it was sensual desire. But let's just say that you're restless, and now you're having monkey mind all over the place, and your mental knot, it's like really, really tight, like a wool, and then it gets into a knot, and it's just so hard to undo. Even with robotic affirmations and subliminals and hypnosis and I love myself, universe has your back, and you're reading a bunch of spiritual books and you're trying to digest all these things, you don't penetrate above the ceiling of your ego in the way. So that's why we don't want to even associate ourselves with the world where our ego exists. We want to elevate our consciousness beyond our ego, surrendering to our old self, letting go of your 3D, like letting go of what you're experiencing in the 3D and coming back to your inner senses so that you create your own life and not be enslaved to 3D conditions. Therefore, as this version of you, who's now like her baseline, she's calibrated to a level where she's not associated with this level at all. There's no awareness of it, there's no attention on it. Naturally, when she starts to make decision, it's a self-honoring decision. So let's just say like, I want to improve, but because she's starting from a high baseline, and all it takes from here to here is just, let's just say 50 more steps, let's just say. So let's just say this is 50 more steps, but this one from here to here is 10,000 more steps, right? All it takes is for you to maintain a high baseline by getting out of the way and just taking a break from like micromanaging. When is he going to text back? When they're going to get back to? When am I going to blow up? When is the algorithm going to acknowledge my work? Kind of thing. And you take a break from it. So therefore, you still take the action. You still do, I don't do robotic affirmations, but I do gentle affirmations where you gently remind yourself and affirm to yourself that everything's good. I have what I want. It's all good now. Things are great. So instead of robotic, I prefer gentle affirmations because I want to live in a real life, and I don't want my life to be about I love myself on a loop, but then I don't really create evidences that I love myself. So therefore, gentle affirmations, but then you also prove to yourself that you love yourself. You might take yourself to spa bath on the days that you really want to do spa bath. You might take yourself to do your hair, to do your makeup on the days you feel like you really want it. So interestingly, I feel that when I'm really good at listening to myself and asking me, what do you want this week? Because maybe this week, I want to go see Michael Jackson's premiere a lot. But then a month ago, I didn't. And then when you catch on that and you're like, I really want to see it, you physically act on it. And that is called making self-honoring decisions. Because when you start stacking that, what happens is that you're now starting to build this harmonious, beautiful relationship with yourself where you have a lot of self-trust. That if my higher self, Patty, says, I really want to nourish my soul today by going to see this movie, by reading this book, by getting enough sleep, by sleeping in a bit, by rejuvenating myself properly, by not being overly productive, by maybe skipping swim this week and going to do 15 minutes cold plunge instead yesterday because I was tired from filming. You listen to yourself, so you have self-trust. So then when you dip, it's like, but I have self-trust. So that when you dip, it's not like you have to grasp for anyone outside of you to help you get satiated. You can actually come back up easily. And again, all it takes is a few more steps, and then eventually you reach this exponential point, the inflex point at the 45 days mark. Because it's interesting, because we only fall to as low as our minimum standard. So if you want to be detached and have a detached frequency, why not we remove ourselves from even operating at a low standard and just like, take the elevator up to be the version of you who, like, you are certain that even if reality says you're not a 10 out of 10, but internally you're like, but I show up as a 100% version of myself. Because of that, now it is easier for us to move on to the second step. So let's go. Now, one very interesting concept about the universe is that imagine if, as a woman, and you meet a guy and he absolutely showers you with compliments. Oh, you're so beautiful. I've never met a woman like you. You inspire me so much. You're just so lovely. And I just don't know why you're so... I had a guy say that to me in February, and he's really attractive and fit and everything. And he was like, I don't know what it is about you, but you're just so beautiful. But by that time, I was doing gentle affirmations that I was beautiful all the time anyway, so I know that. So I'm just like, but you're going back to New York tomorrow. So I'm just here so that, because it's your last day in Sydney. So I don't mind having coffee before you go to New York, but go back to New York, and I know I'm not going to be seeing this person anyway. So when he was like, yeah, there's just something about you that's so beautiful, I really appreciate it. More than anything, I respect his character as a person. So he never needs to say any of those stuff. I already respect him. But it's just weird because if you have a guy that said that to you, because he's hoping that if he says that to you, and coupled with paying $200 for your meal and giving you roses, but then he's doing it because he wants you to go back home with him that night. How do you feel? I understand we're in Gen Z. Yeah, Gen Z period, and that's how dating works, where it's transactional as hell. But how do you feel? Or if you're a man and you do all these beautiful things for the lady that you want, but then she's in it for your money. So she's willing to make time for you, and she's willing to go out with you because secretly she hopes that you will spoil her with money. So I understand with dating, you kind of have to consider hypergamy and all that stuff, but how do you feel? You feel used. So again, when it comes to the universe or reality, if you're saying things repeatedly and you intend things like, I have to do X to feel Y, or I have to do X to get Y, how do you think your higher self will feel? Because your universe is the universe, and that's how you talk to yourself. I have to wine and dine her so she comes home with me tonight. I have to get on the call with Joe so that he pays for my service today. And if he doesn't, I'll get pissed off. I have to make sure that when I send out 100 DMs, this has to work this month. So in a way, you're putting conditions. And I totally understand that in reality, in 2026, we expect instant physical results. For example, when you go on a diet, but you're not really calibrated at a level where you're fit, so you're saying, if I starve myself for the next 7 days, I expect to lose 10 kilograms, kind of thing. Like, I have to starve myself to feel hot. I have to date people I don't want to date to feel loved, kind of thing. So if you keep doing that with the universe, how do you think the universe will respond to you? It will feel like you have a transactional relationship with the universe. So you're having a transactional relationship with yourself, and you're pretty much bargaining for what you want on an energetic level, because again, the universe is mental and everything is created from within first. So if you're transactional within, how do you think the world's gonna treat you without? Transactional. If you are exploitative with the universe, the way that people used to be with me, where I'll definitely be nice to Patty, but only if she works for me for free. I'll definitely give her time of the day as long as she edits this video for me, as long as she does this for me. And I hated that kind of relationship. I hated it. So then, if you're saying that I'm not capable of feeling secure without having to take disrespectful actions towards myself, then how is the universe going to respond to you? So that's why I want to share with you this. The first version of you is taking action in a way that is bargaining with the universe. This is your egoic self. And this is the version of you who's elevated her consciousness to be of match to the end state. So she's starting everything from the end, and she's seeing her current life as it's done, it's complete. But the thing is, this version of you, what's happening is that you're bargaining with the universe. So you're saying, if I read X book, in 7 days, my life has to change. And then it doesn't. So you feel let down. You dip. Then you do it again. Today, I'm gonna go for a swim, and I have to meet a hot guy today. I really have to. And then sometimes, because, well, it didn't happen with me, but let's just say that it happens randomly. Because there was a period where I wanted inner peace, but people just kept interrupting my space and didn't really like that. But let's just say I'm here to swim, secretly hoping that I'll meet someone. And then instead, the universe gives you the opposite. They give you the men that you don't really want to interact with. So they kind of disturb your peace, and they, give you swimming advice or something like that, which it happened to you before. Well, I felt really frustrated when that happened. When I just kept having people give me maybe you should do this and that, but I didn't ask for your advice, kind of thing. So now you're starting to dip, but then you still try again. Today, I'm gonna get on a call with Jane to do a 45 minutes discovery session, but I'm expecting that after this discovery session, she's gonna pay me $5,000 up front for my online course. Have you been on those calls with those people where or at least I did, I got on a call with this young gentleman, and he's lovely, but I can feel that he really wants me to close, the deal to close. So even though he was really lovely, but I can feel it that you want something from me. Can you not give me a discovery call, and just if I don't have the capacity to really pay you within the 6 months period, can you just at least, be okay about it? But I feel a lot of times when it comes to salespeople, I don't know why. I don't know why I feel they really want you to pay the upfront either now, or find a way for you to pay the installments when you don't really have the money to do installments. So it's just weird. I understand, but I don't like the feeling. And do you think the universe will like the feeling if you're if I get on a call with Jane, and Jane is struggling with her life, but you have an online course that's $5,000, and you promise Jane, if you take my course, my coaching, I will change your life. But then Jane is not in the financial capacity to pay you $5,000. She's got debt. She's got things she has to take care of. She's got bills. She's got a life that she's struggling with, and she doesn't have She doesn't have the money ready for you. But then you're like, but Jane, you have to pay today because I want the call with you. Otherwise, you're wasting my time. How do you think Jane will feel? And how would you feel if you were Jane? But yet, we take action like that. We're like, she has to pay today. And this is the same thing with like companies back then when I used to work in sales. Like, so when she doesn't, again, you're frustrated, you're agitated, and you're even resentful. Like, she wasted 45 minutes of my time kind of thing, which I used to feel like maybe I wasted their time because I don't have the money to pay on this call kind of thing. But then like, sometimes in sales organization, I had people like pressuring us, like, you've got to do 100 outreach. You've got to like do 100 calls. And there's a competition. So they encourage you to compete against each other on who made the most sales so that you're motivated to make the sale. But it's like, if the person doesn't have the money to pay you, just don't force them. But in the world of sale, it's like people will do anything to like get people to shell out money from the wallet when the money's empty. And I think it's just not nice. So if you're saying to yourself, like, he has to pay or close, he has to close, or I go to a job interview and he has to give me the job, otherwise I'm going to be so pissed off. What are you signaling out to the universe? What are you signaling out? That your world is scarce. That your world is scarce. You know, I think like the fundamental thing of living a rich life is just having some compassion for people without expecting them to give us anything in return. And it just frustrates me so much that like the world is like this, because we must practice the art of embodying abundance. And not just embodying abundance in terms of money and time. And I understand, we've got to protect our energy and protect our time and stuff. But if there comes a time where you have to encounter situations where it might look like a loss on the outside, but if you can encourage somebody to feel better after the call with you, even if they don't give you money, but as somebody who's abundant, you're gonna be detached. And so then this egoic version of you, by 90 days, she's plateauing. She's plateauing because there's a break even. So basically, she takes herself up by 100. But then when she gets on the sales call, the call doesn't close and she feels frustrated. And that frustration, discouragement and disappointment is the minus 100, which then breaks you back to break even, which is a plateau. So you don't really get anywhere because your energy didn't compound in a way where it's detached, where it's abundant, and you know that you're the source. So you don't have to force people to do the things that they're not ready to do. Whereas this version of you who's taken the elevator up, what she's purely focused on is her internal world. So instead of Patty, who's not needy, instead of her asking, how could I make Jane pay $5,000? She's asking herself, how can I have a beautiful conversation with Jane on this discovery call? That's how I felt when I used to do interview coaching. And sometimes I have to either get on discovery call, but later on, like I would close the sale literally with text. Like they would just be like, okay, let's start. I'm ready to pay without having to get on a call. But my intention for everybody that come to my orbit at the time was that they don't have to pay me. I want them to, but if they don't pay me, at least they receive something nice from me. They walk away feeling empowered from talking to me. So therefore, because she focused on internal world and she focused on giving herself what she wants, and those feelings are emotions like security, certainty, abundance. And she's feeling like reassured. She's feeling okay. She's feeling relieved. And she gives herself that feeling every day based on how she primes her internal world. What happens is that naturally, because she's overflowing with security and I'm okay, I'm relaxed, I'm all right. When another one of these calls come, or you get on the call with Joe, and Joe's like, I'm not ready to pay you this amount. I'm not ready to pay you 100 grand. You're not going to get pissed about it. But someone who's attached, because they have a transactional relationship with the universe, if somebody gives them a no, like, I'm not paying you 100 grand today, or I'm not paying you $5,000 for your course today, and I'm not even going to give you an installment, like no installment. The version of you who is detached, her response, she might dip a bit. She might feel like, I wish they did. But she's going to say, it's okay. It's okay. And so because there's like neutrality and acceptance towards the opposite, because you accept that the opposite circumstance, you're not putting the other, like the alternative positive circumstance on a high pedestal. So when the 3D reality gives you a no, it doesn't make you go to a low dip. And then when reality gives you a yes, you don't go into a spike either. You're just stable. And because this is stable, like this building block is really nice and stable, you start reaching your inflex point to be at the end eventually. Let's just say this is day 60. So inner stability is pretty much you making sure this whole journey from day 0 to day 60 is as stable internally as possible. So that no matter who throws you a, I'm not ready to pay. Sorry, I'm not ready to be in a relationship with you. Sorry, I'm not ready to do this with you. Sorry, life is not ready to give you what you want in the first 60 days. How you react to it is what determines the manifestation, not the actual thing itself. So if you're like from an elevated conscious version of you who's certain, she's certain that I already give myself the end state, so I don't have to bargain with the 3D and be like, no, but if I discount this, can you pay today kind of thing. But you have a high self-trust. So another one of these hit you. You tell yourself that it's okay. Because I feel secure, I get the pay. Not I have to get paid in order to feel secure. That's really important. So, let's move on to the third point. Now, the final thing I want to share with you on this journey to mastering detachment and winning at life is that you have to narrow down the space between where you are and where you want to be. So I'm going to show you two versions of this, which I found so interesting when you understand this on a visual level. So let's just say the egoic version of you is this one, okay? So this is the egoic version of you. And this is her desired reality. The step between her and the actual thing that she wants is 10,000 steps or more, 10,000 plus steps. But the version of you who has what you want, interestingly, the distance between her and her desired reality is only, are you ready for this? 5 steps. Like when I thought of this, I was just like, wow, it makes sense. It makes sense. When I wrote this down yesterday, like at the shopping, and I was just like writing it down and stuff. And I was like, no, but it's not about you walking towards it. So I'm trying to ask you, do you want to walk 10,000 plus steps towards where you want to be? Or do you just want to take 5 correct steps and have the thing come to you? Because what I really found fascinating in the concept that Nero talked about was the desire of your desire and making the thing that you desire come to you. And the thing that makes your desire come to you is your frequency. It's the frequency of having, or this I am that has. And this is where you have what you already have. And Wayne Dyer talks about this when I used to listen years ago, like maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. And I was listening to Wayne Dyer's like Ask and It Is Already Given Audible. Actually, it was Esther Abraham's book, but Wayne Dyer was reading it. And the way that it sunk in was really powerful, because Wayne Dyer talks about the concept of vibrationally paying yourself $1,000. And Wayne Dyer would talk about how if you go window shopping and you put like vibrational $1,000 in your pocket while you window shop, what you can do is tap into the feeling state that if I saw that bikini that I really wanted at Baku Bikini, or I go to Honey Birdette and I see a lingerie set that I really want and it's $300 and I can't really afford it on that day, I vibrationally pay myself that thing by giving myself the experience of having that thing. And I used to do this before bed, where like I picture this credit card, that when I go to West and I see like the bikini that I want, which I always want bikinis, Australian brand bikinis, instead of, like good quality fabric. And sometimes I see a Chanel fragrance, sometimes I see Sephora lipsticks, sometimes I see eyeshadow palettes that are like $70 and they're overpriced obviously, but I want it. And I see the little things that I want, but I can't pay for it in the physical world. There was a night where I was just so anxious that I just imagined myself having this card and I tap, 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 tap every place I want to get those things from. And I don't even want designer bags. I just want the Sephora makeup, the foundation and the lipstick and like the Stila, like glitter, the Stila glitter for the eyes and stuff like that, like $40. And all I want is just that bikini. And all I want is just that lingerie. And I just imagine myself, yes, you have it, you have this Chanel fragrance, you have it all. And I fell asleep that night just feeling so powerful that actually, like, I can do something better tomorrow to be closer to it. So I might not have it in the physical world, but eventually it led me to doing a whole bunch of things that got me closer to that reality. And eventually, in a very, very weird way, I did end up having the money to pay for the bikini that I wanted. Interestingly, last year, like, it just came out of nowhere. It was a random money. I'm like, oh, it's accessible. Okay, I'll pay for it. It's just one set of bikini. And I was so happy about it. So, and in terms of fragrance as well, because I had the money, like, it came out of nowhere after I was doing this. Instead of buying Chanel's one, I just bought a Gucci one. And it's just like, today I use it and I feel great. The reason I'm telling you this is because vibrationally paying yourself means that you don't have to take 10,000 unnecessary steps towards your desired reality. But you can take 5 powerful and correct steps. And what I'm trying to say is that this here is what you call aligned action. Okay? But this line that I told you about is egoic action or blind action. And you're just taking a very, very long route towards your reality. So there are some people on YouTube that blow up on YouTube with less videos and they get to like 100 grand subscribers in like a month or 3 months. I've seen like many creators that blow up from like, 0 to 100 grand in 3 months, in 90 days with 1 or 2 videos. That's them filming the right videos because it takes aligned action to make that aligned content, and it only takes, 2, 3, like a few videos. Whereas my old self and a lot of creators who might go into YouTube with like, at least for my old self, and even a bit like right now, like I want to go viral. Like my old self wanted to go really, really viral. And what we would do is we'd film videos frantically and follow all these advices. And they say to you, you've got to post consistently and focus on volume. Don't worry about perfect content, just up the volume. But if your content is not resonating like that, even if you upload 500 uploads the way that I did on my old YouTube, 500 uploads, 10,000 plus steps, 200 long videos, 300 YouTube shorts, it's not gonna get you the desired reality. You might still end up here instead of there. And you don't wanna go about business, closing deals, getting a job, that kind of way. So then, the key is not for you to take 10,000 steps. You don't have to use human power to take 10,000 steps. The key is to shorten the distance along the way. So instead of you asking, how can I take more action, hence taking more steps, the powerful question to ask yourself is, how can I shorten the distance? By again elevating your consciousness to be in the end state. And then you slowly tap into what you have to do next. But you can do this literally by, again, falling asleep in the alpha brainwave state, or you sit in a relaxed position and you impress your subconscious to be in the state of receptive mode, where I have it, it's done. And in the half awake world where you're about to doze off to sleep, you flood yourself with the intense, vivid experience of receiving the recognition that you want, the love that you want. Congratulations, Patty, you did it. Or I thought that I always knew it was gonna be this easy. Like, I always knew I was gonna do it, but it was easier than I thought. So after you have people congratulating you, giving you a hug, this is something that Nero talks about, but it's actually in Neville Goddard's as well, where he was talking about, I think in Power of Awareness, where just then I was listening to it when I was doing my makeup, and he was like, if you were successful and you had a bigger office, you would then have people congratulating you, but also people being skeptical towards your success. So then you would have people maybe hugging you or cheering for you and, touching and saying, well done, or shaking hands with you. But then you also tell yourself things like, I always knew I was gonna do it. It's so easy. Like, when I win something, I always say to myself things like, oh, but it wasn't that hard. Oh, a 15 minutes cold plunge. I didn't know I was gonna do it, but it wasn't that hard. I mean, I thought it was gonna be harder, but it wasn't hard. It was easy. So like, things like it was easy. I knew it somehow. Like, I kind of knew it. Coupled with the vivid experience of you being in that world where people congratulate you, they recognize you, they appreciate you, they see you. Because ultimately, what we want to feel, what we want to always feel is seen. We want to feel seen. We want to feel appreciated. But what if we don't have to take 10,000 steps to feel this way? What if it takes no steps for you to feel appreciated and seen, but all it takes is you giving some time for yourself to enter this alpha brainwave state, to impress your subconscious to the point where you enter the inner reality of being secure, safe, seen, appreciated, recognized. And when you come out of it in the waking world, you have a lot of self-trust that it's working. And because you have self-trust, you focus on shortening the gap between you and the thing that you want. So every time your subconscious gets impressed, the distance shortens more. So that's what you want to do. You want to keep shortening the distance. So again, if the distance is still far, okay, I do my subconscious again, and I take a series of aligned action along the way to prove that I am what I am. I am what I say that I am. And then once you successfully impress your subconscious and you create some tangible evidence, aligned action by the way, again, the distance gets shortened. So now from 10,000 steps, it's only like 500 left. And then you keep going and going and going until it merges with you completely. So maybe like one more step, one more aligned action. And then eventually, you and your desired reality become one. You guys merge fully in the physical reality. But the thing is, the merging of you and what you want, whether that is landing the job at Google, whether that is getting the sales that you want, whether that is growing the business that you want, meaning that you get multiple yeses from multiple clients. Because think about it with money. It's like, if you want to make 20 grand months or more, I used to think it was hard. I used to think you got to grow your audience and this and that. But because let's just say all it takes for you to make 20 grand on that day. I used to think about this all the time because I used to think it was hard and like very far off. But let's just say there's like, 10 people who say yes to you. All it takes is yes from here, yes from there, yes from here, yes from there. But in order for you to get multiple yeses, you have to say yes to yourself. Yes, Patty, I will commit to doing this today. Yes, Patty, I will show up for you. Yes, Patty, we will take a break and go into our alpha brainwave state and become relaxed and impress our subconscious. Yes, Patty, you want to go bathhouse? Yesterday I did. I'll take you there to rejuvenate so that you can make better videos. Yes, 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 yes to yourself. Because when you say yes within, It has to be yes without. So if we up this number, not 20 grand anymore, let's just say 100 grand. And you start to meet some people who do have the budget to hire 20 grand, to hire you to make 20 grand, literally. Because one of the workshops that I attended, and the story that the founder told us, it just blew me away. Like, this stuff is like, it's possible, especially in Australia, like tall poppy syndrome and stuff. It happens. For him, it was like one person had 100 grand, but let's just say multiple people who have several $1,000s to say yes to you. That's all it takes. It takes meeting the right people who have the resources to hire you, or just a bit more people with lower capacity to say yes to you. But ultimately, all it is getting a yes from the world. And how do you get a yes from the world? It's by you stop rejecting yourself. And self-rejection is you literally creating that long 10-step distance through your ego and putting conditions between you and how you feel upon having what you want, that if I make $1 million, then I'll feel safe. Instead of, I feel safe, that's why $1 million come to me. Because all it takes is several yeses from people who love my inner character, who see me as qualified enough, who love to invest in me. All it takes is several people, several stakeholders to just get a yes from the world to have that money. It's not hard. And so, that is how you detach. Okay, so if you enjoy this video and you want to work one-on-one with me later down the line, I will have a waitlist down below for coaching, which I'll be opening up soon. And my purpose is to help high-achieving women reach their tipping points in 8 to 12 weeks by raising their inner world ceiling so that they can finally merge their desired reality and themselves together quite easily. Hope you have a great day today and see you soon. Bye-bye. How to quantum leap and instantly manifest your breakthrough in 90 days or less, because you are ready for it. And you absolutely deserve to have things come to you in a more fast and effortless way. So whether you are looking to land your dream job in 90 days, start that business, grow that business, and have an increased life expansion in 90 days or even less, this video is for you, and we're gonna start right now. So one very interesting question that I asked myself recently, after years of wanting to learn how to have that quantum jump and do surreal things with my life, where it's not like very based on the physical plane, but you can kind of get your mental state correct and have miracles enter your life. I was always interested in that kind of thing. But then you have to ask yourself, what is the point of manifesting? And the answer is really simple, actually. And are you ready for it? It's to get a yes from life. A yes from life. Because let's just say, if you are looking to close that business deal, ultimately, what you're trying to get from your investor, your client, and your stakeholders is a yes. When you go to a job interview, and no matter which phase you go through, assessment centers, panel interviews, partner interviews, the people behind those desks are just humans. And what you're looking to get from them is a yes. No matter where you go or what you do, the things that make you feel chosen, appreciated, and seen and respected is a yes. It's the opposite of rejection. So therefore, when we do things like robotic affirmations on repeat, and we research techniques on how to manifest, when we visualize, when we do SATs, when we do deep hypnosis, when we do mantras, Ho'oponopono. When we do things like, I don't know, like drinking matcha and doing rituals and stuff like that. When you go to spiritual retreats, when you light up candles, when you do tarot readings, when you do grateful journaling, when you do scripting, when you even do like really funny methods, but some of them work, like when people like put their notes under their pillow so that they can manifest money and stuff like that. Ultimately, the point of this whole technique is for you to get a yes from life. And the thing is, I really remember this phrase, I think it's why I never got at, where life is consciousness objectified. So therefore, everything has to be an internal yes before it can be external yes. But the thing is, it's like, we're not living the rest of our lives in our imagination only. Eventually, we want those imaginations to solidify into our physical reality so we can touch it, so we can hug the person that we love, so we can transact the money to get that bikini that I've always wanted, or to transact the money to get the things that you want. Ultimately, you want the things that exist in your mental plane and spiritual plane to also land in the 3D. So therefore, when we go about it in a state where we put the techniques above us and we only focus diligently on doing things right the way that I used to, it's like you can repeat I love myself 1,000 times, but if you don't create physical evidences where you make self-honoring decisions, where you're willing to react to old triggers the different way, and you don't prove to yourself that you are who you say you are, manifestation, let alone a quantum jump, how is it supposed to work? Because in order for you to quantum leap to a brand new reality, you need to show reality. Show reality who's the boss. And the boss is you. Not robotic affirmations, hypnosis, mantras, or Ho'oponopono rituals, retreats, or your mentors who teach you these things. And you know, they kind of tell you that you've got to like seek my advice first before you do these things. And you know, I have the best answers for you. The best answer is you. So therefore, you have to get really clear with yourself that on this journey to your quantum leap, you are going to be the captain steering your own ship. And you will take 100% ownership of your life by choosing to be the version of you who's elevated her consciousness way up here to be the pedestal of your universe. Which then leads me to the second point. Are you ready for it? So ultimately, we know that when it comes to manifestation, it's about uniting your mental, spiritual, and physical plane into one. And I think I was trying to understand this with the book, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles. And for years and years ago, I listened to this book on Audible, and it just really touched me. And he was saying that man cannot be fully rich if he neglects one of these, body, mind, and spirit. So I see uniting your mental, spiritual, and physical kind of like nourishing your mind, the mental, your spirit, your heart, and your body, which is the physical plane. So therefore, when Wallace D. Wattles talks about, you know, yesterday I re-listened to it while I was kind of like in the kitchen, he was saying that getting rich, two men can be in the same suburb, the same area and they can embark on the same vocation. And one man can get insanely rich while the other stays poor. And he even talks about how, fit people get rich, unfit people get rich, smart people get rich, stupid people get rich. So getting rich is not just about how talented or skilled you are, but it's about doing things in a certain way. And he always repeated that in the book. It's about doing things in a certain way. So when it comes to quantum jumping, I also believe that it's also about getting your mental plane operating a certain way, so that it's not about taking physical actions the way that Wallace D. Waddell says in Science of Getting Rich. And even in his preface, he's like, this book is not about knowing the metaphysics and being spiritual before you get rich. It's a scientific way to get rich, and then you can be metaphysical later. But it's interesting because when you do things a certain way, it's like, no matter if you're spiritual or not spiritual, either way, what you want is going to land in the physical plane. And that's what I want too. So therefore, we have to get our mental plane correct. Interestingly, when it comes to mental plane, a lot of manifestation teachers on YouTube, they emphasize robotic affirmations. And I don't know why, when I try to do mental diet and stuff, it doesn't work as well. For example, if I want to deadlift 70 kilograms or swim 1,000 meters, and I say to myself, you can swim 1,000 meters, you can swim 1,000 meters, you can swim 1,000 meters, and you can deadlift 70, you can deadlift 70, you can deadlift 70. And you robotically affirm this. But then when you go to the gym, you stay on the treadmill and you don't go lift weights. Or when you go to the swimming center, especially the one that I go to, the ocean water one, you don't get out of the baby pool to go to the adult pool to swim in the fast lane at least. How am I going to believe that I can do 1,000 meters or deadlift 70 if all I do is robotic affirmations? So that's why when it comes to mental plane, it's about understanding how to implement it to your life in a personalized way, in how you operate, in how your subconscious is impressed. So it's interesting because when I thought of the mental plane, I literally thought about the time where, I'll show you. Basically, when you master the mental plane, you're saying that you create the laws of the universe. So therefore, affirmations do work, but they have to be emotionally charged thoughts that loop in a way that is in conjunction with other planes of existence, but not just mental loops, but then the physical kind of doesn't correspond with it. So there's this egoic version of you, and I'll just say this is the old me. And the old me, she thought she was smart, but she was operating in a very literal 3D analytical way. So she sees life through a very, very narrow lens. Everything she's observed, the way that her environment was pretty scarce, even in terms of, like only 10% of people from my school in high school went to the university that I want to go to. So that alone already indicates that, whoa, I grew up in scarcity, because success even is scarce growing up for me. So then I took this mindset that if the chance of getting into a reputable university is so low, then what about the chance of earning high income, above the average income? And even if you share this, at least for me, amongst friend groups and ecosystems, they will shame you for wanting more. So therefore, my egoic self was really guarded, and she protected her old belief like a bodyguard to her old belief. Like, I really protected my old belief. And so this version of you honestly has a fragile mental plane. She's fragile mentally. And it's interesting because if you're fragile mentally, you think that you're strong. So when there comes a time where I took a lot of positive actions, and there was like a time where I went to Dimmicks to read for 6 hours about 5-6 years ago. So I went to Dimmicks Town Hall and I got a bunch of books with like entrepreneurship, spirituality, Joy Dispenza's Your Placebo kind of book. And I just had the time of my life. I spent 6 hours just delving myself into the information. And so I felt phenomenal. I felt phenomenal reading for 6 hours straight at that place. I drink some cappuccino and I just start visualizing my future, and I felt so motivated. And at that time I was pursuing interview coaching, but I think what I wanted more was to create careers accelerator events, and I wanted to meet these people and grow my LinkedIn following kind of thing at the time. And I was also reading to just trying to gain perspective from other people. And I remember reading this book, like Your Pathway to Influence. It's by an Australian author, but it was so interesting about community building and how to grow a cult-like community. So that really gave me perspective on marketing. So I felt phenomenal right here. But interestingly, when your mental atmosphere is fragile the way that I was, you would start sharing your wins, if not to your old friend, then to people that position themselves as mentors to you. So if you are like me, who went through about life in a fragile way, you would yeah, but you need to find mentors. So I did that. So I found people who I thought could be my mentor, but actually they weren't. They were just normal people who had perspective in life, but they weren't great mentors. So I share this to my mentor, i.e. seeking external validation, that I read at Dimmix for 6 hours, but I wasn't making a significant amount of money yet. And this mentor said to me, that reading doesn't make you money. That one line alone, it crushed me. The thing is, when we don't conquer our mental plane, we start to have other people make the laws of our life. So when somebody says they implant this subconscious belief, reading doesn't make you money. He says to me, Patty, why don't you just lower your ego and go and get, a job like in a cafe, selling coffee kind of thing. And there's nothing wrong with that advice. But it was a direct insult to what I was doing, because I was also putting a lot of work towards the things I want to do. But he was like, Patty, why don't you save up and just go and get a job and just, go and pay rent and bills first before you go and read, because reading doesn't make you money, but getting a job makes you money. And that really pissed me off at the time, because it's not about that the advice is logically correct, but it made me feel so insulted that all this inner work that I was doing, it gets literally shut down by people that you assign authority to, which is even worse than sharing it to a friend who is skeptical towards you. The person whose mental plane is not very strong. With that one statement alone, I dipped hard. I was upset at myself, I was frustrated, I was confused, and I lost conviction. And the minute that you start losing conviction and thinking, oh my God, these 6 hours I spent reading about how to build a cult-like following, how this other Australian was building her business and how it grew, and what's the behind the process, how I was reading about Joey Dispenza, You Are the Placebo, and how to have an elevated state of emotion ahead of time and all that stuff. And those inner work lead people to making exponential money, and suddenly someone tells you that you are still not powerful. You don't make the laws of the universe. You don't make the laws of your own universe, because I do. I control you. The minute that you get into that state, so then you would then use willpower to try and start again. But no matter what you do, you oscillate hard. Because what eventually happened, that universe is you pushed out. So the universe is universe. Basically, I then had more evidences of the 3D saying the same thing to me. My own family member at the time, no matter what I did, no matter if I did Careers Accelerator event, it was successful. No matter if I tried to compete and I was getting plastic trophies and all this stuff in Toastmasters, the one line that I was told is, what's the point? Or what are you doing it for if it doesn't make you money? What's the point of going to public speaking? What's the point of writing speeches? What's the point of executing your speeches every fortnight? What's the point of becoming area director so I can learn more about people in different areas and learn how to deal with people, learn how to show up and, just see how people operate? What's the point of you embarking on entrepreneurship? What's the point of you doing this? What's the point of you doing that? I just kept getting asked, what are you doing it for if it doesn't make you money? So then, the more the 3D reality kind of says at you, and then you then internalize it by feeling frustrated and upset, which lowers your vibration. The more this mental atmosphere of yours, now you're repeating into your subconscious, I don't make money no matter what I do. Which was exactly me. No matter what I do, it doesn't make me money. So then no matter what I did the next few years, it just didn't make me money. Because it was like a spell that was cast on me. That like no matter if I turn to authority figure, like my own family member or some outside authority figure, all they ever say is it doesn't make you money. So then what are you doing it for? And that's then it destroys your mental atmosphere. So now you're unconsciously affirming to yourself, I can't make money. Money is hard to come. There are so many obstacles before making money. My marketing has to be perfect before I make big money. I have to find the right people before I make money. I have to grow this many followings to make money. And then it's just a loop, a mental affirmation that you are not worthy of the things that you want. And the things that you want, that you think you have to use money to buy, and you just destroy your own conviction and your ability to quantum leap. Whereas, finally, the version of me who was, kind of resolved this past and moved on from people that are just not it. This version, she takes the elevator up, her consciousness elevator up, to do things a certain way, like Wallace D. Wallace says. And that certain way is being in the end state. So no matter if that is $100,000 a Google job, a 7-figure business, where that is a sales promotion, and even things like the best amazing romantic relationship, which we're going to focus more on the career side of things. But basically, her mental plane is already at the end. She's mentally there. So now her action is taken from a place of self-ownership. Because the manifestation definition for me is that it's about creating such a powerful internal shift to the point where your 3D reality has zero authority over you. Zero authority over you. So then she might take very, very small incremental steps because she's stable within herself. So again, even though on the physical plane, this looks like very little movement, but mentally, she's there. So naturally, she's patient. So interestingly, this version of me can still do the same thing. I still read. I still go to places to read. I love it. I like the atmosphere of reading. Like touching the books and just sitting down, have my own time to read. But after she does that, she reads, she listens to audibles, she meditates, she does all these beautiful things for her life. You know what she does? She keeps it to herself. Unless there's somebody that she can share it to and it elevates her growth, if there's nobody in her ecosystem at the time who can really support her growth the way that she needs it, she keeps it to herself. So therefore her mental atmosphere will look something like, it will look something like this. I felt phenomenal. Therefore, reading 6 hours is my pathway to riches, literally. So there's none of these, reading doesn't make you money. It doesn't make you money. You got to do this and that. No, you keep the things that you do for yourself so that because your physical environment is clean to an extent, it's easier for your mental atmosphere to be clean. And so because you feel empowered, even if you dip a bit from a little bit of burning out or some negativity gets into your system, the way you react is not the same. So you may be like, what the hell, man, just, But you would be like, whatever. None of my business. Doesn't apply to me. Whatever they say doesn't apply to me. And then you're able to bounce back faster. So now your mental atmosphere is quite clean and self-empowering. And you keep going and going until on day 45, you start hitting your exponential point. Because the energy that you've compounded from here to here, you've compounded a bunch of self-empowering thoughts. And when let's just say that the first 45 days, all you feed into your system from yourself is that reading makes me phenomenal. Reading makes me feel phenomenal. I love reading. Reading makes me feel rich. I felt extremely rich when I was reading about like Australian entrepreneurs who grew her matcha brand in Melbourne or something like that, like years ago. Or I was reading about Joy Dispenza and having optimism towards my future when I knew that you are the placebo. And when I read it, when I took in that information, I absorbed the vibration, I felt rich. I felt like I was making money at that time. And so months later, I ended up succeeding at the Careers Accelerator event. I made some money as well. And there were some things that manifest like insanely fast from the time that I was reading 6 hours a day, because I didn't know that the act of just flipping the pages and being into it full on was me visualizing. I didn't know I was doing it automatically. So therefore, from day 0 to day 45, you're already winning halfway because your mental atmosphere is filled with your law. You create the law of your universe, and those are done through self-empowering thoughts. So then these self-empowering thoughts, they're not only just thoughts, they are emotionally charged thoughts. And the thing is, once your thoughts are really emotionally charged, whereas this one is negative life force, negatively charged thoughts, where like, but I don't make money from reading. But reading doesn't make me money right now. Maybe I should just like disempower myself and do as other people say. That's disrespectful thought towards your ability and stuff. Whereas this one, you listen to yourself. You know what you need. You know where you're going. You are certain with yourself. So your self-empowering thoughts become a positive life force that you feel into your identity and your system, so that your field emanates positivity, which then draws in opportunities and people who want to invest in you later. And that's how you get the mental plane correct. Very, very important. We're going to move on to the second part now. Let's go. The next thing we're going to be looking at in terms of quantum jumping, now that we know how to prime our mind properly to always nourish our garden with beautiful thoughts. I think it was in Louise Hay's book, something like You Can Heal Your Life, where she was talking about how your mind is like a garden, and negative thoughts with negative emotional charge is like putting weeds in your garden. But you want to give your garden beautiful flowers and plant beautiful like roses like that. And you want to make sure that after you have the seed, we have to get our beautiful spirit aligned so that when it comes to the physical plane, everything is aligned and easy. So therefore, I wanted to talk about this thing that I read from, I believe his name is Frederick Dodson, The Parallel Universes of Self. And I first listened to this like in depth in 2012 when I was 18 and I was about to go into university, and I wanted to understand about quantum mechanics and stuff like that. And I remember listening on the train and just like being half asleep. And he was talking about the 5 levels of your identity, where level 1 is, you know, the physical plane, like your action, and it goes all the way to level 2, 3, 4, 5, and level 5 is your core belief. So I want to talk about the spiritual plane in terms of referencing The Parallel Universe of Self by Frederick Dodson. I think that's the way his name is pronounced. And interestingly, when other creators talk about the spiritual plane, they talk about your connection to infinite intelligence And the one quote that they really talk about is let go and let God, which I'm not sure if I found this quote in Eckhart Tolle's book, but I remembered how I would literally affirm things like I'm letting go and letting God while I was swimming at icebergs 4 years ago, and it was cold, it was freezing, my techniques were not right, my strokes were really short, but I was trying to do like 2,000 meters eventually, from not being able to swim in the baby pool to doing 2,000 meters in 10 months. And I couldn't swim my whole life before that. So I would then, every time it gets rough and it gets a bit too cold and I'm getting cold shock and I don't know how to regulate myself, in the water, I would literally tell myself I'm letting go and letting God. And when my subconscious accepts this while I'm in the water, suddenly my body figured out how to handle the cold. It figured out the strokes, it figured out the breathing patterns, and I just went into this no mind mode. And then I think some people were talking about how, you are the tree and the tree is you, and you are everything and everything is you kind of thing. I had that experience when I was swimming. So I felt like I am the ocean water and the ocean water is me and we are one. And then I started having so much more power in my strokes that eventually led me to reaching 2,000 meters. So this is how you connect to the spiritual plane, is that you get out of your own way. So what this means is that you get your lower I out of the own way and you connect to your capital I, which is your infinite intelligence or the source. So coming back to the parallel universe of self, basically there's a 3D plane right here. And then there's the 4D. And then there's the 5D. So we're just gonna do this and this and this. Now, basically, this concept was really, really hard for me to grasp as a teenager, and even in my early 20s, where there's infinite versions of you. I just totally don't understand what this means. I was like, how's that possible? This is me, I'm just only me. But I tried to really surrender to the knowledge and just like, get out of the way, Patty, and just accept there's infinite versions of you. So you may know that there are infinite versions of you. I think I remembered watching Interstellar when I was in 2013, when I was in first year uni. And towards the end, they even showed us this visual of like infinite possibilities, where like the guy was in the room and it's like a library, and there's like these bookshelves and he's accessing different timelines and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, that's what they mean by infinite versions of you. So that was really interesting. But basically, there's like a broke version of you. And then there's a rich version of you. And then there's this like wholesome version of you. There's just infinite possibilities. And let's just say that you want to manifest not just money, but you want the whole architect of life that feels nourishing to your soul. So I do have tangible dollar figures in my bank account, so that when I go and I say I want a burger, I can transact for the burger. That's tangible money. But I also want a thriving health, and I want beautiful relationships. I want my partner and me to have a thriving relationship where we push each other to be the best. We're supportive of each other's goals and ambitions. And my friends are absolutely lovely. They're unconditional. They don't expect anything from me, but they just push me to be my best and have a happy life instead of giving me a lot of unsolicited advice. So I didn't know that I felt familiar with always, broken, angry, grumpy, this broke, grumpy, angry version of me. I was very familiar with this version of me. And how we always access this version is that we feel familiar, thinking the same ways, feeling the same way. So therefore, we're constantly pulling this version of you down. But when you access this parallel reality, what you want to do is you want to pull this rich version of you down to the 3D plane. And how you do this is that your decisions, your habit, your thought, especially emotionally charged thoughts, your belief, your emotion, your action, your expectation, your focus. All of these are congruent to the version of you who's rich. Every one of these, they're in alignment to this version of you. A lot of us play reality, go about things backwards the way that I used to. When I went to DMX, I read for 6 hours. Okay, that was me pulling down the rich version of me already for 6 hours. But then the remaining hours, I took myself out of that reality. I went to tell my mentor that I did this, or things like that. And then I got skepticism. And the minute that I descend to frustration, I'm now pulling down this broke version of me again. So the key is to not only pull down this version of you once, is to do it so many times that it becomes normal for you, for this 3D version of you to merge. So you guys want to merge into the physical plane. But what happens is that a lot of us, we do this unconsciously by having crappy thoughts, garbage belief, garbage thoughts based on our observation and trauma. And we internalize people's skepticism to the point where we just feel like we're not in control of our fate and our destiny. So we, on a normal basis, pull down our broke, hangry, grumpy, resentful, frustrated, agitated version of us into the physical plane on a daily basis, the way that I did for decades, which builds muscle memory. So then you get really, really good at pulling down this version of you, pulling down the angry version of you, pulling down the grumpy version of you. The key is not do that. The key is to let these versions exist, but you don't put your attention on that version. So basically, let's just say that we're gonna choose this rich version of us. The thing is, we think that it's enough to do this once. Because I know that people say if you charge your subconscious mind very powerfully just once, your life can change. Absolutely, but if you have the opportunity to do it over and over and over and over again, so powerful and repetitively, why not do the combo? I get it, if you can do it once, go for it. But I just like things to be like consistent, and if I work out, just because I can lift once doesn't mean I can't do it again. Just because I can already reach 1,000 meters, why do I have to stop swimming 1,000 meters? So I prefer that you powerfully charge your subconscious with the vivid experience of receiving the pay that you want, the treatment that you want, the respect that you want, the congratulations, the acknowledgement that you want. Absolutely. You get into the alpha brainwave state and you go into stillness, absolutely. And then you impress your subconscious in a relaxed state, or even if you go into theta, like when you're very, very half deep asleep, and you really flood that vivid experience of receiving love, receiving recognition, approval, unconditional approval kind of thing that you've always wanted in the 3D. And because the subconscious basically is your emotions. When your subconscious, your prompter, remembers these emotions and they're more powerful and they override your trauma eventually, it will then influence the physical version of you to act in a way that is absolutely congruent, like decisions and habits and everything in the physical plane will be in alignment. But the thing is, if we have 90 days to do this, and you've done it once on night 1, cool. But what about from day 1 to day 90? What are you going to do? Are you going to go back and access the broke version of you here? Or are you going to make sure that on night 2, you also continue pulling her down? Night 3, you continue pulling her down. 4, 5, 6, all the way to day 90. You get into the alpha brainwave state to impress your subconscious in a half awake world But in your fully awakened world, in the day-to-day life, you then choose to observe your thoughts, if you ever have crappy emotionally charged thoughts. And you start to be aware of your focus. If you ever focus too much on negativity and skepticism, and you start to expect the best for yourself, you start to take action that is, you think about, you sit for it. Is this the right action that is in alignment with this version of me who you keep pulling her down every night, keep pulling her down 4, 5, all the way to day 90. Keep pulling her down so you feel familiar with just this version of you. Is your belief congruent now? If it's not, let's get into a relaxed state again and do it again if it's not powerful enough for that session. Is your emotion, are you relaxed? Are you more secure? Do you feel more certain? And most importantly, do you feel conviction? The thing is, you can still feel this just in one go, but if you have 90 goes to do it, why not do it for 90 times? Because 90 times you're solidifying your new baseline. 90 times you're building that muscle memory. So therefore, you want to maintain your fitness. Put in the reps if you want. So some people say you don't have to put in the reps. I'm just saying you don't have to, but if you can, why not? The more reps you put in, the more familiar it feels to be this rich version of you. And that's how you want to connect to your infinite intelligence on a consistent basis, intentionally, so that when you connect to her on Monday, by the next Monday, you're still connected to her. Not I connect to her on Monday, then by Sunday, it's like, nah, like I haven't been consistent, so she's not here on Sunday. We want her to be here every day of our life for 365 days a year, and for the next 365 days, and the next 365 days. Okay? So let's move on to the physical. The last thing that we have to do, and I'm emphasizing, yes, you have to take action, but then you have to take aligned action. And the thing with spiritual coaches is that people talk about aligned action and just like surrender and it'll come to you, and just like meditate, it'll come to you. I mean, when I wanted to build a bikini board and I wanted to deadlift 70 at the time, and I wanted to swim like 2,000 meters, like sitting on the couch is not going to help me swim 2,000 meters. I had to like jump into the water and experience the seaweed tugging at me and overcome people overtaking me and telling me to go to the slow lane and get thrown around by the giant swells at the time, to learn how to conquer my mind and body to be able to reach the kind of goal that felt insane to my old self at the time. And even after that, I couldn't really sustain 2,000 on a regular basis. And to even sustain 1,000 meters, I can't just like meditate and be like, I swim 1,000 meters, I can swim 1,000 meters, I can swim 1,000 meters. But then you don't go to the pool to jump into the cold plunge, the cold pool, to train your body to calibrate at the level where you can consistently swim 1,000 meters on 4 or 5 a.m. wake up. Nowadays it's 6 a.m. wake up. So that's why I don't understand people that say like, you can just do nothing and it will come to you. Basically, the interpretation that you want to go at this, it's kind of true that you can do less, but if you don't work out, are the abs going to come? So basically, oops, oh, the line's not straight. Basically, in order for you to materialize tangible evidences of your life changing, you need to create tangible evidences for yourself to observe. So basically, you spend a majority of your life observing like crappy things, crappy feedbacks, crappy inputs, crappy advices, and you observe that you are powerless over the situation. The minute someone with authority tells you, but your marketing is weird. Yeah, but you shouldn't read 6 hours a day. Yeah, but you should just like go and work. this job instead of reading. Yeah, but you should just like do this and do that with your life. By then, even just 6 months of repetitive powerlessness, you're already taking the 3D senses that you are powerless. So that also gets more imprinted into your subconscious, that you fall asleep each night reviewing your day as it is, and you see life as it is instead of revising it. You see that, oh, tonight again, somebody advised me the wrong things again. Today, somebody criticized me again. Today, my bank account is draining again. Today, my co-worker and my boss is crappy again. So when you observe this in the physical reality, over time, you feel disempowered. So therefore, when it comes to physical action, you want to now make sure that your actions are absolutely empowering you to the max. But the thing is, there's going to be you and the 3D reality. So the 3D reality is going to be this red line, but you and your consciousness, the new you, is going to be this blue line. Basically, you have went into the 5D and you've taken the elevator up in your consciousness, and you're completely aligned. Your belief, your actions, your thoughts, your expectation, focus, attention, what else? Your self-talk, all those things, they are absolutely aligned to the end state. So then your journey, at least for me, I felt like a lot of my 90 days quantum jump internally was always massive last year. So I would start off here and I would take incremental builds. Sometimes I'd dip and I'll come back, and then dip, come back. But because I wasn't really, I didn't really surround myself with people who can give me feedback, these dips didn't really last too long. So I was able to come back up really quick. But then because your energy has compounded the right way, you start having an exponential point around this mark, maybe day 60. You start experiencing a quantum jump in the internal shift. That's what I felt last year. And it's the same when I do working out, or I do things with a lot of reps. The first few times, it's kind of like, it takes a bit of time, but then when you compound the action, the exponential growth happens, especially with swimming as well, like building your muscles. So interestingly, even though internally your trajectory looks like this on the mental and spiritual plane, but because you may have dwelled in your trauma and you've observed too many times of people disempowering you, so you have a lot of baggage pretty much left in your field that you may not be aware of, and it has to get pushed out. Because reality is consciousness objectifying. What goes on within is reflected without. And eventually, if those things that you observe and you took in within is too powerful, it somehow has to be reflected. So then the 3D gives you major delay. So it might give you some sort of the old frequency gives you a beginner's luck. This is called false hope, by the way. So it kind of tricks you that because you're winning, it will take you to the highs of the highs for you to experience the peak. But if reality can bring you to a high, it will swing you back to a low with no mercy. So therefore, it's going to start swinging you back low so that you can also swing. And then it's going to start giving you a bunch of mess and no movement and plateaus. And basically just maybe because you are very stabilized, it then starts to merge with you. On your day 90. So let's just say that your exponential point happens already. You've already solidified this state for a while, and this is day 90. And you're here at the end. What happens is that perhaps because you're so powerful, it starts to merge with you towards the end. And that is the whole point of quantum jumping, is that your 3D starts to merge with you at the end. So hypothetically, let's just say that that's what happened to me each time I had a goal. I would then have the career accelerators event successfully within 2 to 3 months. From the time I thought about it, I would launch that YouTube channel successfully in 2 to 3 months. Things would come into my life at the time within 2 to 3 months, because my emotional charge towards it was quite powerful. So therefore, when it comes to this point, this is called the end state. But what's going to happen is that along this journey of wonkiness, the 3D will make you try to influence you to stay in the dips as long as you can. And the dips are things like frustration, discouragement, and disappointment. But the key for you is to dwell in this low point for as least time as possible, with as least emotional charge as possible, and keep filling yourself with positive life force. Now, this, let's just say that, so the turn started at this point, right? Where you started merging. Let's just say from this point, from day 0 to day 80, you have a mixture of wins and a mixture of loss. And then the last 10 days, reality merges with you and it shoots through the roof, or even sooner. The thing is that this is called the bridge of incidents. And in the manifestation world, like, one of my favorite creators is Athena Ravens. I love her. Like, it's just, because I feel like I have a lot of masculine like energy when I explain things. It's just when I listen to Athena, I feel so peaceful. And she breaks down case studies in a very interesting way. And I listen to them just to understand humans more and stuff like that. And she talks about the bridge of incidents, where it's not your responsibility to micromanage the bridge of incidents. The bridge of incidents are these wonkiness that you see here. Wonkiness on an 80 days. So if, let's just say, by day 70, you start to get really like discouraged and down, because based on a 3D reality, based on a bridge, you're micromanaging. But you don't understand that some of the dips some of the weirdness that is happening is pretty much a launching pad for you to literally merge with the end state. So let's just say that you are inspired to read, but then when you read, nothing changes. But internally, you feel motivated now to attend this place or this workshop. And then suddenly, because you put in a lot of self-love and you read a lot and stuff like that, at least for me, I was gifted a free access to this group coaching, and it was pretty pricey that I can't afford. And I was very lucky that I got gifted it because I was picked for a live demo. Man, that was a huge win for me. But you know what happened afterwards? You know, I still get a lot of like opposites and triggers, like the old pendulum trying to swing me back. The thing is, if we focus too much on the bridge of incidents and micromanage that, yeah, but after I attend this and this, I have to close the sales, I have to make the money. That's where you let your lower eye get in the way, interfere, which is your ego. So what you have to do is then you keep filling your positive life force to do more things that nourishes your soul. You might work out, you might react differently. You might not, just like move on and don't care about no movement. And when you then neutralize negative force, you will have inspiration to, okay, I'm going to film this video now. Now I'm going to film my YouTube video, which I did. And I'm going to get a whiteboard and talk for like 50 minutes to an hour, one take, instead of doing it the old way where I used to do one take as well, but it was like ranting and free flow. Instead, this time I'm writing out things ahead of time. And I'm just like spending a lot of time thinking about what to write and stuff like that, so that I can use what I've written to pretty much explain to you here. So it's really organized knowledge this time. So you might have an idea to like, I really want to organize my knowledge very well this time. I don't want to free flow anymore. I don't want to be a random creator anymore. I want to be a creator who is the real deal. So you embark on that. But then what happens is that you get no movement, like subscribers not going up, views not going up, people don't give a crap kind of thing at the beginning. But because you don't mess with the bridge of incidences, that the reason why there's no subscribers on the day whatever is because it's giving you space to keep brainstorming in silence first, to not get distracted. The reason why there's opposite events that are still thrown at you is so that you become more resilient in the process. You never know. But as long as you assume, law of assumption, that every single dip in the bridge of incidents is working for your highest good, it's aligning you to the end state for your 3D to merge. Eventually, with this positive assumption alone, it has to merge. It has to merge. Because what you're doing when you assume the best is that you are killing off the resistance. You are killing off the resistance. And when there's no more of that, you are going to prosper and quantum leap in as soon as 90 days or probably less. So, Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and again, I'll be opening up group coaching. There'll be a waitlist down below, and my purpose is to help high-achieving women reach their tipping points in 8 to 12 weeks by shattering their inner world ceiling and raising it. So, hope you guys enjoyed the video again, and see you soon. Bye-bye. How to become so magnetic to abundance that abundance literally runs to you. And in this video, if you are somebody who's looking to land that dream job in 90 days, you're looking to start that business that you've always wanted, grow your business, and overall have a beautiful life expansion in 90 days, then this video is essential for you to understand how to make abundance come to you. I'm so excited, so let's start. One of the very interesting sayings that I've heard so many times is, as within, so without, I believe. Well, what if we apply this phrase to rich within ourselves equals rich without in our world? So if I were to ask you, what is abundance? You know, in human terms, like me, who's a human, and I'm not that spiritual or anything, abundance is being rich. But when I looked at Google definition again, what abundance truly means in Google definition is plentiful and also overflow. Meaning that when I used to be in the lower range of Dr. David R. Hawkins' chart, vibrational chart, when I was filled with ego, desire, a lot of resentment for my environment when I grew up, a lot of striving and wanting. Basically, I don't really know what having plentiful or overflow of anything in my life feels like. Plentiful and overflow happiness, overflowing friendships, overflowing beautiful moments, overflowing opportunities that keeps coming to me and I don't have to send 100 resumes out to people, that kind of thing. An overflow of everything around you, including your physical bank account. Because what I find so interesting between the concept of us and the things we want is that as a child growing up, I was always taught that the bridge between me and everything that I wanted was buying it. It was a transaction or a purchase. Meaning that, especially in Thailand, if you look at Thailand podcasts, which I still listen to, like long form podcasts by Thai financial gurus, they literally say in Thai, like, คุณเป็นใครถ้าคุณไม่มีเงิน which means that who are you if you don't have money? And I get it that in different environments, in different cultures, that is absolutely true. But if that suddenly becomes a truth for you that I am nothing without money. Well, if internally you feel like you are nothing without several figures in your bank account, then guess what's going to happen without? Opportunities, friendships, jobs, people that can give you jobs, people that can literally get you paid 6 figures. They're not going to literally come into your orbit at all. You're not going to, even if you walk past them, you won't even see them because your field is now way too shut off. Like a vibrational prison where you can try your best to escape that vibrational prison and everybody could be standing in front of you or sitting in front of you, but you just can't access it because within you're like, I am nothing without money. So we have to change that. We have to absolutely change that, and we're going to do that right now. So let's go. first thing that you must give yourself when it comes to abundance is permission. And not just permission, I'm talking about self-permission to be rich within. Seriously. So, as somebody who grew up in a way where I was never poor, broke growing up, but there wasn't a lot of abundance in terms of I didn't really get to go to the ocean waters growing up, and majority of my time was allocated towards you got to study, go to tutor, go to dance school, go to piano lessons. So even though objectively everything looked good in my life and people would be like, well, Patty, you have such a good life. But internally, I never gave myself permission to feel rich, overflowing with happiness and having plentiful of things to give to others, of beautiful vibration, beautiful feelings to exchange with others, because inside I felt deprived. So the thing is, if you feel emotionally deprived of anything, whether that is you feel emotionally deprived of love, and there's a scarcity of people that's giving you unconditional friendships and love the way that it used to be for me, and there's always scarcity in I have to earn all this. An interesting thing is, as when I was growing up, you know, our society, even going to university, there is a scarcity of people that go to a university that literally propels you forward. So at the time, only about 20% of the whole cohort made it into a top university, but only 10% went to Sydney Uni. So to me, what that told me as a teenage growing up is that opportunities to succeed are scarce. And therefore, success to me is scarce. And it's really interesting because even though I'm not a child anymore, but to my subconscious, I fell asleep every night feeling like we always get leftover crumbs of resource from people that go to better school. So therefore, for their school, it's expected that 90% of the cohort go to reputable universities. But why can't that be for me? So to my subconscious at the time, already just there's scarcity to success in my default environment. If there's scarcity to success, then obviously there's scarcity to money as well. So then what would be told growing up is that you've got to now work really, really, really hard to get into a reputable company so you have a well-off life. So now instead of us spending our adult years learning how to give ourselves permission to be rich within, now we start to even deprive ourselves from all the experiences that could make us feel rich. So what we would do as adults is we would work hard. But the thing is, the hard work is not enjoyable. So a lot of us, at least my ecosystem, is that they choose a subject or a career path like accounting, like engineering, like science, like traditional career paths, not because they're extremely passionate about it, but it's because they associate conventional career paths with abundance. But the thing is, if you're not rich within, how can you manifest rich without, even as an engineer, a lawyer, a doctor? So therefore, I came to understand my adult years that why is it that there are singers that make a debut and they flourish, like sky's their limit, and they become superstars and they're like 100 times more wealthier than people that go on traditional career paths? Why are there influencers that have an abundance of people showering them with opportunities and free gifts and free vacations? And some of these influencers are not more educated than us. Why are there online gurus who literally design online courses and they dropped out of high school, or even like tech founders and people that build products and they dropped out of high school and they're not studying super hard? I mean, they're working hard in their own way. But why is it that they're manifesting exponential wealth? And why are people that going down the linear path of what success should be, why are we the ones that are experiencing scarcity in our environment? And again, it all comes down to permission, self-permission, for you to own your world. for you to stop following the norm, for you to stop having people tell you this is the right way to live your life. This is a secure, safe way to live your life, because you can't manifest external safety when you don't have inner security. Therefore, when it comes to self-permission, if let's just say that you are somebody who's operating down here as your egoic self, and this person is absolutely depriving themselves of dreaming big, of wanting more, and they're feeling guilty for wanting more because people, their friends, the people they grew up with, their childhood friends, and everyone, if they share their big vision, they immediately get shut down by skepticism. So then their egoic self are like, no, I'm not giving myself permission to feel anything. I'm just going to choose whatever feels safe and whatever people in my environment are choosing. So then what happens is that when one day they're like, actually, this sucks, and I want to manifest abundance, and abundance to them may be $1 million. Let's just say they want to manifest $1 million. So they go on to learn, they read, they try to network with the right people, they try to make friends, they try to do personal development work, inner work, outer work, putting in the hours and everything. But because this person doesn't have self-permission to feel rich within, no matter what they do, it's just like they just can't reach it. So the way for us to really manifest wealth, including 7 figures in our bank account, is we have to take the elevator up, the elevator of consciousness up, to literally be of match to the things that we want. It's not about climbing up to grasp for the money, but it's about literally going within to first give yourself permission to feel rich as a person, to feel rich without any evidences that you are rich. Then elevate your consciousness from within, so that the next morning that you're like, actually, I'm going to go talk to Joe. I'm going to go to this interview with Jane. I'm going to do this many content. I'm going to read this book. I'm going to do this and that. Go on a sales call to make money. When your consciousness is now elevated, where you have self-permission to, okay, I give myself permission to receive $2,000 today. I give myself permission to receive $5,000 on a closing sales. I give myself permission to manifest 6 figures this year. I give myself permission to manifest 7 figures by 12 months. I give myself permission. I feel it internally. Once you do that and you mentally decide that I am worthy and I have permission, every sales call you make, every conversation you make, every attempt that you read, the books, every single information that comes to you, the people that come into your orbit, is gonna match this 1 million. And so because of this, we're gonna move on to the second point. All right, let's go. The second thing that really fascinates me about life is the concept of rich experiences. Because the thing is, as somebody who swims regularly, for my whole life, I couldn't swim until I was 28. And the more I don't know how to do it, the more I don't know how to do it. And the only way for me to cross that bridge between someone who can't swim for her whole life, and it has the story that because you are you, Patty, and you're not an athlete, you didn't grow up near the ocean water, and you're not that competent as a child, of course you can't swim. And in order for me to override this limiting belief about my swimming, it means that I have to literally gift myself the experience of being able to swim multiple times. At this point, I'm doing it, I don't know, close to 100 times, I guess. For 4 years, I dedicated myself to gifting me at least the experience of swimming successfully. So therefore these days when I'm like, Okay, I want to wake up at 4 a.m., get on the bus at 4:30 to go and swim 1,000 meters in the morning by the ocean waters in cold temperature. It feels normal to my nervous system. It feels normal to my body and my heart and my mind because I got used to gifting myself the experience of swimming. So why don't we learn to ever gift ourselves the experience of having what we want? So for example, let's just say that, if you say that abundant amount of money for you is $1 million or even 10 mil. But to me at the time, like 10 years ago, I used to think that my most abundant amount of income per year is $250,000 per year. And I always thought that if I only just had $250,000 per year every year for the next 10 years, my life will be absolutely abundant. But the interesting thing with dollar figures to me is that we tell ourselves, when I have X, I'll feel Y. So when I have $1 million, I'll feel secure. For me, when I have $250,000 per year job, I'll feel absolutely thriving in this world. When I have $10 million and I can retire and never do anything with my life again, as in never have to work hard in my life, then I'll feel safe. But the thing is, what happens is that your subconscious, every time you repeat this kind of internal monologue of when I do this, when I have this, I'll feel this, which is prolonging your happiness, which is overly delaying your gratification. Let's just say there's 90 days to do this, right? And this is the person who doesn't have, this is the egoic self, the egoic version of you. Every single night, this person falls asleep saying, I'll feel this way later. I'll feel secure later. So they're saying, when I have $1 million, I'll feel secure. So then they fall asleep feeling what? Insecure. So this person literally falls asleep on night 1 feeling insecure, but they don't realize this. So they repeat the same thing in day 2 because they already feel insecure with themselves. They go out to a job interview with Jane, or they speak to Joe about the business deal that they wanted. And then Jane and Joe is like, I think she's insecure. I think Patty's insecure. They feel it energetically, even if you say all the right things, even if your resume is perfectly qualified, even if your portfolio is absolutely phenomenal, but there's just something the way you come across that is just off because you're falling asleep telling yourself, I'll feel secure later. So then because you feel this vibrationally without, like in your world without, you manifest a bunch of experiences that amplify how you feel. So then Jane rejects you, Joe rejects you, which then makes you even more insecure. So now you're 10xing your insecurity. And because now your insecurity is 10x every night, every single night, every night, you're like, I'll feel safe later. I'll feel safe later. So when I make $10 million and I'll feel safe. Oh yeah, when I get that Google job, that Google $120,000 job or $250,000 engineer job, software engineer job, I'll feel safe later. So then by day 90, it's like from day 0 all the way to day 90, every single night, you compounded the feeling of, I'm insecure, I'm not safe, I'm not okay, I'm not abundant. So if you're predominantly feeling 10x insecurity, because the thing is, every time you drop a stone, it doesn't go the linear, it compounds. So now your insecurity level is maxed 10x, like that, through the roof. So by the time you try to find opportunities that would elevate your life, even if the opportunity literally lands in your lap, it actually depletes your life force the way that it did for me. So when I used to do interview coaching, and I fell asleep on most nights. On some nights I felt empowered, but on most nights I felt like I haven't made it, haven't made that kind of money yet. I made the money, but I haven't made that big money. I got offered a job randomly from a 20 minutes conversation, no resume check, meeting a billionaire chairman who's obviously really busy, but somehow I was so lucky that day. I got to go to Melbourne and meet him. But I fell asleep still feeling like I'm not enough. I'm not enough, I'm insecure. And so then this person is like, every night they're repeating to themselves, it's not there yet. It's not enough. I don't have enough yet. So then every time you repeat these thought forms every day, at least 90 times before you sleep and when you wake up, and you wake up feeling like, oh, not enough money today. Oh, not enough opportunities, not enough yeses today. Oh, didn't close this client yesterday. Oh, actually I did close them, but I didn't get that money yesterday. And you focus on what you don't have. The more you don't have, the more you don't have. So that's why we must start to take some ownership of our own life seriously from within, without waiting for mom to say, Patty, you're ready to make a lot of money, without waiting for dad to say, I understand exactly what you're doing, or that my dad's awesome, but without waiting for people in your life to fully get you, because they might love you, but they don't understand your vision because it's different time periods, they grew up a different way, and they don't fully understand where you're going. And if you're insecure, you're gonna feel offended that people around you don't get what you're doing, and they don't understand what success means to you. So we have to create a sense of inner security from within first. Therefore, if you want to be so magnetic to abundance in 90 days, the most important thing you have to do is create some evidence. But the thing with evidence is that so many of us, including my old self and sometimes my current self, we look out to the universe for some evidence. Universe, please give me some evidence. Universe, please give me some evidence I have money. Please, just show me the bank account that is changing. Show it to me. That's you being insecure and seeking something from the universe. But if we have ownership of our lives, we're going to create self-generated evidence. And what does self-generated evidence looks like? Well, the thing is, if our objective for the next 90 days as a basic foundation is to start with falling asleep, feeling secure every night, intentionally, then this is what your life is going to look like. So let's just say that now you've learned from your egoic self that she's just, never going to have the $1 million or sustain it the right way because she's insecure. And that insecurity, even if you have the money, eventually it's going to be taken away from you without. So now you're going to elevate your consciousness, and you're going to start from this point in terms of your inner consciousness, meaning that your decisions, your habit, your thought, your predominant emotions, your belief, your inner identity, your monologue, your self-talk, your expectation, your focus, attention, everything, it's going to be up here, elevated to $1 million, let's just say. So every decision you make, you're making it from the version of you who already has $1 million, your habits, the way you wake up, the way you eat breakfast, the way you go about life, it's not as strict because you already have the abundance. So why do you have to be extra strict for? The way you think, your emotionally charged thoughts. Oh, today is such a beautiful day. Oh, I'm so lucky today that I'm meeting a bunch of lovely people. I mean, I already have $1 million. Why do I have to think about getting $1 million? So now I'm thinking about, oh, people are so lovely today. That was easy. That the sales that I did, that was so easy. The conversation with Jay, it went so well. Oh yeah, that deal that I closed with Joe, it was so easy. Oh, what a lovely experience. That's how your thoughts would predominantly be, right? Your emotions, I feel so relieved. I feel so okay with life. I'm gonna go for a swim. Nothing to stress about. I mean, there is a lot of stress in the world, but it doesn't relate to me because I feel secure. Your beliefs, I always get what I want, regardless of regardless of economy, regardless of government policies, regardless of, all these outer things that are trying to distract us, I still get what I want. Your monologues, oh my God, I am so good at what I do. I'm proud of myself. You did very well, Patty. Expectation today, I'm definitely going to close that deal. Joe's definitely going to pay me that 6 figures today. Focus, we lock in and we take all the right processes that gets you to the yes in terms of getting approved for the job that you want at Google or getting approved for the business deal that you want, the 6 figures deal from Joe. So therefore, at least the most you can do from where you are at, with or without the money, you have the power to fall asleep each night feeling secure by making sure that everything here is literally calibrated to a million version of you. So then night 2, you're gonna feel secure. Night 3, you're gonna feel secure. And the thing is, when you start feeling secure each night, it's not that it goes in a linear way. When energy stacks, when momentum stacks, it doesn't go straight. It looks like this. Secure, I fell asleep feeling safe. I fell asleep feeling confident tonight. I fell asleep feeling fulfilled. Oh, tonight I actually fell asleep feeling quite abundant. I don't know why. I was getting free coffee. People are giving me free muffins. Oh my God. That was the truth. Like there were some days where I felt really good in my body and I was happy. So then suddenly I was just smiling and being nice to people, and because the shop was closing, I just wanted a $4 muffin. But then because the person was like, how are you? Who are you? Like, why are you here today? How's your weekend? And I had a beautiful conversation with them. They were like, you know what? Yeah, just have another muffin. So I got a free muffin and I felt rich that day. And the thing is, the more you stack this correctly, feeling secure, confident, safe, now it becomes your baseline. You start to skyrocket the momentum of feeling all these feelings. And guess what all these feelings, if you can summarize these feelings in one word, what is that word? Rich. Now, how does this lead to rich experience? Because the thing is, now that you fall asleep every night, intentionally feeling secure, safe, confident, fulfilled, secure, safe, confident, fulfilled again, and you stack this momentum in your inner world. Well, if you're rich within, you're going to start seeing riches without. So for me, what started to happen was that this year at least, because I did the very best to my ability, no matter what my bank account was showing me, I intentionally feel rich every night before I fell asleep. So I started getting free things. So naturally, you're going to start manifesting free things, like free earrings from my cousin. She gifted me a free earring. Well, I actually manifested a free family trip as well, that kind of thing, but that's family. But in terms of things outside the family, the one thing that I manifested, which was it was a big deal to me, was a free access to mentorship. In terms of this one, free access, this is not petty money anymore. This is actually solid amount of money. And I'm like, holy crap, I feel rich. But not only do you get gifted free things, like as a woman, when you go on a date as well, like it's natural that you get free, like the guy pays for you, but you have to see that as a win, that at least you're still being given free meals, free car rides, free this, free that. Even as a man, like I understand like this is something in dating, it's normal to receive this, but you've got to acknowledge everything that feels insignificant, like a free car ride, a discount on this, a coupon on that, $15 saved here. Oh wow, they gifted me this free car, this free earphone. And you've got to magnify that because it shows you that your life is rich. You're rich. So free this, free that, to eventually I started getting free access to one product, one service, like that is not petty money anymore. So I was like, holy crap, I think my momentum is going this way now, from now on. But besides the free things that you acknowledge that you've been receiving, what's gonna also happen in your reality is that you're gonna be inspired to take yourself to experience premium experiences. So for me, all it takes for me is, you know, what, $20 Opal, yeah, to take the bus and train to the location. But then I spent $40 on a bathhouse session at this place. And the thing is, when I go to this bathhouse that's cost me $40 in the morning and it's a silent bathhouse, I feel like I just spent a few grand on it. It's a premium experience for me. So even though objectively it only costs $40 to get into that room for 90 minutes and do sauna and cold plunge and sit in the cold plunge for 10 minutes. So therefore, after that, I felt insanely rich. And you feel like, wow, it's such a beautiful moment here. You stop depending on a 3D reality to prove to you that you are already rich as you are. So then I do things like $6 coffees in a 5-star hotel. And because there was a time where I literally just can't spend on a meal at a hotel, I would just still go to the hotel and spend $6. And I know that sounds really stingy and Asian and, you know, just like, but for the sake of raising your self-worth and for the sake of normalizing, gifting yourself, enriching experiences, what starts to happen is that you start to normalize already feeling rich, not just before bed, but in your waking life as well. So if you choose like a favorite hotel, a favorite cafe, a favorite hotel lobby, like for me, like Park Hyatt kind of thing, which like, I understand that everyone lives in a different location and country and access to these things are not really easy, but you find what works for you and you go to the place that makes you feel elevated. If you can't afford, at least for me, can't afford to go to Bali right now to a premium villa, so you find a substitute of the places and experiences that would feel just as if you already spent money traveling elsewhere. Now, this is not about lying to yourself, but it's about calibrating your nervous system to be able to receive rich experiences. And what does rich experiences mean? Experiences that amplify your confidence, the experiences that amplify your inner security that, well, at least the world hasn't shown up for me, but at least I showed up for me. I took myself out to have coffee at Double Bay. I took myself out to these places that makes me feel amazing because the people surrounding these places are amazing people. So therefore, instead of you literally waiting for the day that, yeah, when $1 million come, I'll give myself permission to go and see the sunrise by the ocean waters. But why? Why do you have to wait for it? If you can afford to, if you have some money to take the bus and trains or the ferry to go and see it, then you do it now for yourself. And when you create that self-generated evidence, not only do you fall asleep each night feeling secure by meditating and rewiring your subconscious, but now you also double down on that by creating actual tangible evidences in the real life. That at least I took myself to a place that makes me feel rich. So now it's not just like, you know, inner work. It's not just that, but you're coupling this with outer work combined. Now you have supporting evidence. I've been to Double Bay, that place before. I've been to Park Hyatt before. I've been here before, there before. And you use whatever you can, like $6 on a coffee. Like they sometimes let you. But at least your subconscious remembered that you've been there, you've done that, just like you would if you were a millionaire. And that is gonna lead us to the third point. Let's go. The final point that I want to make for this video is generosity. Because I found that as much as we can follow the internet guru that tell us to lock in and isolate ourselves and double down and work really hard in a room alone, which I've done, and it's absolutely effective, but a part of all of us, we crave human connection. So therefore, sometimes you go about your journey, and depending on your default ecosystem, people have different life perceptions based on how they grew up and what they've observed and what they've internally experienced over and over.
So if somebody has internally experienced observing people they love working super hard for crumbs of pay, if people in your ecosystem grew up telling themselves, I have to work at this company to be successful, I have to get a job at Google to be abundant, I have to get a job at Combank to be abundant in the next 10 years. When you try to defy the norm and be like, no, I don't need Combank or Google to feel abundant, you're not going to get that many support. And that's the times where your self-esteem and your self-respect level is going to start depleting if you let the outer world hold control over you. And the thing is, I was in this trap for like many, many years, where the minute that somebody doesn't understand where I'm going, I start to get resentful that I told you where I'm going. I'm so generous to share this with you. Why don't you understand me? So as a result, I end up like in a situation where I was done with everything that to do with my past. And I completely isolated myself in 2024 and a bit of 2025. Then I came to realize after a prolonged period of self-isolation that at some point, we still feel nourished by human connection. If not our default ecosystem, then at least humans in general. So the thing is, when we like tunnel in our own world for too long and you're operating as your egoic self, you're going to start using your rational mind, which you think is rational, but it's not rational. It's still emotional. You're going to convince yourself that the world doesn't understand me. People don't understand me. They don't get where I'm going. I'm the chosen one. I'm the awakened one. Everyone else is asleep. So you're going to start feeling against the world. And when you start to try to make money by being from a place of being against the world and feeling angry at people the way that I used to, even if you meet Jane and Joe, who has literally no correlations with you, they're still going to sense that you're resentful towards the world. And when people start sensing that, like, do you want to hire somebody who's resentful towards the world? If you knew that your candidate, they're super qualified, they're competent, they can deliver, their interview was phenomenal, their portfolio, their design portfolio for Google, oh my God, top notch. But you have a detector and you detected that inside of your candidate, she's holding a lot of baggage, a lot of trauma around being angry at people that they don't understand her. And you have this detector and you're like, do I really want to give this budget and spend 5 days of my week, 8 hours at least, being around this person's orbit who is resentful towards the world, who is angry at people, carrying trauma, carrying baggages? And if that answer is no, and if you're the business owner, like, you definitely probably don't really want to like give away your revenue, like your earnings, to somebody who resents the world, and you have to spend a crap ton of time with them. Because you'd rather choose somebody who's less competent, but they're more optimistic towards the world. So therefore you have a better time working with them and you can train them to get better. And that's why if you feel like you're overqualified, like myself, and you're extremely competent and you're a high achiever like myself, but sometimes the world just keeps rejecting you, it's because at some point you absolutely rejected yourself. So if you reject yourself, you automatically start pushing people away from you, which I did before. But I started to learn this last year in April when I started waking up at 4 a.m. to take the 4:30 a.m. bus to the beach, and I started to open my heart. See, the thing is, when it comes to riches, when it comes to feeling rich, I'm 100% sure that after you earn your $1 million or 10 mil or 100 mil, you're gonna want someone to share it with. I guarantee. So the thing is, if your objective is to earn $1 million and you're trying to go about it the same way that I did, as in like lone wolf, you're a lone wolf and you're trying to strive to climb to this pedestal. But along the way, along this journey, you are so lonely and you feel like you are against the world and you have to fight alone the way that I felt for a long time. And you feel like people don't get me. So let's just say that the path to you and 1 million is, let's just say 12 months, so 365 steps, let's just say. Because you're super good now, you're super competent, and you're taking 365 more steps to get to the final breakthrough. But on every single step, you fall asleep feeling insecure about yourself. You fall asleep feeling unsafe because people from your past experience don't understand you. So you think that just because people in your old default ecosystem don't get you, that people that you meet in the future as the future version of you is not going to get you, which is not the truth. If you start to spend 365 days feeling absolutely emotionally deprived, even if you do hold $1 million, do you really think it's going to stay with you in a pleasant way? Or are you going to start allocating this $1 million to clubbing with random people, hiring, what do you call those? Like, not sugar daddy. So you're the sugar. So you're going to start hiring people to go out with you now because, you don't have real life connections. Are you going to start trying to make friends by paying for their things? So you have to pay people to be your friends? It's completely different. Because the thing is, people in that world have the money. But do you really think they live an abundant life that stays filled with like inner harmony, fulfillment, satisfaction? Not really. So therefore, what I learned with this experience as well what I interestingly learned about being happy as a baseline and going out there when I interact with people who sell me things at Woolies, who sell me food at Macca's, who I exchange money with when I buy an earring, or when I go to a dress shop and people are asking me, can I help you with anything? And because you are happy as a baseline and you try your best to fall asleep feeling secure, feeling okay about yourself, in the waking world, you're naturally inclined to be generous with these people. So when it comes to service workers, people that serve me coffee, people that serve me food, and I literally sit there and I watch people in peak hours make the coffee, and I tell myself every time that I have to be nice and generous to them because I'm so lucky that in this particular hour, I get to be the person sipping the coffee and not the person having to make multiple coffees and be under pressure. So I remind that to myself all the time. And with this mentality, because my parents, they spent 20 years working in a restaurant and I grew up working in a Thai restaurant, I know what it feels like to be really pressured in peak hour and having to serve your clients. So what I try to do to the best of my ability is to share a generous smile. The least I could do to anybody who is busy, who is having a crap day, who's walking past me, who's making coffee for others, who is serving others, is to share a free smile, because a smile to me doesn't cost any money. All it requires from me is for me to fall asleep feeling secure within myself, so that in my waking world, I am not walking around like a grumpy bitch who hates the world. Because the thing is, let's just say that this gentleman, he's a company founder and he has $100,000 budget to hire you. While this gentleman here, he doesn't have anything to give you. But what he does have to give you in return is a smile. And I'm going to name both these gentlemen Joe, both Joes. This Joe, who is broke Joe, and wealthy Joe, to you, they are two different people. But even like in the other content creators who talk about this, that everyone is pushed out and we are all the same, droplets of the entire ocean in different bottles. I get that, but in the simple human terms, the way that you'd make broke Joe feel, if you make broke Joe feel like he is seen, then it is very easy for you to make wealthy Joe feel seen. Because fundamentally, what do humans want to feel? Humans want to feel appreciated, seen, understood for who they are, and not for what they have. The thing is, I found that because I was broke for a while, But what I can do is smile at people and be nice and have a nice conversation with people and thank them and compliment them and congratulate them. That's the least I can do. When I met a lot of people who, they're not broke, but let's just say that you meet broke Joe, but you don't judge him. You don't judge his character because of his wallet, but you judge his character based on who he is as a person. Now, I used to be very judgmental with like, oh, if they have this occupation, this and that. But later on, I came to realize that how we should judge people is by their character and not by their wallet. So I stopped judging people by their wallet. And I assume that if I smile at people, they're gonna smile back at me, and they always do. So I just generally smile, or I just have a calm energy towards them. So it's very rare now that I would chuck a piss at people for no reason like I used to, because I'm angry with myself. And if, let's just say, broke Joe starts a conversation with me, which I have had homeless people like want to talk to me, and I'm just neutral in the moment, like I don't judge, I don't feel anything, and I'm not in a rush. Even volunteers are trying to sell you things. Like, even when I'm in a rush, I don't reject them in a bad way. So when you're just generally welcoming and you allow people to compliment you that you're beautiful, you allow people to say what they want to say, and you make them feel seen, you then start to accumulate the habit, your inner character as somebody who makes people feel seen for who they are. So you start to be a person that radiates abundance outwards, right? So then when it comes a time where wealthy Joe, who has 100 grand to hire you for a job, or even let's just say wealthy Joe has 100 grand to start you off with, but ultimately he can pay you, his company can pay you $1 million later on. The thing is, when you predominantly practice not judging others, being generous, having a character where people walk away from you feeling seen, feeling understood by you. And even when I go to Thailand, because it's interesting, because Thailand, you speak Thai, right? But Thai people react the exact same way as Australians when I compliment, oh, like your lipstick looks nice, like what color's that lipstick? And I smile and everything, and you make people feel remembered. So therefore, when there comes a time where now you have an interview or a discovery call with wealthy Joe, sales call, and you bring this character trait, the way that you treat broke Joe, to wealthy Joe, and you're not about, oh, I only treat people that have money this way. I mean, if you don't have money, I'm not going to treat you nicely. If you don't have 100 grand to pay me, why should I be nice to you? Why should I smile at you if you don't have 100 grand to pay me? Why should I have a nice conversation with you if you have nothing to give me? You're not going to carry any of this attitude towards wealthy Joe. And people with money, like, how do they feel? They want to be seen for who they are, not for the money that they have. So then when you start to normalize giving people generosity because you are generous to yourself from within, ultimately you're going to be natural with wealthy Joe. So you're going to naturally not judge. So you're not going to judge, oh, wealthy Joe has 100 grand or $1 million to give me, let's put him on a pedestal. But you're going to treat wealthy Joe as an equal. So therefore the conversation, you're going to be fully present in the discovery call or the interview. So instead of you focusing that wealthy Joe has to give me this money today, he has to pay me today, he has to sign the contract today, he has to approve of my position in this company today, naturally you're going to take this practice muscle memory of being generous to people that have nothing to give you to the person that has something to give you. So then wealthy Joe's like, what the hell? Ooh, she's quite nice. She's quite sweet. She's quite lovely. And then he looks at your resume or your portfolio and he's like, oh, she's more than qualified. But her character is just phenomenal. She has an amazing character. She seems very not needy. There's like zero desperation. There's calmness. She makes me feel calm. She makes me feel seen. She makes me feel inspired. Damn. She reminds me of my youthful day. She makes me feel more youthful. Her energy is contagious. There's just something about, I want to work with her. I want to hire her. This budget I have, I'm going to invest in her. I want to invest in her. That's how wealthy Joe's going to think. But the thing is, you can't fake it. Like, you can't just pretend to make him feel seen. but then you go treat other people like crap. It has to be natural to your character, like swimming. Like you can't just be like, I'm gonna swim exceptionally well on the day that, my crush is here, but on every other day, I'm not gonna take it seriously kind of thing. You have to take it seriously on every other day so that when there comes a day where people watch you or you meet people, you hold yourself to a high standard and you are the same with or without the money. So there's one thing I want to take away is that free generosity is really free. You don't even need $1 to smile at someone. I mean, okay, if you're feeling anxious, very anxious and in survival state, I get it. But it doesn't cost you any money to just be nice to people that serve you coffee, to people that give you food at Macca's, when I go to Macca's, to give you beautiful moments, at the swim. If someone say hi to you, you say hi to them back. If there are bus drivers, people that drive the ferry who, you see them working hard in the hall and all you do is say thank you, good morning. It doesn't cost you anything to do that because when you practice doing that, when there's a time where somebody who can give you, pay you well, pay you generously comes in, you're gonna act the same way towards them. They're gonna feel like you are rich from within, so they're gonna wanna work with you, associate themselves with you, and therefore you become materially rich. I mean, are you gonna be rich if Joe's company gives you $1 million contract? You're gonna be more richer than you were. And that is how you manifest abundance and become magnetic to abundance. Whew, okay, so I'm gonna be offering you a coaching service soon. And I have a waitlist down below, so I would love for you to fill out the Google form if you wanna get in touch with me. And my purpose is to help high-achieving women reach their tipping point in 8 to 12 weeks by breaking or raising their inner worth ceiling. Once you raise your inner worth ceiling, no matter if you talk to broke Joe or wealthy Joe, they're both going to want to be a part of your world and give you generosity, generous pay, and abundance in general. So, hope you enjoyed. See you soon. Bye-bye. How to make reality obey you in 90 days because you are done playing the game backwards. It's not about efforting harder, we know that. But it's about knowing how to access the version of you who's already at the end, having what she or he wants. Whether that is landing your dream job in 90 days, starting your business or scaling it, and having increased life expansion in 90 days in the physical plane. So what better way than to make reality obey you? So let's get started. One of the quotes that I really, really like, and I've been using it since I was running this soft skill job interview workshop years ago. And I used to always tell the attendees that, at least in job interviews, mastering others is strength, but mastering yourself is true power. And since the universe is you, if you don't have the ability to master yourself, then how do you tell the 3D reality and the universe that you are its master? Because the thing is, when I used to be young and easily influenced, even though I was ambitious, what would happen is that we would understand, or at least I understood this on a theoretical level, that it's really good to influence other people to want to say yes to you. Mastering, the people interviewing you to want to hire you is strength. But it's not about making other people change directly, but it's about conquering your inner state so that it's so magnetic that people just want to change to give you what you want. But the thing is, the minute that you start to pursue the things that you actually want to pursue, and it's not congruent or in alignment with people in your default ecosystem, they're going to start giving you their 2 cents of advice and opinions like, why don't you just get that job? You know, they might just be like, but why? Why are you doing this? Why are you going to swim like this? Why you want to live in that suburb? Isn't it too expensive? Why don't you save money first or something? Or why don't you go get MBA if you want to increase your income? Go get more qualified and certified, which, yeah, of course. But why don't you like just wait 5 more years and just go and get some master's degree in MBA before you can become what you want to become? When MBA and masters is not, you're not passionate about getting it. I mean, you can if you want, but if you can get what you want without having to go through the hoops, then why do you have to listen to the opinions of others that will keep you in a vibrational prison? And the thing is, I want to ask you something. Is the person who allows these weights, like why don't you go get that job, 50 kilogram weight down? Why are you making these life choices? Another 50 kilogram weight down. You know, why don't you go save money first before you try to do this with your life? Another 50 kilogram weight down. Why don't you go get MBA first and get really qualified or something? Another 50 kilograms down. So again, this version of you is trying her very, very best to ascend by 100. But currently, every single time that you allow people's advice and opinions to make your identity sway because they are more credible, because they're adult, because they're your best friend, because they lived the world before you, and you don't listen to yourself, you have 200 kilograms weighing you down. So you're going up by 100, but you're getting tugged down by 200. So now you're even operating at minus, and even if you use immense willpower to now try to ascend by 200. But as long as you let another one of these, why, tug at you energetically, you're gonna break even. So you still get a bit of success, but then it gets taken away from you rapidly. You will still make reality obey you in January, but by June, it's like, what the hell, man? What the hell? And the thing is, my greatest challenge for a long time was getting reality to obey me 365 days a year, and not reality obeys me in March because suddenly I became motivated and excited to make things happen. But then as soon as somebody gives me an input and skepticism and like, why are you doing this though? But why? Then you start to conflict your inner desires with other people's desire and their perception. And the minute that happens, by September, you're like, where's everything that I created? Where's that dream that was supposed to come in the physical reality? So that's why mastering others, for sure, mastering other people's opinion is strength if you want to change other people's opinions of you. But mastering your inner state, yourself, is true power, as said by Lao Tzu in Tao Te Ching. So we're going to do that. And let's get started with the solutions. Okay. See, one of the most essential things about conquering yourself and making reality obey you is that you've got to know where your blind spots, your weakness, and emotional hindrances are. And many years ago when I was doing interview coaching, and it was 2020, I think, so I was doing it in that year, and I found this TED video by Shaolin Master Shi Yang He, I believe. And what happens is that in this TED talk, it blew up. Because the way he explained the concept of hindrances and the pathway to true self-mastery is so simple, but it touches the heart of many people, including myself. Because as somebody who's always about, get a degree, get a job, all we think about is narrow way of approaching things in the physical plane. But then when I think back about how do you conquer yourself to get the high grades and all the things I used to want and I didn't get, it's about coming face to face with these hindrances of yours. So the first one, he talks about essential desire. And my greatest hindrance actually is sensual desires. So he talks about how when a person climbs the mountain, and you're supposed to have this like straight like trajectory to climb the mountains. But the thing is, as you walk along this mountain, there's a shiny object syndrome. Because the thing is, honestly, as somebody who was young but just emotionally stunted and didn't really grow up socializing much and just pretty sheltered and raised in a strict way, the minute that I got into my 20s and I was like, I'm gonna level up my energy and just glow up and, you know, style myself properly and look smacks and everything in my 20s, I was getting a lot of attention from men, and it was just like, it's like I had endless options at the time. And I didn't know that this feeling of, yeah, like I have so many people to choose from and egoically, those kind of stuff, that was my hindrance. So it was my shiny object syndrome. So up till this day, when I'm asking myself like, what's going on in your 30s, like what's happening? It's like I was constantly living the later years of my 20s, and right now trying to regain the power that I didn't have in my 20s, where every time like some guy comes in, I would easily like divert my attention towards like feeding my ego instead of putting my 100% into my vision. So even though I was always ambitious, but every time, every step of the way, no matter what career path, no matter what industry, in my 20s, it's always like just naturally people just kept coming in, and I kept getting swayed by compliments, by attention, and this feeling of, oh my God, like how is this possible? This, wow, I must be very attractive. And so this is the thing that distracts you getting to the goal, because the thing is, if you don't have a sharp focus, that you are able to endure the boring times where things are supposed to be silent and things are supposed to be focused and locked in. That's why the actual vision of the life that you want, it doesn't materialize in the physical plane, because your energy is like, again, you're trying to ascend by 100, but then the sensual stuff, the desire, it tugs at you by 100. So you're breaking even and starting back at zero each and every time. And that was my greatest mistake in my 20s. But the thing is, these other 4 desires I'll list out to you are not really my struggles, but just this one alone can stop you from earning the income that you want, having the job that you want and sustaining it, having a lifestyle that you want, and the respect from people in the industry that you want long term. Just this one alone, at least it stopped me for many years. But the second one is interesting because it's aversion. And it's this like, I will get to it. And it's just like negative self-talk. In a way, it's kind of like procrastination, where I will film that YouTube video. I will take that action. You know, at the time I was getting downloads to post videos onto LinkedIn and do all these things to get video testimonials and post them to get clients. And one of my, well, at least this one wasn't my hindrance, but one of my imposter syndrome at the time was charging people money. So I would have this like, there's a part of me that's like, I don't want to charge people money. I don't want to take their money. Because I was always raised to believe that if you take people's money, you know, without working at a Thai restaurant and cooking food, and you transact with a physical thing, but if you're going to take people's money from intangible thing, like I promised that you can get a dream job in 90 days, and then don't end up getting that job, then I felt really guilty. So I felt scared of like charging people money. So then sometimes I'll have like, I will send out this DM later. I will close later. I will this, I will that. But because I was stronger than this aversion, eventually I was able to make the sales and have people literally be like, how much do you cost? How much do you charge? Okay, let's get started. Even without getting onto the sales call. So sometimes I was on LinkedIn and people saw my video testimonial that I told myself, you have to post it. And then they'll be like, okay, how much do you charge? I say this, okay, let's get started tomorrow. And it happens just like that. But the thing is, sometimes you might have, you know, other hindrances like restlessness. And this was something that I also went through, where your mind is like, you know, jumping mind. So this is called the monkey mind as well. where you can't get your thoughts to shut up. Well, at least for me before bed, when I'm constantly thinking about, well, how do I grow this channel? How do I make this money? How do I reach my success? What happens is that your brain in this restlessness state, your brain is in this beta brainwave state. And if you want to impress your subconscious while your brain is tumultuous, then you just can't. Because you can't make something that's unstable and try to put something in and make sure that it stabilizes. It won't. And restlessness is a hindrance that you may come across where your mind jumps like a monkey from one tree to the other tree and it won't stop. And therefore you end up lacking sleep the way that I did for many years. You think so many things at night and you post things on internet like I used to on Instagram because I had such monkey mind and analysis paralysis, and I would vent and write long posts about where I wanted to be, who I wanted to be, and instead of it attracting positive results, it attracted a lot of people who then feed off this desperation to succeed from me at the time. So therefore, you want to be careful that as you climb this mountain, you don't have thoughts that go all over the place and it's like dissected attention, like diversified attention to the point where you can't get to your goal. But you want to narrow your focus, which leads to dullness. So it's like life is feeling heavy. It's heavy. And I felt this quite a few times when the outer reality just wouldn't give me what I want. And suddenly, because I don't know what's happening and I didn't know that I was the cause, that I was the cause and reality was effect. That's why it was so hard for me to get rid of this heaviness at the time where it's like, why are people being like this? Are they jealous of me? Are they this and that? And I was getting entitled and all these weirdness came like a dark cloud to suppress me, to keep me staying the same. When, okay, part of it might be envy, but a lot of it is also your self-inflicted pain. So sometimes we inflict unnecessary pain onto ourselves because we overly observe our 3D environment and then we interpret it as, I'm a loser. I can't do this. Why not? And that is what, the heaviness will literally, it's like you're carrying a bunch of weight and bags and you just can't get to the top because it's way too heavy. And the last one that he talked about was skepticism. Which is like, should I really do this? Like pessimistic thinking. And it's interesting because when I was trying to build the life that I wanted to build in the way that I wanted to build it, and I used to share it with my friends, like, you know what, I want to start this business, like way back, 7 years back. They'll be like, but you don't have experience. But those people are scams. Oh, but Napoleon Hill, like, yeah, he wrote Think Rich and Grow Rich, but he's a scammer too. Like I had people say that to me and things like, but that person, MLM is scamming. That's a scam. Everyone's a scam. And eventually, because I had a mixture at the time of restlessness, dullness, and also a lot of sensual desire, a lot of distraction, eventually I let this skepticism get to me. So I was like, maybe they are a scam. So then you start to sway, your sense of self starts to sway, like, are they really a scam? Am I a scam for charging money? Am I just like taking advantage of people that, I help them get jobs, but then like before they get the job, they pay me the money first. Am I a scam for doing that? So I used to ask myself this, and there were times where sometimes the company's decision to hire is delayed and it's not within our control. So they're like, we'll get back to you. But they made my client wait 6 months. Deloitte made my clients wait for 6 months because there was some weird like season, freeze happening. And I felt a lot of guilt at the time when my clients would have to wait so many months just to know, oh, you didn't pass the partner interview. So they would pass the first round because they came with me and we did the assessment center, role play and stuff. Then the second interviews, we did a bit of role play. Then by the time it gets to the partner interview, some of them didn't get past it and I would just collapse. My heart would break from it. So I would start to feel like skepticism towards myself that I'm a scam, that I couldn't help people get jobs when they already paid me money, and it was just horrible. And that's why myself at the time couldn't get to my goal. So we have to not do this to ourselves. We have to not let our hindrances get in the way, because the minute that you know what your main hindrances are, which it can be a mixture of everything, but my main one was sensual. The minute I realized that I was easily swayed by shiny object syndrome because I was raised in a strict environment and wasn't really allowed to do anything as a teenager. So the minute that people just kept coming in, I just couldn't control my urge to engage in conversations that didn't serve towards my goal, to spend time with people who told me that they can help me get to my goal, but they couldn't. And the minute you get to this, you are already like halfway to win against your reality. So, now that we've identified that hindrance, I'm going to show you the journey within this point of two versions of you. The one who couldn't identify her hindrance and the other one who can. So this is the egoic version of you who has no idea what the hell's going on because her hindrances are holding her back. Whereas this version of you is smart, like my current self, and she's taken the elevator up, her consciousness elevator up to this point where, you know, her 1 million revenue or the 100 grand Google job or a sales promotion and overall just an abundant life, like abundant, wealthy life. She's like mentally, she's already here. And the reason why she's already here is because she knows what her hindrances are. Because if you can't face the monstrous demon inside of you and be like, I see you, I know of you, I'm not gonna even fight you. Well, let's sit down and have a real conversation. And I decided that I'm gonna be above you, the hindrances. So therefore, this version of you is unaware. She's unaware. So then, like, let's just say the next 90 days. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna like get so motivated the way that I used to. And I would start to like send out DMs and stuff, post video testimonials. Or when I was in like Toastmasters and stuff, I would just take a lot of action. And again, like I'll get praises and stuff and then I'll get distracted and everything. So this version of you takes blind action. But the thing is, because a lot of personal development videos say you gotta take action to make things happen, as a result of you taking blind action, what then happens is that the actions, you get swung back down by the pendulum. So in reality transurfing, which is really interesting, the concept of if you dislike apples, energetically, you're saying, apples, please come to me. So every single time you hated seeing apples in your field and you feel frustrated, like, why is an apple here again? The more you hate it, the more you're like, apples, can I please eat you and chomp on you? So when you start to be like, but I hate it when I take a lot of action and I get 0 results. Again, this is now the 3D not obeying you. So the 3D is not obeying you by giving you ghosted or undesired result. You start to feel frustrated. And then you get swung back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, until again, you reach this point where you try to ascend by 100, you get pulled down by 100, and then you break even. Because every single time reality gives you, it's not obeying you, it's like, nah man, your blind action, it's a trap. Because reality is not about taking blind action. It's about merging your mental, spiritual, and physical plane. But if you're only going at it physically, and maybe a bit mentally, you kind of understand the theories of it, but you're just going to take a lot of action without mentally elevating yourself, consciously elevating yourself to be in the end state. You're taking every single action as the version of you who is at no end state. So therefore, you're always going to be on the journey. And if you're always on the journey internally, you're like, I'm frustrated. So as within, so without. So then if you're like, I'm frustrated and I don't have the result within. So then without, how can without give you results? how can reality obey you? Because within, you're like, I don't obey myself. So you think that you do by taking action, but if you really obey yourself, you're going to be aware of your hindrances. And you're going to sit down with have a conversation, a mental conversation at least, like I did, with your hindrances and say, nah, I'm obeying my higher self. And by obeying yourself, you don't give in to these feelings of frustration. You don't give in to disappointment. You don't give in to discouragement. You don't allow any negative emotions to make you sway off your path. So therefore, these emotions can also be generated from sensual desires, getting distracted, and you're like, far out, I regret doing that. I regret wasting my time. It may be dullness. Oh my God, it's so heavy. So frustrated, it's so heavy. It might be skepticism. What? I'm a scam now. Shaming yourself. Feeling apathetic and feeling like embarrassed that you're doing this. Skepticism. It might be things like restlessness. Now, damn it, my mind's going all over the place like a monkey and I can't control it. Oh my God, I feel so much shame. Oh, I feel so hopeless. And the other thing, what was the other thing? Aversion. I will do it later, procrastinate. You're like, damn, I regret it now. This year I could have done better if I didn't procrastinate, kind of thing. This is what happens because the hindrance came to control you. So therefore, you're not obeying yourself. So how can reality obey you? But the version of you who has what you want, she's here and she's really smart. So therefore, every cell of her body, her self-concept, her decisions, her mental attitude, her thoughts, her emotions, her belief, self-talk, focus, attention, expectation, everything is absolutely congruent to the version of you who has. So the minute that you have it, every time the hindrances come up, which it will sway you. What happens is that this person, she started at the end. So even though physically she's here, and let's just say after 14 days, she's like only here. But she knows that even though physically I'm seeing no results, like my 2 YouTube videos, I just got like 30 views in 2 days kind of thing. It's like physically, it's not here. But mentally, it's here at the end. I'm at the end. So you have to be at the end, even if physically you're just starting. Because what happens is that now that you start to conquer yourself internally, there's going to be some weird things that the 3D throws at you because the old frequency doesn't want you to part ways with it. So it's going to like give you a situation where, far out, man, I uploaded 2 of my videos. It's so good. The views, subscribers, algorithm, not giving me what I want. Am I supposed to feel rejected by life like I used to? No. But the minute that you interpret things negatively, hence skepticism, hindrance, hence dullness, heaviness, hence restlessness. Damn it, what do I do to go over there? See the hindrance. The minute you interpret this negatively, you're going to lose. But to make reality obey you, you're going to interpret this neutrally. It's okay. I'm there mentally, I'm at the end already. I am at the end. I am. So therefore, no matter what you see in the 3D, lack of movement, situations getting worse, people trying to distract you, people from your past trying to trigger you and stuff like that, you're at the end. And once you're at the end, you're like, whoa, I'm gonna go up again. I'm gonna try again. And I'm doing this as the version of me who's in the end. So I'm gonna keep going up, 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 and then I reach an exponential point around this mark. And what happened here where you reach the inflex point? Well, you actually, I think the first 45 days, the first half, you compound your energy correctly. But in order for you to compound correctly, what happens is that at every single dip that you will eventually experience, a hindrance comes up. So again, if, let's just say like my literal life situation at the time, I'm starting to be successful a bit. People are recognizing me. So like people like with fancy titles are reaching out. I'm like, whoa, they don't even email like wealthy people in their ecosystem. Why are they reaching out to me, kind of thing? So I started having ego get in my way, and that was a sensual desire. So attention recognition is my sensual desire. And when there's too much of it, my identity starts to get swayed. And so when I lose it a bit, when there's too much and then too less, and my inner self starts to sway, therefore, I give in to frustration. But most importantly, I also gave into overwhelm. I gave into confusion, and I gave into a lot of restlessness. Sometimes when I couldn't find the answers as to why people, recognized me at the time. So there was a lot of imposter syndrome. There was a lot of hindrances that eventually my energy never compounded correctly to get to this inflex point. So therefore, when you are able to identify one of those 5 hindrances that's holding you back and face it head on, your journey is going to look like, oh shit, hindrance again. You identify it, you don't engage with it, and then you're able to let it go. You're able to release it and eventually get to this point where physically, now you're going to merge your physical with your mental and have exactly what you want. So let's move on to the next step. It's really interesting that when I used to begin swimming, and I was swimming a lot 4 years ago, trying to beat my own record, there was a lot of things that get in the way when I'm swimming. So this is me trying to do my 1,000 meters and eventually go more than that, 1,500 to 2,000 meters, which I did do 4 years ago. But the journey to getting there is a bit weird because there would be seaweed in the way. So I'm just trying to swim. Then suddenly there's these weird things tugging at my foot, and I'm like, whoa. And I literally panic and be like, whoa, man, something's tugging at me. And it feels scary. There'll be things like giant swells. So I'm swimming at the ocean water, and sometimes on windy days, the swell is really huge and it can throw you to the other side of the lane. And once that happens, I'm not wearing goggles, so I can't see anything, and there's white foams everywhere. And because 4 years ago, I had a lot of hindrances, I would be like, oh my God, I'm panicking. I don't know what to do. This is coming. So that's happening. Then there will be things like swimmers overtaking me. So because I tried to swim in the fast lane a lot and I was slow and I didn't have proper techniques, so many people would overtake me, especially people that have bigger builds, tall, muscular, athletic people who their one stroke is 5 of my strokes. So it takes me 5 strokes just to be the equivalent of their 1 stroke at the time. So then my speed was so slow and I was swimming in with the wrong techniques and my strokes weren't long. So I always have people being like, but I think you should go to the slow lane. That's the lane that's for you. I even had a lady tell me last year when I was trying to do 2,000 meters on 4 a.m. wake up, and I was starting to build the momentum towards it. She said, I can swim, but you can't swim. So you need to move to the safe lane because the swell is very dangerous. But I can save you though, if you end up but at least just go to the safe lane. So I knew that she wasn't trying to insult me. She was just wanting me to be safe. But the way she expressed it would have really triggered my old self. But because I understood her and I was like, I understand. So I'm gonna go to the safe lane. She was like, good girl, because she knew that with my kind of swimming technique, if another one of those huge, humongous swells hit me and there are other swimmers that are swimming past and I don't have goggles, it's gonna cause a huge accident. So the thing is, I would have people telling me all the time, you need to go to the slow lane, you don't belong in the fast lane kind of thing. So therefore, I had all these things come up to my journey to swimming, including cold shock. Because sometimes I would swim in really cold temperature for too long. There was even a day where I spent 6 hours at the swimming center. So I would try to reach 2,000 meters, and it was only the end of winter 4 years ago. So I would swim, go back to sauna, 10 laps, go back to sauna, kind of thing. And it was just crazy. My body was turning purple. And I felt like I was on the verge of like a breakdown. But it was fun, but it was dangerous. So I was shaking like uncontrollably and my lips were purple and I had a cold shock. So sometimes when I couldn't maintain that, I would also get an anxious, like literally, like a nervous breakdown at the pool. So I'll be like, I can't breathe, like I feel so anxious. People are watching me swim. There's like people everywhere and they're looking towards the pool and I couldn't swim because it was just too overwhelming. But eventually, because I identified that a lot of these were just hindrances, I learned that the only way for me to neutralize these events is not to tell the seaweed, can you please get out of the way? Can you do that? Can you actually tell the seaweed to like, don't annoy me. I'm trying to swim here. Or can you actually tell the ocean water, the giant swells on a windy day, that can you please not like throw me to the other side of the lane when it's a windy day? Can you actually tell the wave, the ocean water, to stop, coming in and out, in and out? Can you tell the swimmer to please mind your own business and don't tell me what to do? I mean, technically you can, but can you really do that sustainably? Where like, if you're just sustainably a slow swimmer in the fast lane, people are telling you like, for your own safety, please just go to the safe lane so you don't get hit. Can you really like make people stop telling you stuff like that when it's the truth for that time? Can you control yourself from the cold if the ocean water is cold? Can you tell the ocean water in winter, can you please not be that temperature? Can you please not give me goosebumps, I'm cold? And can you tell, the crowd, like, sorry, the tourist in peak seasons, can you please not come to this beach, like an iconic swimming location, and can you stop like taking pictures at a touristy spot? You can't. What I'm trying to say is that when you can conquer your mental atmosphere, you're gonna soon realize that you just don't need to change the 3D reality. The 3D reality, when people lose at this game, they try to fight it. They try to fight it. And the thing is, if I stop swimming at that place, I'll never become the swimmer that I am today. But if you want to still continue, you have to accept that. Sometimes there's going to be a seaweed. Sometimes there's going to be extremely cold water. And if you want to swim 1,000 meters and you're weak at the time, you have to overcome it. Because eventually, yesterday, I did a 15 minutes cold plunge in one go, like no other reps. And I was like, what the hell, how's this happening? But I felt peaceful. I felt really, really nice. It feels so beautiful. It's like so peaceful here. But that's because the last 2 weeks I've been swimming 1,000 meters with no break and the water's cold. So my body got used to it. But I can't tell the cold plunge. Cold plunge, can you please like up your temperature level? Because if you want to do 15 minutes cold plunge, you don't tell the cold water to please get less cold. You adapt your body and your mental state to sit there peacefully for 15 minutes if you want to sit for 15 minutes. So therefore, you don't play the game backwards by fighting your environment. You don't need to fight your environment. But what you need to do is conquer the way you talk to yourself. Because ultimately, let's have a look at this, all right? So this is two versions of you. This is Patty who has at the end state, and this is Patty who wants. Now, I'm gonna give you a situation. Let's just say both Patties, Patty who wants and Patty who has, gets ghosted after going to a job interview. Both of them are getting ghosted. Patty who wants and who's not aware of her hindrances, there's a bit of aversion, there's a bit of skepticism with like the job market. There's a lot of sensual desire. So like after she does a job interview, she seeks validation. Like, I went to this job interview kind of thing. Patty who wants and she's ghosted. She's like, it's not fair. It's not fair. They suck. Everyone sucks. Everyone involved in this state. They don't see my talent. They don't get it. I'm so talented. They suck. They're not smart. Or like, I'm too good for them. That's what I used to say all the time. I'm just too good for them. That's why they didn't choose me. Patty who wants is like, the world is against me. What else? What else do you say to yourself when things don't go your way? It never works. And how about this one? Again. They rejected me again. They ghosted me again. Damn, these people. But again, like, as much as, yeah, you can make an influence to how people want to choose you, but do you go tell Jane, who just ghosted you, saying, Jane, can you please not ghost me? Do you really have the power to literally verbally, from the egoic version of you, who doesn't know any hindrances, and you walk up to Jane, to her office, and be like, Jane, can you tell me what my result is? Can you really get what you want by doing that? You can't. So therefore, you don't play the game backwards by doing this. Either way, both Patties in both universe, because she has some baggage with her past and the old frequencies throwing her weird, wonky situations to make her stay in frustration, discouragement, disappointment. Patty who has, she's gonna be like, well, to me, today, I literally say, whatever. It'll work out eventually. She says, it's none of my business. None of my business what Jane chooses to think. Technically, it is your business that Jane gets back to you with the job interview and she says, look, Patty, we're willing to hire. Technically it is, but you don't control Jane's behavior. You just don't. Also, you don't control Jane's department. Let's just say Jane is HR, but the company, like her boss is like, we're not hiring this month. So you can interview a bunch of candidates, but we're not really sure we're gonna hire in the next 6 months, which would happen to my client at Deloitte. You can't control Jane. Like Jane can't make a decision because she has a boss who makes the decisions. So you can't really get angry even at the stakeholders because maybe they're not the key decision makers. So therefore she's like, I'll film today. Forget it. I'm gonna do things that I enjoy doing. So I love making beauty reels. I love doing makeup. I love dressing up, wearing bikini, wearing, outfits, like a pop stars kind of outfit. And I just feel so empowered when I do that. So instead of me just waiting for a job out of anxiety or waiting for things to happen outside of me, in the meantime, let's do something that nourishes my soul. So things like, you know what, I'll go swim. I'll go to bathhouse like yesterday and I'll just do 15 minutes cold plunge, whatever. See, the thing is, this person, she's severely attached. This person, she's detached. So if you were reality itself, if you are reality, who are you going to obey to? Are you going to obey to this version of you who is attached and therefore powerless? Or if you are 3D reality and suddenly there comes like you who's like detached and you're like, whatever, doesn't matter, I'm a pedestal. Now, you show reality and you show the universe who's the boss here. So who's the boss? It's you. So you are the one that has power over it. And what's the difference between an attached person and a detached person? Well, they're hindrances. Again, they're hindrance. Their aversion, their I will, oh, you know what? I'll go swim later. I'm just gonna like sit down and just get anxious. He's not texting me back or things like that when I'm in my 20s something. I'm just gonna wait for him. I'm not gonna go swim. I'm not gonna like go lift weights or anything. I'm just gonna wait for it. That's you giving power to reality. Or what about things like dullness? Oh, but what about like restlessness? You're like, damn, did I say something wrong in the interview? Did I say the wrong thing? Did she not like what I said? And you start to let your hindrances control you because your thoughts are aligned with the version of you who lets your hindrances control you by complaining about it, like that. Complaining, but then also feel like victimized by it. Whereas sometimes I still complain, but I know that I'm just complaining for the sake of venting, but not really feeling that frustration for too long. This version of you, sometimes you might complain, yeah, they suck too, I know, they suck. But they have zero emotional charge. It's not that you don't sometimes, like if things new, like objectively, people like, yeah, she sucks, or he sucks kind of thing, you acknowledge it, but you don't feel below it. They don't control your emotional state. This person, because their thoughts are congruent to the version of them who's detached, they have power over reality. So therefore, no matter what they say, yeah, like this could have been better, it could have been handled better, but they don't care because they are the pedestal and they allocate their times to doing things that keeps them on the pedestal, which, moving on to the third point, this is how we're going to do it. Now, the final point of this video is that we need to learn to take the steering wheel of our own life. And there was a quote by Jim Rohn, which I don't exactly remember line by line, but I said this quote at the end of my sales speech. At that time, I had 0 sales experience in corporate. And I went in very naive, but I practiced my speech 20 times the night before. I wrote that speech at 7 p.m. the night before to present it in like 11 a.m. the next day at this head office in CBD. And I ended that speech with, it's not about the sail of the ship, not about the waves that determine your direction, but it's about the person steering the wheel, the captain of the ship. And so it's kind of like you want the world to pay you, and not just money. Let's just say you want the world to pay you 120 grand, like Google salary. It has to be like reputable company too. And it's like 6 figures and it looks good amongst your family's reputation. Or you're a business owner and you're like, I really want to get to close to 7 figures. But then you might want to get paid other things in life. I want to be paid with respect from people. I want to be paid with the partner that I want. I want to be paid with friendships that I want. I want to be paid with the exact lifestyle that I want and community that I want. So paying yourself is not about dollar figure only. It's about the entire makeup of life that makes it wholesome for you. And basically what you're saying is that I want to be, when you're saying pay yourself, I want to be deeply satiated by life. So I had this, met this PT at the swim. He's really, really cool. And he was doing 3,000 meter swim in one go. And I was like, holy crap, like I want to do that. But he somehow like is calibrated towards achieving that kind of goal easily. And he was like, yeah, I'm in Sydney for like 14 days. I'm based in New York and just came here to visit my parents and I come to swim at this place every day. So like his normal caliber is 3,000 meters. So I'm like, damn, I want to learn from him. And then he tells me about like his intermittent fasting period. And he says how he doesn't eat his first meal until 2 p.m. And he focuses on protein a lot as well. So he's very careful with his diet. So he looks amazing. And the thing that he says is that if I'm hungry in between, I have butter to feel satiated because butter is good fats. So I remember that term always. I always remember that term that he said to me, deeply satiated. Let's just say that life cannot satiate you right now because, like people are just in their own life and they're busy with their own things and they have their own things going on and they can't satiate you. They can't satiate you with money, attention, recognition, fame, or whatever you want. You have to learn how to deeply satiate yourself ahead of time before it lands in the physical reality. And how you do this is that you create self-generated evidence that you are the captain steering your ship. You are taking the lead. So let's just say that you want, let's just say Jane is part of your reality. You want Jane to obey you by saying yes to you. You want Joe, who can give you 100 grand contract for your business and eventually move up to, like 100 grand, and eventually you make $1 million. And you want Joe to obey you by
giving you the contract by saying a yes. You want Jim to respect you and give you a good friendship, so therefore Jim obeys you. You want Josephine to, give you the most amazing companionship and give you the time of your life where like you get to bond together and swim together and do beautiful activities together, so therefore obey you. If Jane, Joe, Jim and Josephine doesn't give you any of this in a 3D reality, you have to take the lead. In order for them to obey you, then you have to create some tangible evidence in the physical plane, not just mental, that you obey yourself. So therefore, as much as we can get into the alpha brainwave state, and we can prime our mind by meditation, hypnosis. I've done those things and they work to a degree, but you have to do it in a way that really, really works for you. So you might do subliminals at night as well. Like you keep the whole, I love myself on for the whole night. And you're in this alpha brainwave state, or you're even in theta, deep sleep. And you impress your subconscious with these things. I love myself. To me, I don't think it's enough. I've done it. But I seriously felt moved and believed myself when everything was happening in the physical reality. So let's just say I prime my subconscious. I have a bikini bod, At the times I didn't have it. But then I don't go and lift weights. I don't try to do squats. I don't try to push up. My diet's still the same. How can I believe myself I'm going to have that bikini bod? Going into things like when I used to deadlift 70 kilos, like just once though. Usually I was doing like maybe 50 to 65 kind of thing. But there was one time where the PT, she believed in me and she was like, just, you can go for another 5. So we did 70, four reps. And at the time, if I didn't start lifting 30 and 40 and build up my muscle, in my imagination, I tell myself every night, and I listen to subliminals, you can deadlift 70, you can deadlift 70, you can deadlift 70. But in the physical world, you just stay on the treadmill, and all you do is just 2 kilogram weights. How are you gonna believe yourself that you can lift 70 kilograms? So therefore, if you seriously want reality to obey you fast, and not just lie to yourself that, I know all this stuff, the spiritual stuff, did the inner work, but things are just not showing. On the first day that you do this, you want to fall asleep, absolutely, in the state of the wish fulfilled, where that is, you feel deeply respected by yourself, you feel like it's done, like Neville Goddard says, you fall asleep in a state of wish fulfilled. For sure, you do that. But then, once you wake up and you brush your teeth and you wear clothes and you go out to do your thing, prove to yourself that you're the real deal. Prove it. So, prove to yourself that you are diligent with your discipline. For example, when triggers hit you, I don't react the same way. Or you can still react because we're humans, but you don't react the same way. Prove it to you. Prove it to myself. I went to swim 1,000 meters again, so I can probably swim another 1,000 meters. Prove it. Work out. Long walk, self-loving action. On the day yesterday when I did 15 minutes cold plunge, I never did subliminals towards it. I don't care about it because I know that my body can do it. And once you know it, you don't have to subliminal it or hypnosis it. So the thing is, the reason why I can do 15 cold plunge, and today I'm still filming, not burning out or anything, and not sick, is because you prove to yourself that I would jump into the cold plunge. I proved it so many times. Not just the cold plunge, but I proved myself I'm willing to swim in the cold for a whole year, just constantly swimming at icebergs and stuff, and it's cold. So prove it by doing the thing. You do this on your first night and first day.
But is that enough? It's not enough. Prove it again the next day. Prove it to me that you're the real deal. Is 2 days enough? Well, some people will like to think so, but what happens if you prove it over and over and over and over? Prove it for 90 days, at least 90 days, that you are the real deal. I say I'm going to do a cold plunge for 15 minutes. Well, I didn't say that, but I said I will do a cold plunge today, this morning. And I woke up at 4:30 yesterday and didn't really get enough sleep or anything and traveled far. And it was like really foggy and cold. I told myself, look, if your body can't handle it, just go and do 4 minutes, which is my minimum. It's easy for me. But because somehow like I was aligned and I primed my body the right way, went to the hot tub first, the minute I got into the cold plunge, I just dipped my foot in and stayed there for a bit until my body was comfortable. And I was like, look, just prove it to me that you're still like, fit. So I proved to myself by getting out of the hot tub, which is really comfortable for winter, and going to the cold plunge. I wasn't very attached about the minutes, but it was nice. So I just stayed very long. But let's just say that now you want to prove to yourself that I am a winner of my reality. If you don't win on the first time or the second time, and you don't even win on the first 14 days, keep proving that I'll try again. I'm going to try again. I'm going to squat again. I'm going to lift again. If I really want to swim, if I really want to swim 1,000 meters or lift 55 kilogram or 60 kilogram for that period, and on my day 14, I'm failing, I'm not going to tell the weight, please wait, can you please lighten yourself? I'm not going to tell the pool and the swimming pool, please can you make it easier for me to swim here when it's not going to get easier. But you prove to yourself that you're willing to try again. So even if it means you're going to fail again, prove it to yourself that you're not scared of failing. I'm not scared of you, failure, and tell it. I'm not scared of you. And the more you like failure, this is you and this is me. I'm the giant and you're the ant. And you treat every failure as just a tiny ant because you're willing to go at it again and keep proving to yourself in the physical world that you are who you say you are. So yes, you fall asleep to it and you meditate inner work, but now do the hard thing too. Actually jump into that cold water. Actually film that YouTube. Actually publish the video. Actually put yourself out there. Actually go to Google head office. Actually get on that call with Joe. Actually be willing to get rejected by Joe. Actually go to that community that you want to be a part of. Actually go and say hi first. Actually make yourself welcoming and improve the way that you show up to the world so that these friends can find you. Actually put yourself out there and be the source of love for other people, even if in the end, he's not the one. But at least be willing to be kind to him. At least be willing to share some nice moments and not be skeptical and be like, no, I'm wasting my time on all these people. Prove it to yourself that you're willing to cross the bridge of disappointment. Because on the other side of fear and disappointment is victory. And that's how you make reality obey you at least 90 days or less. And also the next 90 days and next 90 days after your first 90 day. So I hope you enjoyed this video. And if you're looking to get coaching, I'll be opening up a coaching service soon. And my purpose is to help high achieving women reach their tipping points in 8 to 12 weeks by raising their inner worth ceiling. All right, hope you have a good day and bye-bye. How to quite literally make the greatest comeback of your life. Because the thing is, you're done. You're done with your old self and it's time for you to finally quantum leap into the version of you who could land your dream job in 90 days, start a thriving business, scale that business to make it even more thriving, and overall have an increased life expansion in 90 days by making the greatest comeback of your life in as soon as 90 days. So anyway, let's just start. Now, the interesting thing about having this comeback is that we generally tend to see this journey as something that's our everything. And we put our heart and soul into transforming ourselves. And even though on a conscious level, we tell ourselves that, you know, we're doing this whole thing for ourselves, for our self-love, for our leveling up, going monk mode, to be disciplined for our own highest good. And we think with our conscious mind that we're giving us 100%. But a lot of times, unconsciously, if you have unresolved baggage, like I used to, there's a part of you, the 10% part of you, that might say, after this journey that I've become hot and leveled up and disciplined and successful, and I might make some solid money after 90 days and I got this new job, I want people that I care about to congratulate me. And even prematurely, before you land the dream job or make solid income, what tends to happen is that your spiritual growth, it starts to skyrocket. You have a better mindset, you're improving how you eat, what you eat, how you work out, how you approach life. And secretly, if your friends or family in your default ecosystem, they relate to the old version of you, and sometimes they don't give 10 out of 10 treatment to the old version of you, the way that it was for me in terms of like friend circle and default ecosystem, you secretly wish that after this 90 days period is over, they are going to validate and accept you and see you and respect you and just get you. So even before you reach this 90 days point, when you start to do some massive leveling up, but then you're experiencing a bit of loneliness and you're starting to feel a bit isolated because you're leveling up on your own, you just want people to understand you, man. So you might be sharing your big vision. I'm gonna do this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna start swimming 1,000 meters on 4 a.m. wake up in winter. And I'm gonna catch the bus and train and do all these things and see the sunrise by the coastal walk. And I'm just gonna level up spiritually and be the best version of me. Then come back and film these beautiful beauty reels and just feeling like a goddess. And you secretly, 10% version of you hope that they will congratulate me and they will celebrate me and they will finally give me the 10 out of 10 treatment that I've always wanted as a result of me coming back. And you know this other thing as well. Your ex as well. If you have like ex, whatever, official ex, unofficial ex, the 10% part of you, if you haven't healed from your baggage and your ego is still in the way, you might be like, I secretly hope he sees how hot I gotten. And like, I'm so smart, so clever now. I'm becoming successful now and I hope he regrets it. I hope he regrets losing me. Or if you're trying to get an ex back or unofficial people that you used to see, but they didn't give you the title and you're like, I hope they see that I've really improved. And then they might want to get back with you and they might want to come back to you. So you go on this journey, consciously thinking that you're giving yourself 100%. But on an unconscious level, there might be a part of you that seeks external approval. And the minute that there's even 1% of you that is trying to come back and glow up and reinvent yourself and go on a spiritual growth and physical growth and everything, hoping that people will celebrate you because you've made it on the other side, I'd hate to break it to you, but you're just going to experience a letdown. And once you get let down, that frequency is going to trap you to stay the same. So before we even start this journey, you have to be the version of you who does not seek approval from anyone, no matter how successful you get and no matter how much you improve. And that's the only way your comeback is going to sustain long-term after 90 days, so that you can build the next building block, the next 90 days and 90 days and so forth. Which leads to our first point. Let's go. So when we go on this transformation, it's obvious that besides us just trying to level up and do working out and wake up early and go vegan or things like that, we're going to start off with inner work. But inner work is a very, very interesting journey that I found that if you do it incorrectly, you're going to stay in the loop of doing the inner work. But the whole point of making a comeback is that we materialize things in the physical reality. Tangible money, tangible growth, tangible friendships that are unconditional, tangible things that we can see and touch in the outer reality. So of course, this has to start internally, for sure. But a thing that comes with having the correct inner work is that when you are operating as this version of you who sometimes feels insecure the way that I used to be and sometimes am now, you're going to approach meditation, shadow work, crystals, tarot readings, all these things, rewiring your subconscious, getting to alpha state to rewire your subconscious and I ams and manifestation in a way that keeps you in the journey, but not at the end. So that's why when Neville Goddard was like, start at the end. It's really crucial that everything that you do, before you do inner work, meditation, affirmations, visualization and stuff, you must take your elevator up, your consciousness elevator up. And you must really make sure that from now on, all of your decisions, your mental attitude, your emotions, your actions, your thoughts, your expectation, your focus, everything combined, self-talk, your attention, it really has to be aligned with this version of you who is at the end. Because now that you start to delve into inner work, you're not doing it for aesthetics or in a way where the journey, it makes you build this avatar, this other version of you who's not really the version of you that accepts yourself. And in order for you to get really, really good at this, of elevating your consciousness, you must practice this thing that I found really, really interesting in the book Reality Transurfing, where the author talks about pendulums and knowing how to deal very well with pendulums. So the one thing that I had a very, very hard time doing is that when you're operating as this version of you, what you're naturally going to do is follow internet advice that will tell you to delete your socials or deactivate. And the thing is, when I deactivated my old Instagram 4 years ago for 4 months, and I went hard, I started swimming, leveling up, having a bikini bod, and I came back 4 months later onto my socials, and I had this beautiful bikini bod, and I was posting in bikini, which I know objectively you shouldn't, but I felt proud of my body at the time, and I felt like I've leveled up, I'm living this new life, I'm earning my own money, I feel independent and everything. But 4 months later, after I came back to document this new life that I thought that I was leveling up towards, I was not getting congratulations or even acceptance. I was getting skepticism and things like, but why are you posting like this? It's inappropriate and all that kind of stuff. So instead, that's why I'm telling you that before you try to deactivate or delete, you must be in a version of you who's 100% doing this for you. Because when I reactivated my Instagram, it's like in a month, I reverted back to my old ways. I started snooping through people's content all over again. I started waiting for likes, I waited for comments, and I got angry at people that criticized me for my life choice. When at that time, I was the most empowered version I've ever been in my life. So that's why. Even if I went back then to delete the entire thing to do with my past, eventually I came to learn that people, well, at least the version of me who was seeking validation, could only attract people that couldn't give me the validation that I was seeking for. So I realized that 90% of the people that came into my life liked the old version of me, who was relatable, who dimmed her light, who didn't speak her thoughts authentically, who adapted herself too much to make other people feel seen without making herself feel seen. And the thing is, even if you delete your past, which I did, I deleted LinkedIn, I deleted Instagram, I deleted Facebook permanently, and I was like, I don't want anything to do with my past anymore. And I trust myself that I can build a whole new ecosystem by just having some time to me. Even when you do that in the physical reality, your old self, your old frequency, your old thought forms, your old beliefs is still going to try and trigger you. So even though I was like, yeah, man, I'm empowered the crap out of myself every 90 days too, still there were situations that would be thrown at me spontaneously that would try to descend this version of me back down to here. And how do you descend back down to here? It's when you give the emotions of frustration, disappointment, let down, discouraged, angry, resentment, anxiety, guilt, and it's so forth. And the minute that you let this version of you in the spiritual realm take control of you by doing anything that it can, so that when you give it the ultimatum, nah, I'm done with you, and it's like, nah, man, I'm not done with you, it would then still throw you people from your past, or like just situations where old conversations, old ways of relating to you, old triggers, old criticism is gonna come up to test your patience. And the minute that you charge that experience with frustration, disappointment, letdown, discourage, anxiety, and guilt, you won't win this game long term. Even if you win in 90 days, but you can still revert back after 90 days. And we're not doing that. We're not doing that. So therefore, the correct inner work is not about, I'm so good at meditating and shadow work, and I'm so spiritual. I can read my own birthday with astrology. I can predict my own future with my birth year. Yeah, this is my Saturn's return year. I can use crystals, and I can use tarot cards and the way like ancient philosophy to read my life, and I'm just above it all. But the thing is, it's not about how good you are at visualizing and stuff like that only. It's about how good you are at maintaining this version of you, this elevated version of you, when rough times hit, because it's going to. So that's why you must learn the art of gentle acceptance. And what does gentle acceptance mean? Well, in reality transferring, the way that I read it, and also other books combined, in terms of being neutral towards all the opposites that are thrown at you, gentle acceptance means that if you dislike apples and you're like, please apples, don't come to me, energetically you're saying that, apples, please come to me. So the minute that you see an apple in front of you, and then you're like, I'm so disappointed that an apple is appearing again. I hate it so much. Apples are so frustrating. And you start feeling frustrated every time an apple appears. Energetically, you're inviting more apples to engage with you. Energetically, you are pretty much chomping on the apples and saying, please come to me. So when we apply this with things like eventually getting ghosted by people that we don't want to get ghosted from, like when you go to job interviews and they don't get back to you again, ever again, or when you get things like criticism and judgment for you being the best version of you, literally, when you get things like, no movement, and especially when things starts to get worse in the 3D, Instead of you going about it the very hard way, which I used to, which is, okay, if I don't like this, delete it. If I don't want to respond to this person, ignore it, ignore it, ignore it. But the thing is, just because you can physically ignore things and deactivate accounts and not check your WhatsApp and delete everything, your energetics, the inner inside of you, it's not about physically taking the action, but feeling attached and feeling scared of these things. Gentle acceptance, it literally means that you are not scared of it. And when you're not scared of it, it means that you are indifferent. So let's just say that after you try to make the comeback and you build the abs, you wake up early, you start to swim like a solid amount of laps, and you're doing everything perfectly, but the 3D reality starts to throw you this. Instead of you ever giving it emotional charge that then invites more of it, like ghosted, and then now you're frustrated, okay, please ghost me even more. Like, criticism and judgments from relatives and friend circles, like, why are you doing this? Why are you living there? Are you sure you should do this? I think you should make the safe choice. The more you hate it, like I did, I hated it. People judging, giving me opinions and trying to keep me in a box. The more you hate it, the more you're like, please judge me more. Please criticize my choice more, please. The more that you are frustrated by lack of movement, nobody getting back to you, no results, income doesn't change. You do all this inner work, bank account doesn't change, and you try to get employed, still people reject you and you're like the best version of you. And you are frustrated as hell, and you even feel let down, disappointed. You're saying, please, come on, please reject me more. Please give me no movement. Please let everything stay the same. And the more that you feel like, what the hell, man? What the F? What? And you're like, why are things getting worse? The more you feel let down, like, far out, man. Again, a fine again. I don't have money for the fine. Again, this what the hell debt from 4 years ago literally came up when I needed a new, to buy a new thing. And now my parents have to help me pay it off, and it's so frustrating, and all these things that I went through last year. If you feel what I'm not going to swear here, what the F all the time, then you're pretty much saying, please give me more fines. Please keep draining my bank account. Please, things keep going wrong, please, energetically. So even if you do shadow work, even if you meditate, even if you smell like those scents, those spiritual, beautiful lavender scents I love them, by the way. Even if you light up candles, even if you do framing and you meditate, like I'm the source, I'm the power, and you start to dress like, spiritually, and you have beads, like I used to, I love them. But every time something hits you and you give it the biggest what the F and you sustain that emotion, it's not gonna work. And the whole point of subconscious rewiring and all the inner child work that you do, and like I love myself and universe has your back and everything, is not going to work if you cannot conquer these with neutrality, with indifference, with as least reaction as possible, and show your old self and show reality who's the boss here. So we're going to move on to the second point. Let's go. Now, the most important thing when it comes to your comeback journey and reinventing yourself and glowing up and doing all the spiritual work to get what you want is that now you kind of need to channel the energy in your mental and spiritual realm into the world so that you can touch the money, so that you can actually transact for that lipstick that you want, and it's not just in your imagination. Because sometimes when I went way too deep into the spiritual stuff, and I'm looking at the lipstick that I want, and looking at the bikini that I want, see Foley or back here, and look at my bank account, and I'm like, I have the body to wear it, but I don't have the money to pay for it. So you've got to take action. but in a way that serves the best version of you. So therefore, going back to this version of you, and comparing this to the version of you who's taken the elevator up with the consciousness, and now you're operating at a point where you definitely can get the bikini that you want. And you can get anything that you want in the physical reality. So, you know, like, let's just say 100,000, like everything, 100,000. This version of you is gonna start taking funny actions. Because again, if you don't get the inner work correctly, the action's not gonna be correct, because everything stems from the mental and spiritual, right? So it has to start off in the internal world so that it reflects in the outer world. So then if you get a wonky way of seeing life, so then you're meditating, but then you're still seeing life in a wonky way and you can't deal with the old frequency, then every action that you take is gonna be a wonky action. So therefore, what we have to do is, I'm gonna show you that this version of you who is operating from the egoic self, they're gonna see life in a very weird way, like I did for a long time. So even if there's an insane value product and books, like Alex Hormozi's stuff, which is insane value. When I was living in a wonky place, I couldn't digest Alex Hormozi's videos properly. And I couldn't digest Power of Letting Go properly when I'm not in the right state to receive the knowledge. So when I read all these books, I want to understand it and implement it. But for some reason, like, it's just my egoic self, it just can't digest the information the right way. And you start even getting angry at people like posting content online, because like, stop giving me more like how to get rich in 7 days and how I made 7 figures in 1 day kind of thing. Because you're operating at a narrow, very, very narrow way of seeing life. So once you operate from that state, when you start to take a bit of action in the next 90 days, you're gonna take an action that doesn't lead to your desired reality. But your old frequency, your old self is gonna convince you that it's all the right action. So you're gonna start, trying to work out. And the thing is, you might even get a beginner's luck right here. You might wake up early at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. And you're starting to win on your first 14 days the way that it did for me. But the thing is, if your perception towards life is narrow and it's controlled by your egoic self who doesn't have the life that you want, naturally the working out at 5 a.m. is gonna lead you down the drain still. So then you might continue it, but then what happens is that the 3D reality is gonna start throwing you the triggers. So you might go to a shopping center the way that I did, and I randomly bumped into an old friend. And she's such a lovely, lovely friend that I had and everything, but I've changed. And I wanted to talk to her about, my grandpa and my trip to Thailand, and just seeing how we can be really rich from within when we just open our hearts. And I was telling her about this lady who was giving us free bananas, and she was charging a few dollars for dozens of bananas. But she gave us free bananas to feed the monkey, and I wanted to talk about that, about empowering things. But then, because the way that we used to bond is about men, laughing about men, demeaning men, basically, the conversation in the end had to revert back to things like, you can't trust these type of men. They're gonna, do funny things with you, and because they do this to me, so they're gonna do it to you too, and all these things. And because today I know what's going on, I'm not offended. But I do know that this is the old frequency, the old version of me, that's sending these kind of bizarre situations to trigger me to believing that after all this inner work that I did, and I worked hard on myself, and I don't believe that about men anymore. I only see men in the best light now. And I don't associate myself with that world, and I don't waste my time with people I don't want to be with romantically. But then, no matter what you do, it still hits you, like old conversations, old encounters. If you were like my old self, by then, if I was operating as my old self, I would be really, really pissed. That how can this happen again? Why am I talking about this again? Why did I let myself talk about this again? But I knew, I was conscious. As an ego version of you, these situations are inevitable. It's going to keep coming up. So then you're going to feel depleted. So like the next day you're like, nah, I don't want to wake up early anymore. Screw that. Nothing's changing. So why should I? So then you might end up sleeping into like 2 p.m. because all the previous weeks you're starting to feel burnt out. But then when you start to hit this dip, your egoic self is now going to have this internal monologue to say, see, it hasn't changed. Nothing's getting better. It's not getting better. The reality is still giving me the same bullcrap all the time. But then because you are determined to have a comeback, you still try your best. So after scrolling on YouTube and stuff like I used to, scrolling on like content on YouTube, watching mukbang videos and nail videos, you might have the urge to film content. So you film content and you're like, has to blow up. This is going to be amazing. And then it doesn't blow up. It doesn't blow up. Nobody cares. People criticize you again for leveling up. So then what happens? Your self-esteem takes a dip. So then what else do you do now? You start to overthink it. You start to overanalyze what the hell's going on. But then you still go and do your workout. You still work out. You still swim. But then no matter what you do, you're not here. You're not in resonance with here. Because even if the actions are already taken, such as waking up, working out, changing your mindset, watching Alex Hormozzi's videos the way that I did, you've attended this workshop, you did this and that, but if you're not in an aligned state, there are no physical action that will lead you to this place, because it's not about the action itself, it's how you compound the energetics, how you compound the energy along the way that then leads to an exponential growth. Whereas Patty, who is now smart and patient with the world, she may start off her journey here. And the thing is, she doesn't care about beginner luck anymore. I don't care about instant virality or that stuff anymore as much as I used to. So she's like, it's fine. Like first 14 days, you see almost no change. It's just really, really incremental small steps. But for every single win that happens, like, holy crap, yeah, I didn't burn out today from swimming 1,000 meters on 4 a.m. wake up. That's a win. Whereas before it's like, yeah, but I shouldn't burn out. But now it's like, nah, I didn't burn out. That means that I'm doing something right. Or the things like, you know what, today I cooked my dad Thai noodles again and he loved it, even though I'm doing this. But on the break, I just go and cook my dad and come back. And I'm still an awesome daughter and stuff like that. And I acknowledge those insignificant wins. So then I still take the same action as her. But the difference is that I'm taking the action to compound the energy and not taking sporadic actions here and there, and the energy doesn't compound to where you want to go. So the whole point is you have to like interweave. It's kind of like stacking a Lego, and it has to be a beautiful, like patient, incremental way of stacking Lego for it to sustain. So you take these small wins, and the thing is you still dip. So again, like this version of me encountered that situation where like, but why do I have to have this conversation about men again? I don't like it. I don't want to talk about men that way anymore. And even though there was a part of me that wanted to be frustrated, that like, what the hell is going on again? But a part of me also knew that it's, the more I give it frustration, the more it's gonna loop. So I see it neutrally and I discharge it. So any dip that happens here, like some weird convos, you know, like people from the past coming back to relate to the old version of you, and they literally don't see anything to do with your new version. They only want you to stay as the relatable version of you. So you're like, I'm thinking about my vision about this YouTube channel and stuff, and now it's like, there's nothing about men, like demeaning men in my head at all. But people want to talk to you about that. This version of you is going to be like, discharge frustration. As in, you neutralize the frustration as soon as you can. For me, I can do it in like an hour or less than that. So I can be like a bit frustrated and then going back and then I let it go completely, 45 minutes to an hour, whereas in the past, it took me days to discharge something like that. So then when you keep going at it, You keep going and you still take small steps and you dip again. Now something weird happens. You get a fine, the way that I did last year, out of nowhere, or you know, there's just situations that makes your old self, she would literally go berserkers. Berserkers. Yeah. Basically, when this happens, you discharge. You discharge the disappointment. Oh, maybe something that very recently too, I sent a message, like a vulnerable voice message to share my wins. And then I don't get a response. Now, I'm not really sure if like it didn't get to the right number or anything, but my old self would have felt really rejected. My current self is like, there's plenty of opportunities to bond anyway, it's fine, like whatever. So whatever I would initially feel, I discharge the emotion on the spot. So whether that means that, like Nero suggested, like you really sit with the thing, whether it's your bank account, the minus, the letter, getting a fine, the tax letter, you look at it until the emotions of frustration, of fear, of anxiety dissipates. But for me, I just sit with it. So whether you look at it or you sit with it and you're just aware of it until every single emotion of frustration, disappointment disappears, then you're good. Because then when you remove these negative life force, it's easier for you to climb up, to eventually reach this point where like you're really here, because all these blocks are like, they discharge. So you can build this beautiful energy upwards. So now, no matter what you do, whether it's your swims, you're waking up early, you're reading books, you're watching Alex Hormozy, you're reading reality transfer things, I really like, I knew of that book a long time ago, but the information only sunk in recently because I wasn't open to receiving that information properly. So I always knew about parallel realities, and I read about parallel reality since 2012. I believe his name is Fred Donaldson, the author. But anyway, the point of you taking action is so that it supports your inner direction. Because the whole point of push-ups, deadlifting, the way that I did, of doing positive things in the waking world is so you build conviction. But if you're doing it this way, sporadically, where, yeah, I'm doing it, I'm brute forcing myself, and every time something hits me, which it will, like the energy that I could have directed towards building my muscle, towards getting more inspired to create, to be more positive, it gets directed towards frustration. So then when I'm frustrated and sad, I can't really do push-ups on the sand. I remember when someone used to make me sad, my family member, and like I would get like criticized and stuff. The next day, like when I'm supposed to be able to do push-ups on the sand easily, I just can't do it because I feel sad. So the thing is, when you don't let yourself dwell in that disappointed place for too long, you put the positive life force back into your vessel so that you have conviction in the things that you do, so that all the wins are stacked correctly, the working out, the swimming, the meditating, the breath work, the shadow work, all that, it's stacking correctly in a way that builds conviction that you have this thing. So when you're making the greatest comeback of your life, including looks maxing, including this, like wearing beautiful dress and doing my hair properly and makeup properly, it has to lead towards conviction and self-trust, as well as confidence and certainty that it's happening. Because once you're certain the first 90 days, you have to stay certain the next 90 days, then the next 90 days, and sustain that certainty. And not just make a comeback, 90 days is over, and then people's like, why are you going vegan? I'm not vegan, but like, why? Why do you have to do that? You don't revert back to your old ways because of that kind of reaction. Which leads to the final point. Let's go. The final thing that we have to do in the journey of making the greatest comeback of our life is knowing how to reward yourself. See, the thing is, back then when I was in Toastmasters, I remembered the only thing I've ever wanted was to compete internationally. And that's the main reason why I joined the organization. I'm a good public speaker already, and I feel confident public speaking already. So I just went so that, because I was so traumatized by my past, that my resume, no matter where I applied after I did interview coaching, to grow, to then get some more money to then go back to the business, I kept getting rejected. And the reason is because inside, I don't see myself as somebody that compromises her values anymore to earn money kind of thing. And I understand everyone's in different life situations, but once you are overconfident in interviews and you start to speak authentically in job interviews, in places that don't align with your values, they immediately nah, she's a threat, so I'm not gonna hire her. So I felt traumatized by that situation, and I thought that the only way for me to get highly paid is to become a paid public speaker. And I thought that the reason why it's paid public speaker is because I'm good at speaking publicly. So I thought that if I just compete internationally and have a chance of winning internationally, then I could then build onto my resume that I've done this and that, build credibility, gain connections, and get highly paid. Now, of course, objectively, that is the correct objective strategy for my egoic self. So my egoic self literally strategized everything like that. But then what happens as I joined Toastmasters is that I kept getting showered with trophies. People just kept rewarding me with trophies like, congratulations, Patty, on this advertising, marketing. I would literally do marketing videos, video testimonial videos for them. And with the DSLR, and it's all professional. And I would talk about my journey, how I went really hard with speeches and compete, and it looks great for marketing. So people would then shower me with praises and is that you from Instagram? I think I know you, Patty. And well, what? So I had that experience in Toastmasters. So then I just kept getting showered with praises, you are so good. Eventually I became area director for Eastern Suburbs. So I'd go everywhere. And I started taking myself to places like Rose Bay Sailing Club and literally doing a free flow speech in that environment, which is not really hard to do. But when you're in a place where, who am I to do free flow here kind of thing, you have to overcome that imposter syndrome, which I did. And people loved it. I don't know, I think people are just sweet, they're just lovely. So people generally are so lovely with me in Toastmasters. And every time I do club officer training in Rose Bay, in Bankstown, doing Zoom as well to a bunch of 40-year-old men, and one guy was in the organization for a very long time, and he's extremely skilled from Canberra. And I'm why the hell am I teaching him all this? But I still got a good response. And I also do club officer training for women of Westpac on Zoom. And then by the end of it, the ladies, the beautiful ladies from Women of Westpac were Patty, I can't believe she's only 2 years in the organization. She's superb. The way she communicated, she sounded more experienced. And I kept getting that over and over again. So then naturally, because I kept receiving that kind of praise and trophies, my egoic self fell asleep each night feeling rewarded with verbal praise, recognition, and trophies. And it's interesting because some people actually, they care about trophies. They care about recognition and all that stuff, but I don't care about it. I mean, I do, but what I wanted the most was to get paid. And the only thing I've ever wanted was to compete internationally. So I don't care about getting praises. I mean, yes, it helps me, but it doesn't do anything to my self-esteem. It's just natural for people to say that. That's what I'm trying to say. But what wasn't natural for my subconscious was getting highly paid. So therefore, once you elevate your consciousness to be this version of you who has what you want, the reward, you need to reward yourself the correct way with this comeback so that you don't feel frustrated. Because the thing is, objectively, I should be feeling amazing, man. One of the best speaker kind of thing. So no matter where I went, to Qantas, to this and that, it's I always get the same feedback, Patty. There's something about you're natural, you're so good. And I just kept getting trophies and stuff like that. But what I wanted was pay. The thing is, because I'm an egoic version of me, have a very narrow lens, I approached it all in a very, very wrong way. So the thing is, I didn't win the contest. I didn't win the international contest, even at area level. And on that day, I remembered like just getting so resentful and angry. Like, how is this possible? I practiced 100 times in 3 months last year. I kept practicing. I did a bunch of free flow. I went all in. How can they not give the win to me? And I was really angry. So then but then who was I angry at? Because the judges are just normal people that are just there to like be involved in the contest, which I didn't understand at the time. I was too egoic at the time. So I was like, this is not fair. The world is not fair and everything. And I literally just never appreciated the insignificant things that they gave me already, which is like a lot of like beautiful moments. People were so lovely with me at the time. So the thing is, for you to avoid getting like you want one thing, but you get other things. Everything. So I wanted the money. I just want to get paid highly because I was traumatized by my resume situation. But I kept getting praises and I just kept getting like recognition, like in that kind of atmosphere, and like plastic trophies that I don't need. I don't need more trophies. And I kept getting everything around what I wanted except for the thing that I wanted. So you need to know how to reward yourself properly internally so that your external reflects that. So if you want to get paid, on the first night that you fall asleep and your brain goes into the alpha brainwave state, or you are doing long swims, you're working out, you're doing long walks, and your brain is relaxed in this beautiful receptive state. As you're about to doze off to sleep as well, you must, ready? Pay yourself. If you want money, I wanted money. Pay yourself before sleep. Pay yourself when your brain is receptive to, your subconscious is easily impressed when your brain is receptive. And just pay yourself, okay? For me, because I kept receiving praises and trophies and stuff, even before Toastmasters, I just kept getting people praising me all the time. So I think that naturally my subconscious, like I fell asleep, I would think about my day, how my day went. So I'd naturally fall asleep remembering that, oh, this person praised me, that person praised me. So it's like I was automatically gifting myself the experience of constantly being praised and recognized, no matter what I do, no matter what work I do. Usually I would get a compliment. So compliments are just very normal to me. And like plastic trophies and stuff like that, like it's normal. But what was normal to me was getting fairly paid. So therefore, if you want to get fairly paid what you deserve, you must internally pay yourself that amount. If you want to get paid 20 grand this month alone, 20 grand months kind of thing, pay yourself 20 grand on that night. If you want to get paid more, pay yourself more. And then you do that for the second night too. Second night you fall asleep, you pay yourself. You can pay yourself whatever amount you want, but basically when you're paying yourself this amount, you got to get to the state or the feeling of what it will feel like to have the 20 grand paid literally today. And you've got to flood your subconscious and saturate yourself or him, with intense, vivid feelings of, I feel so relaxed. 20 grand in my bank account now this month. I'm good. I can finally go and buy the Baku bikini that I wanted. When I go to Honey Bidet and see this lingerie that I wanted, I can literally, like, $300 on a set means nothing, kind of thing. You have to feel like, finally, it's here. And then you keep doing this. Night 3, pay yourself. Night 4, pay yourself. Pay yourself, pay yourself, pay yourself. Every night, pay yourself. Because the thing is, think about it, for me at least. If you had a solid amount of money in your bank account, and you know that you can use that money to go and buy whatever bikini you want, to buy whatever car you want, let's just say you up the number level, and your subconscious can believe that you can make 100 grand within a few months, and you pay yourself like 100 grand every night, and then you associate 100 grand with, I don't know, like a deposit for a car or something, or renting a sports car, or you pay yourself more and you buy a sports car and stuff like that, and you can get into that feeling state. What goes within, as within, so without. You're rich within, rich without. You pay yourself within, you get paid without. You gift yourself the Lamborghini before bed every night. Without, the Lamborghini has to be gifted to you. But that's what I didn't do. I kept gifting myself with praises, recognition, and trophies that don't do anything to me, because it's natural for my identity to be that way, to be high standard. But what would have changed my life significantly at the time was just, solid money. So whatever you want, you must pay yourself, because again, when I said, imagine if that money lands, would you give a crap about some like Kevin or Jane or Joe who's like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing shadow work? No, but why are you wearing that bikini? Why do you want bikinis? Shouldn't you dress like that instead? Like, shouldn't you just focus on this instead? Shouldn't you just go and get a job in this instead? Once you pay yourself every night, pay yourself, and you know eventually that you're going to get paid that amount in the outer world, would you give a crap about other people's opinion towards your improvements or lack of improvement? So when you've gotten fitter, your body's great, everything's great, and now people are like, but why? Are you going to give a crap? Not going to give a crap. And when you don't give a crap, you don't feed your own reality, frustration, disappointment, letdown. Oh, but why doesn't Jane understand me? Oh, where's Joe? Like, why doesn't Joe get it? Like, kind of thing. But instead you're like, you know what? Let them all be. And I'm just going to continue to ascend. Because if reality is not giving me what I want, I'm going to then give myself the 100 grand, the Lambo, the Porsche, the Merc, the brand name, the Chanel bag, the bikini that I wanted for a long time, the lingerie that I wanted for a long time, all these things, I'm giving it to me vibrationally, when my subconscious can be easily impressed in the alpha brainwave state. And I repeatedly do that over and over and over until it feels normal to have these things. And once it gets reflected outwards and people are like, well, how did you do it? How did you do it? Wow, how'd you do it? You always knew how you did it, because you reward yourself before the world rewards you. And by then, when you have the Lambo that you wanted, which I don't, but if you wanted the Lambo, once you start to have that lifestyle that you want, the way that when I was able to buy part of that lifestyle, I literally gave less and less crap about people that would try to weigh me down with opinions and stuff. So the more you focus on this, the relationship that you have with yourself, and just reward yourself, the more it is easier for you to maintain the frequency as the elevated version of you who has everything, your desired reality, whatever that is. And when you do make the 90 days comeback, regardless of how the 3D responds to you, you are indifferent and you're just untouchable. And you bring this the next 90 days, the next 90 days, the next 90 days, and you are just literally untouchable. And that's where you want to be. Okay, so I'm going to be opening up a service soon, a coaching service. And my mission is to empower high-achieving women to reach their tipping point in 8 to 12 weeks by raising their inner worth ceiling. And if that's you, get in touch, okay? See ya, bye-bye. The dark psychology behind landing your dream job. Let's face it, we don't get that dream job by just being nice. But we land that dream job by knowing who we are in that job's world. And I'm going to explain to you in depth today what this means. So if you are looking to land your dream job in 90 days or much less, then lock in. Let's get started. The interesting question about manifestation and making it practical for this video is really understanding who you are in that job's world. Who are you in that company's team? So therefore, you have to ask yourself, are you the person that they're going to look over and get AI to filter out your resume? Or are you the person that they have to, in a way, design the job description to match you because they want to hire you? And I've seen videos where people literally have their job descriptions designed around them because the person just wants to hire them. So therefore, before you even go into the interview or send out your resume, you have to come back and work on the inner energetics of who you are. And this is really important because it's really not about the STAR method and getting a careers coach to fix your resume and attend all these workshops. And some people pay 10 grand to get help with writing their resume and then having it passed to a company. I mean, that's just BS. We're not going to do that. We're going to do things in a way where we really get what we want out of that job. So therefore, you have to know that the whole point of people getting into scripting, affirmations, job preparations, hiring career coaches, working on themselves, working on their mindset, researching companies, all that kind of stuff, it's for one purpose. Can you guess what that is? It's to get a yes from life. But how do we get a yes from life if we constantly reject ourselves? So the question that I have for you is, in the process of you trying to pursue the career that you truly want the way that I used to go about it the wrong way, do you ever reject yourself in the process? Do you disqualify yourself before they even disqualify you? Because the thing is, the world within reflects without. As within, so without. If you don't have the job within, I guarantee you that no matter how many times you role play and get a careers coach, like fix your resume and stuff like that and give you career advice, it's just not going to land. So you need to know how to get a yes from life by first saying yes to yourself within. And by doing this, I'm going to be showing you the trajectory of two people. The first one who goes about things in a very logical way that I used to. And the second one who combines some spirituality, yes, but you make it land in the physical world and you actually get what you want after you get that job too. So here's a trajectory. We have the old version of me who used to go about getting a job in a way that's, sometimes I'm very optimistic and inspired, and I would read a bunch of Jim Rohns and do a bunch of inner conviction, and therefore it inspired me to get the job. And I'll tell you that there was a time where this chairman of a recruitment company, like a billionaire, retired chairman, I had the opportunity to go to Melbourne. Like, I was so lucky. Thank you for bringing me there. And I was able to meet him, and he asked me, what is the purpose of this conversation? At the time, I was pursuing this thing called Impact You. It was pretty much just one-on-one coaching, but I was really serious about it, and I didn't want to just do one-on-one coaching. I wanted to host Careers Accelerator events and grow my brand and do all these positive things to help people get jobs. So I didn't go there to really ask for a job in his recruitment company. I think I went there just to have a conversation, just build relationship. And at the time I was writing books. So I wrote my first book, which was about like 100 A4 pages. It was really in depth about, resume, LinkedIn, interview preparation, that kind of stuff. And I sent it to him after and stuff. But basically within that 20 minutes conversation, I answered the question in a way that makes the conversation feel in harmony. So he never asked me what's your strength or weakness. He was just like, what's the purpose of you coming here? How can I, help you kind of thing. So it was a very casual conversation. But because at the time I wasn't there to land a job at his recruitment firm, I wasn't there to convince him to give me anything. Within 20 minutes of just me reading the room properly and just trying to talk to him like an actual human being who just, wants some compassion, wants to be heard, wants to be seen, but most of all, just wants somebody to be present with them. I was quite humble because he's a billionaire chairman. I didn't need to flex to him. I was quite humble in my approach, and I just answered like, a granddaughter talking to grandpa kind of situation. So therefore, within 20 minutes, he asked me, well, I can't really invest in your company or your business, but what I can do is give you a job at my company. So within 20 minutes, I got the job. But I didn't accept the job because, I wanted to do interview coaching at the time. But this just goes to show that job interview is not about STAR methods only. It's much more than that, much deeper than that. So basically, because my old self in my 20s wasn't very stable emotionally, I was very emotionally dependent on my 3D reality. I had a lot of impatience and I took a lot of impulsive action. So my trajectory in terms of, getting a job 9 to 5, it was not very stable at the time. So sometimes I would get really motivated and I would win, literally. Sometimes it's out of luck, but it's also to do with right preparation. And Neville Goddard says that, success is the byproduct of the right inner action and not imitating the outer actions of the successful. So when you're overdoing it, like, overdoing the introduction and giving a 2-minute introduction about yourself and just trying too hard, that's you imitating the outer action of somebody who did that and it works for them. But basically, you have to get the inner action correct before you do anything in the outer reality. So I somehow got my inner actions correct, and I did a lot of preparation in terms of I practiced my sales speech for this corporate sales job 20 times before I presented the next day. So I read it in the evening around 6, 7 p.m. Then I just kept rehearsing it to myself over and over for 3 hours, 20 times. It was a 3-minute speech about why they should hire me for corporate sales. And I had zero experience in corporate sales. And after that, I got a pass and they sent me to a bunch of interviews and I got the job. So, but what happens is that because my inner identity is fragile, I had a fragile mindset, I allow the 3D reality to constantly sway me, bring me to the high highs and the low lows. I would get swung back down. So even after I get the job, something would screw me up mentally. I wouldn't get the right pay, the right treatment, the right conditions I wanted. So that's why the whole point of this dark psychology in this video is not just to get the job and put it on a pedestal, but it's to make sure you receive the right treatments, you can ask for the right pay, and you can negotiate for something that is in alignment with what you want long term. So then I would dip, and then I would then have this feedback loop of feeling hopeless when they're going to promote me, feeling disappointed that, is this what I chased for? Worked so hard to get this kind of job, to feel imprisoned, trapped in this cubicle. So I started emitting this vibration. And then so when I try to go at it again, try to get a job again after quitting that job and all that kind of stuff, there's skepticism and pessimism in my approach now. And the minute that there's a bit of pessimism and this arrogance that I've done interview coaching and, I was able to make things happen at the time I did it. So when you go back to try and get a job, there's a lot of arrogance, at least for me. And you cannot go into a job interview with arrogance and cockiness inside and pretend to be humble. You actually have to kind of have some humility from inside out to make people say yes to you in that environment. And basically, it's just plateau, and then I'd literally get rejected the more I leveled up. And I didn't understand at the time why. The more I felt like I was getting smarter, more confident, more skilled, a lot of skills, more experienced, the more I got rejected later on from jobs. And that's because every time I experienced a dip from my 3D reality, I was actually rejecting myself. And by rejecting or abandoning yourself, you allow yourself to descend into hopelessness when things don't go your way. And when you try to go at this path where, oh, you send the resume out, oh, but it's 3 months, they haven't gotten back to me. Oh, they say, sorry, your resume is not a match to what we're looking for. And you allow that situation to discourage you. That is self-abandonment. So it's not about what happens to you that matters. It's about how you interpret the situation. And if you allow things like, sorry, your resume just doesn't match what we're looking for. This moment, like your experience doesn't really match what a company wants. Like, screw them, whatever. Like, you do you. You keep elevating yourself and you keep taking the right inner actions that align with what you want, so that job comes to you, not you having to go chase 10,000 steps for it. So therefore, what you want to do is you want to leave this reality alone. You don't want to mess with this reality where you're operating as the fragile and egoic version of you who doesn't know who she really is or who he really is. But you want to now come into this place where you elevate your consciousness, elevate yourself to be of match to that 120 grand Google job or whatever job you want. And you basically live in the end state before any interviews happen. Now, when you are in this state, what you will naturally do is you will make sure that your decisions, your thought, your attention, your habits, your emotion, your conviction, your expectation, your focus, your self-talk, your mental attitude, they are 100% congruent to the version of you who already has that job and the version of you who the job chases. You are the person that people go out of their way to want to get to know and potentially work with. So you must go at this from a mental state that you already have it. Because if you already have it, your energy is going to be quite detached and magnetic. But if you don't have it because of pessimism and arrogance from the past rejections that you may have experienced, they will sense it. And you can't get a yes from people in that kind of environment. The minute that you emit out any sort of arrogance and I think I'm a bit too good for this place, you suddenly feel it, but then like you try to say the right things, but they pick up on the energy, or you feel like, I don't think I'm good enough for this place. And they feel it, and then, they just say, sorry, you just don't have the right experience for this job. And there's so many other candidates and we've just chosen the right person. It's not that. It's the inner energy. So therefore, this version of you, basically, once you elevate your consciousness to be at the end state, the 3D reality can give you a bunch of wonkiness. In 90 Days Journey, there can be things like some false hope that, the 3D gave you a bit of wins, but then it swings you right back down, and then there's like no movement, and then there's this and that. But it might merge towards you getting the job. And why is that? Because you internally said yes to yourself. So basically, you want to do this incremental action where even when you're not, even on the week where you have no interview, what are you doing with your life? Are you nourishing your life? Are you doing the kind of workouts that you want to do? Are you reading the kind of books that you feel inspired reading? Are you researching the company in a way where it gives you more sense of certainty on knowing how to answer people properly? If you already went to a video interview or you're preparing for the next interview, are you kind of, going to your interviewers' LinkedIn and just having a look to see what their past experiences are? What kind of posts do they like? What are they into? So that when they ask you, like, do you have any questions for me? You can go directly to specifics of who they are because you went to their LinkedIn and did a bit of research. Are you looking at, what the company truly wants? Do you know what the team culture is about? What kind of people do they hire? What kind of personality do they like? Are you looking at their milestones, the company's milestone, all that kind of stuff? And just getting a rough idea of, they've been here for 5 years. What's their next goal in 6 months, 12 months, whatever? And these are your incremental actions that, what happens? This exponential point happens here. So After the interview, are you coming back to revise how your day went? Has it went the way that you wanted to? If not, can you, replay that situation, replay the scene and make it go your way? But you also come back and self-evaluate. Are you self-evaluating? How did I go today? And if they were to ask me some weird question again, like, have you watched the news? What do you think about the oil price going up? What do you think about, if the oil price went up like this and the economy is like this, what do you think, the company's going to be at the situation? Just have a rough guess. And because I don't watch the news, I wouldn't know the answer to that question. But let's just say you get thrown these very weird questions, which my clients have. Do you watch the news? What do you think of the situation? And she did, luckily. You can kind of self-evaluate to see if any weirdness comes up. How do I respond better to these weird questions? So when you do this, it's not about the action alone, right, that matters. It's not just about, I know everything inside out, I have every single answer memorized. It's not that. But it's actually about conviction. It's about compounding your confidence. Everything that you do on this journey where there's a bit of ghosting, there's a bit of no movement, there's a bit of, sorry, we'll get back to you later, or there's just no progress, and then it looks like you might get rejected, but then you don't get rejected, and then you get passed down to talk to the other hiring manager, and there's all these wonkiness in the 3D that doesn't go the exact way that you want at every turn. The whole point of you coming back to nourish your life with positive life forces, such as meditating, working out, the things I love to do, coupled with things like researching the things that the company wants, and then just putting yourself in the shoe of the people that work there, especially the people in your team, that if I was Joe, who's going to hire me, sorry, what would Joe want? What would Joe want from me? So I would literally tell my clients back then, like, if you had a business, and I asked my client Manisha at the time, like, what are you into? What do you like? And she says she likes, dog pets. So we thought about her opening a dog walking business. And I asked Manisha, like, put yourself in the shoe of a dog business owner. And if you're looking to hire an admin, I want you to now think about what you want from this admin when you hire her. When you're about to give this, 50 grand, 65 grand, 70 grand budget to a person to help you out. And she said to me that I want my admin person to make me feel more, the workload is lightened. So that feeling of the workload being more lightened and having someone help take care of her dog walking business so she can focus on what she enjoys doing in the operation, and she can have a person helping out with, customer, responding to customers, scheduling appointments, all that stuff, is that she feels relieved. So when you are this person, you're coming back to ask yourself, okay, how do I make someone like Joe feel more relieved at work? So you think about, if Joe wanted to hire me in his department, I'm assuming that that's because one person can't take on every single hat. And so if I were to answer questions, how do I build Joe's confidence, like compound his confidence in me, that your day will absolutely be so much more lighter. You'll feel so much more relieved if you handed 50% of your tasks to me, and you will be the superstar of your company. I'll make you the superstar of your company by getting things done correctly, and therefore improving both our KPIs, and therefore, you elevate others in that team. So you're coming at this approach with, what can I share to these people? Not what can I take from them. This version of you who's already in the end state, she's not thinking about how can this job save me, but she's thinking about how can I compound my confidence by doing all these things so that I could make other people's lives in that company 10x in value, 10x feeling better. So now I'm going to show you the concept that I really want to show you before we get into the whole, interview strategies and all that kind of stuff. So stay tuned. So one thing that I do before I do these really cold swims in the ocean water is that I have to make sure that my mind, my heart, and my body is ready for the cold shock, especially now it's winter. And it's going to get a bit harder to swim 1,000 meters in winter. And the thing is, we have to rehearse our inner actions before we take any physical actions. For me, I have to prime myself, an hour ahead, literally, that today I'm doing 1,000 meters. If I can't, that's fine, but I'll do my best to swim under this condition where the swells are harsh, the weather's cold, sometimes it's a bit raining a bit. And no matter what happens, if the wave, the swells throw me to the other side of the lane, or there's a seaweed tugging at my feet, or there's some, seasoned swimmers overtaking me again, I'm gonna be okay. I'm not gonna react in the same way as before, where I would panic literally and just, feel overwhelmed. But I'll do my best to prime my mental state to win under any circumstance that comes up along the way. So the question I have for you is, when you go to your job interview or you're about to send out your resume or whatever, have you primed your mind for success? And I'm not going to tell you just rewire your subconscious, get into alpha and theta brainwave state, to just say, I have the job, I have the job, I have the job. But let's make it more detailed than that. So basically, sometimes I just don't understand why people, they just say just affirm that you have a job, you have a job, you have the job. But at the time when I take these advice, I just don't understand how you can just loop your affirmations. But what other supporting actions can you take to create self-generated evidence that you're on the right path? So I'll show you the specifics. And in this example, I'm going to reference the book Parallel Universe of Self by Frederick Dodson, which I first read back when I was 18 in 2012, listened to his audibles when he was available on YouTube, and just, read it again as well. And basically he talks about the different dimensions, which at the time as a teenager, I had a very, very hard time conceptualizing this. I didn't want to believe it was real, but it is real. So basically, there's multiple planes of existence, and I'm pretty sure that you know that to make manifestation work, you have to unite your mental, spiritual, and physical plane, because the universe is mental. And so then there's a 3D plane right here. And there's the 4D and there's the 5D plane. And the reason why you have to understand this is because we don't want to do things inefficiently. Go to the job interview and then you get a bit of rejection or a bit of ghosting, and then you don't know what to do next. But this will literally become your when Sun Tzu says you win the battle before you even enter it. That's literally this. We're going to win mentally before we do anything. So therefore, on the 5D plane, there's multiple versions of you that currently exist simultaneously. And again, back when I was in second year uni, went out with one of my good friends at the time to see Interstellar. And there was this scene where Matt McConaughey was he was in this kind of floating around in this book, and the bookshelf showed different timelines where he was connecting to his daughter Murph, and there was this younger version of Murph, and then there's the older version of Murph, and he was peeping through these books. That's pretty much the parallel timeline, and I just thought it was an interesting scene that I want to share with you here. So basically, there's multiple versions of you who's already lost the game of getting a job. She's lost from the start. So if you ever have someone saying to you, we've actually found somebody else that's a better fit, and it's not the best fit for this role, and I'm pretty sure you will do well with other endeavors, so I wish you the best of luck. And in the meantime, you can just keep up with the company's website and reach out to us anytime if you have any questions. There's a version of you that's experienced this, so you lost from the start. You even lost before they gave you that email. There's a version of you who's ghosted from HR. There's a version of you who gets, rejected from the last interview. And there's a version of you who gets rejected from the first interview. There's a version of you where AI has literally rejected you.
based on the wordings you put on the resume. So you don't have specific companies and wordings on the resume, you're done. And I saw this like in the video where people literally just scan like, have you worked at this company? But have you worked there? And they look for matching words instead of the actual experience. They don't even look at the resume. They just look at the words that they want. Like, it's just ridiculous. So basically, the version of you who set out your resume and you have AI or literal HR people who don't want to take their time to look at your entire resume because they just like skim through it and just look for the keywords only. And there was this video where like the HR was only scanning for one corner of the sheet to see if the word matches. There's a version of you who has to go through that BS and have somebody else literally like dictate the outcome of your future because they scan a few words on the paper. That's just ridiculous. Anyway, and we're not going to go into that reality. We're going to go into the version of you who has the job. So even if the company goes into voluntary administration and BS, whatever happened to me back then, no matter what happens, you have the job and they will give you the job. You must connect to this version of you on an ongoing basis by bringing her down to the physical plane. And again, by bringing this version of you down to the physical plane, you're basically saying that her decisions, her attention, her thoughts, her emotion, her beliefs, her self-talk, her focus, her expectation, her mental attitude is absolutely congruent to this version of herself who has. Now, the thing is, what you do now is you either go into alpha brainwave state, it works for me, or you go into theta brainwave state where you're really pretty much dozing off to sleep and you're half asleep. And you impress your subconscious by vividly experiencing every cell of your body, the feeling that you would feel once Jane from Google says, congratulations, you got offered the job. You may feel some goosebumps. You may feel a heartbeat, like a rushing heartbeat. You may feel relaxed. You may feel a big sigh of relief. You may feel so appreciated. You may feel so grateful and so thankful to the universe. And you want to saturate your entire cell of your body, your mind, your heart with that state for as long as you can and as frequent as you can. And that is you connecting to that version of you who has. Now, the thing is, some people say you can only do this once and basically your subconscious is impressed. But for me, I like to do things in a way where it's repetitive. So yeah, you do it powerfully. And you know that it only takes once. But if you can do it for at most, okay, in this case, at most 90 times, 30 to 90 days of this journey, and you do it every night, damn. Think about your muscle memory where you're creating this muscle memory of rehearsing the version of you who has. So then the way you answer questions, the way you show up, the way your posture, the way you vibe with the interviewer, it comes from a place of you relaxed, secure, and already having that job. So when you go to the interview, they pick up on the feeling that there's just something about her. I can't explain what it is. It's just because I like the term that Nero uses. Frequency defies rationale. People don't make 100% rational choices. They always make choices based on their intuition. Then they use data to back up their intuition, which then solidifies their intuition even more. So basically, you want to then leave every other versions of you alone. Leave her alone. Just leave her alone. Now, you want to focus on just this version, but you want to bring her down. This is night 1, so you do it again, night 2. Then you do it again, night 3, and you pull her down again, night 4, and again, night 5. So what you do is you allocate a specific time of your night, I believe, if you want to do this right before you sleep and you go into theta mode, and you allocate just 10 minutes, just to vividly experience that feeling of, yes, it's here, it's mine. But then throughout your waking world, you can also do this in the alpha brainwave state. Because when my subconscious was most impressed I can swim, it was impressed when I was in alpha, when I was swimming in the ocean water, and that was when it was impressed, not before I slept. So therefore, you want to keep bringing her down, say night 6,
night 7, night 8, night 9. And basically what you're doing is that you're repeating to yourself that, yes, I confirm your decision. And then night 2, yes, I confirm your decision. Then 3. And you keep confirming and confirming and confirming your decision until everything that goes on mentally, it gets solidified in the physical plane. So basically this space here is what you call compounding your conviction or confidence. And you compound it by putting in the reps. That if it means that you just allocate 10 minutes before you sleep and a few minutes throughout the day to just saturate yourself in that state intentionally with visualization, some affirming, whatever works for your subconscious. Then you're teaching your body to remember the feeling that you're congratulated, you're celebrated, you're recognized. And once you do it enough times, trust me, no matter who you come across, you're going to be less intimidated by them because you'll see that they're just humans sitting on the other side of the desk who feel the exact same emotions as you. And pretty much people are you pushed out, and the energy you emit out to people, it will get reflected right back at you. Because we are all just one consciousness, and no matter how fancy that person's title is, whether they're partner of Deloitte or whatever the title is, they feel the same thing as you. They have nervousness, they might feel nervous to even talk to you. They have their own sets of stress, and they want their stress to be relieved. So you want to come in as the person who, she's got this, you got this. Which leads me to the next point, the actual practical steps now. Let's go. So now what I'm going to show you is this. When it comes to winning against your reality, it's kind of like playing a game. And back when I used to play games, I always felt like, it's frustrating when I can't unlock the beginner levels. My favorite game as a child was Luigi's Mansion. That was my favorite. And on the first episode of Luigi's Mansion, the first level, you kind of have to unlock all the beginner ghosts, like the random ghost, and you have to vacuum them and stuff. But later on, you get to unlock the keys to the higher levels of the mansion. You get to meet more important ghosts, wealthy ghosts, and just that kind of stuff. And then you meet the Boo, the big ghost on level 4 or something, at the ice rink on the balcony, and then you fight with the boss, the monster boss, and I really enjoy that time. But you can't really get to the final level without unlocking all the previous levels. In Luigi's Mansion, those levels require you to vacuum the ghost a certain way and pretty much collect, some pearls and stuff like that to get to where you need to be. But in real life, these levels include things like the first video interview, or whether it's AI interview, whatever it is today. And before that even, it's your resume on LinkedIn. So I had LinkedIn many years ago, and at the time I found the importance of making your LinkedIn attractive to a certain extent. For me, because I was doing Impact Year interview coaching, I posted a lot of videos of me talking and also video testimonials interviewing my clients, and that made my LinkedIn more recognized because there's activities going on and there's results and people engage with it. But in your case, just having a presentable LinkedIn will help a lot. So let's just say you have your CV, LinkedIn, resume, portfolio, website. And you also have the video interview. And then you might go to assessment center. Then you go to panel interview. And then you go to partner interview. And then the decision is made. In this video, we're going to go through every process except for the resume part. So I'm just going to focus on the interview aspect of this. And the thing that I teach my clients back then who, Anisha got her job within the next day at EY, but she's awesome already. She had a great energy. So she came to me, we did a bit of role play, and then she got the job the next day. Had other people who got job at PwC like within a month or over a month a bit. Had one that got a job at EY again and KPMG, like a double offer. That was cool, Jeremy. And with my other client who Deloitte made her wait 6 months, but then when she got the partner interview again 6 months later, within 15 minutes she was offered the job. This is what I told my clients to do. When it comes to responding, you want to answer the question, but then you want to share your story that is unique to you. Then you want to share the result as a result of doing that, whatever you did. But this has to be relevant to the company. So you have to link it back to the company. That's the part most people miss in star interview. It's just that they say a bunch of things like, I won this contest and I solved this problem and I initiated this leadership in my team and I achieved sales revenue increase. But how is that relevant to the company? So then after you share all of this, as a result, because I know that at Google, you're looking for people with innovative thinking and the ability to solve problems on the spot, I believe that my experience of leading this team and having these problems solved within 14 days could be beneficial to Google's team, as I know that you guys value that. Just put in the company's name at the end and just link it back a bit. Anyway, let's get to the AI video interview, because it's interesting, because to me, okay, let's just say that AI doesn't interview you, because I don't know, man, seriously. Let's just say we have a human 15 minutes, like a, when you go on a date and then they kind of scout for you, to just, what do they call it? It's kind of like a selection process. And it's only 15 minutes, or it's a phone interview. It's a selection just to see what your vibe is about. What do you think the person across your phone who wants to give you just 15 minutes to just get a feeling of how you sound, what do you think they're looking for? What do you think will make this phone interview a powerful one that they have to move you up the rung? I'll tell you what it is. It's not what you think. It's the vibe. What vibe are you giving off? Because I remember I was so desperate to get a job at this one point of my life, and I applied to Peloton, Bondi Junction. I was hoping that maybe just part-time retail is fine too. But I knew nothing about Peloton. I didn't even research it. I didn't care. I was trying to build my YouTube and stuff like that. But I just wanted to make my own money on the side kind of thing. And the minute that I had no idea what Peloton really does, and I got shoot a question like, what do you know about a company? I just froze because I didn't care about it. So the thing is, you have to care about the company enough as well. So the vibe shows that you care. Yes, you care enough to research what you're getting yourself into, because I think what they're going to ask you is, why did you apply for our position? Why this position and why our company? And if you say something that is plastered on the website, they will feel it, and your vibe sounds like desperation, or your vibe sounds unprepared. And if you're unprepared, you're screwed. So therefore, you want to sound quite prepared by caring about what this position wants from you. There's you, and then there's the position. Okay? Now, it's interesting because if you don't know what this position wants from you, you're chasing for it. But the key is to make the position come to you. So what does this position want from you? What do they want you to know? That, okay, it's sales. But what do they specialize in? What kind of targets, are they looking to reach? So you gotta know these things. What does the company value the most? What are their best products? What kind of CRM tool is the best thing to use? All these kind of things, like the specifics. So in this case, I don't know what it is because I'm just, free-flowing this right now. But you've got to know what this position, what characteristics do they want from you? So you know the rough structure that this is what it is. In Peloton's case, I needed to know about their product a bit, their bikes, and what is it for and what's their latest thing on the market. But I didn't know any of that because I didn't care. So just knowing the year as well that they started and their vision, just having the company vision and the overall culture, and just understanding that this is what the culture looks like and I want to be a part of this kind of culture. So going in to look at their socials, their Facebook page, their community page, just to get an overall vibe and see what this vibe is about, so that now you can start adapting yourself to match that vibe. Every single time they shoot you a question, you want to answer in a way where I got this and I know what I'm talking about. Let's just say they ask you as well, can you introduce yourself? Just when I, introduce myself and you do it with conviction, it's kind of like, hi, I'm Patty and had an experience as a design computing student at Sydney Uni, looking to explore my career path in corporate sales because I've always been interested in communicating with other people, communicating with humans, and I want to understand the art of persuasion and knowing how to have people say yes to you kind of thing. So anyway, that's just kind of the rough idea where when you introduce yourself, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you have to say it in a genuine way where you really want this. So the vibe of introducing yourself, even on the phone, it doesn't have to be the correct answer, but the way you say it has to be casual, but also prepared. So let's move on first. So now that your vibe is correct, because the inner energy that you come at this is also correct. So even though just then I winged it and I didn't really know what I was going to say, but if you're confident with the way you say it, even if you miss some lines and you skip a few awkward pauses, they're still going to pick up that, something about your vibe is correct. And that's because you got the inner action correct. Now, basically, when you move to the assessment center, this is interesting because when it comes to assessment center, do you know what the objective of people that are judging you is? So my friends were the people that were judging an assessment center. And I think that what would make my friends, who are beautiful souls, beautiful hearts, what would touch them the most is having people being able to bring out that version of them. So, do they want a superstar in the assessment center? Do they want a superstar that outshines everyone and is just the most standing out? Think about it carefully. They want somebody who would be cohesive with the team. And I emphasize cohesive, meaning that there's 5 people in a group and all 5 of you are going towards one vision. That's what they're looking for in assessment centers. They're not looking for you to be smart, too cocky, too confident, too arrogant. They're looking for cohesion. What's your ability to read the room, have some emotional intelligence, and just understand how to make your team look good? Just think about it. Once you get employed, it's about working in a team. So that's why I have to ask you, you have to really want the job, because after you get the job, it's not just about what you want, it's about what the company is looking for and you being able to adapt yourself to match it. But then adapting yourself to match it also is in alignment with what you want. I'm not saying that you have to blend in and completely tone yourself down, but in the environment, in the case of winning the assessment center, you have to be able to be fluid like water. If the team requires you to, mold yourself in a vase, you're going to mold yourself in a vase. If the team requires you to flow, you will have to flow. Because what's most important when they're looking at assessment center is your character. It's your ability to bring out the best in other people in your team so that your team gets the best score. So there might be a timer, there might be a presenter, there might be a leader, and I don't know what the other 2 roles are. But let's just say, organizer. in the assessment center, if your position is a timer, I'm telling you, don't try to outshine the presenter. Don't. They don't judge you based on your presenting abilities as much as how you make your team look. Not about how it makes you look, how your team looks. Do you support your presenter well so that they present to the best of their abilities? Do you time things well? Are you all, as the leader, do you mentally support others, or do you try to outshine them? And in Robert Greene's 48 Law of Power book, what did he say in the first law? Don't outshine the master. Don't. So therefore, when it comes to assessment center, you're not trying to prove your worth by being way outshining others. You're not even proving your worth. You're coming here to say that I am a team player. I fit in with this culture. When people work with me, they feel relieved. When people get involved with me, they feel like they can trust me. The presenter can trust me as a timer, that once the time is up, I'm ready to give them the signal. The presenter, is trusted by the leader that, when I delegate the task to them to present, it's gonna go well. So you know what this is all about? Synergy. In assessment centers, people are testing your ability to have synergy with other people. So it's not about trying to win against other people, not trying to outshine, but also not dimming yourself. It's about your ability to adapt so well that your team praises you for being such without pay, I couldn't have done this. That's the whole point. That's what they mark you on. But this can't really be done if you have an attached energy. Because when you're detached, you're going to read the room. So you're going to let down your ego for a bit, and you're going to read the room to see what is the vibe like, and you're going to match that energy properly, that when people turn to you, they feel like, yes, she's my go-to person. He's my go-to person. Okay? So that's assessment center. So now when it comes to video interview, you've collapsed that timeline. So you've unlocked level 1, which we've already done. And then when it comes to assessment center, you've shown the team that you're a team player. You've shown people that you have the capability to read the room, have emotional intelligence, wait for your turn before you speak. Don't speak too much, don't speak too less. But when you do speak, you say all the right things, and your energy is relaxed, detached, and you let people figure it out. And again, when people start arguing as well, when people debate and want to present, it's all about ego. You're gonna step back and let them do the arguing. You're not gonna get in the way and just do your own role, make your own role as effective as you can by just being the person, the go-to person for others. So now they've seen that you have this emotional intelligence about you and your energy is pretty detached and they like you. You now completed level 1, level 2. Now we're going to go to the panel interview, which is really interesting. So I never went to a panel interview, but I did do a corporate sales pitch where I had to do a 3-minute speech in front of 3 people. So let's just say that these 3 people, they are Joe, there's Jane, and there's Jim. Joe is an analytical thinker. He's all about data, man. Just give me the data. Jane is an intuitive person, so she's relational. So she uses more her emotions and the way she bonds with other people to make decisions, like me. It's all about bonding in the moment. And Jim is a decisive person. He's driven. He's I want it now. Make it happen now, okay? No matter what it takes, now. You're going in, perhaps as a relational person. So you're more of a creative, intuitive thinker. And you're going in knowing that only one person in this panel interview is going to match your vibe fully. So what do you do? What are you going to do? And now there's I want data. I want this now. And this one is let's have a conversation. That's where you bring your parallel reality in and go back to the inner state. Before you even go into the interview, you make sure that, I'm assuming you will do this every night. So every night you already rehearse the feeling of already having that job. So naturally you would walk into this room relaxed. So again, what happens that tends to screw me up in the past when I get intimidated by people is that when they have a stoic face, or they don't really give a reaction to any of the things you say, they're just like, while maybe Jane would be like, oh, really? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Oh, tell me more about this. Yeah, welcome. Like, that's Jane. But you know what's interesting? The person who does that kind of, oh, real? Oh, that's fantastic, is harder to convince than the analytical and the decisive, in my experience. The people with a stoic resting face, like, they have I don't know, I just feel like they don't have a high guard like people like me who actually have a very high guard. And what I show to you is not what I truly feel. So you've got to be careful. That's why you've got to relax. And this requires you to feel secure within yourself. That when they start asking you the question, all you have to do is follow this formula now. What is your weakness? My weakness is attention to detail. Back in the days, I used to have a problem with, getting the little figures wrong when I'm entering data into the system. However, I was able to overcome this by, sparing some time to practice inputting like the things I do, which were the first step, I review my draft, then I go into the second step and review again and do it again for the third time. And when I was able to slow down and take on this process, it actually fastened my workflow overall. And because I got used to this, I was able to minimize my mistake over time, and it was really effective. This then actually led me to being able to increase my sales revenue by 10% because the customers were so happy with how fast I was getting back to them based on me implementing this when I'm entering, data and then later on executing the sales. As a result, I think this will be beneficial because of my ability to adapt. I'm sure that, Google would want someone like this who can quickly adapt to the situation, kind of thing. So basically, at this point, you need to know how to say things in a way where it's not fully perfect, but it kind of follows your structure. So I'm saying that I have a low attention to detail. And it's not just about entering data into the system, but it's about me doing sales. You need to have some tangible results to show for, whether that is improved sales for 10%. And this is beneficial to the company because if you're able to adapt really fast, then, it's a win-win. So therefore now, either Jane, Joe, and Jim will feel like, this guard is now let down. So they ask you another question, okay, tell me about a time where you solved a problem. When did you solve a problem effectively? And you may say things like, well, one time, there was a conflict in our team because everyone was having different decisions and inputs into the project. So as a result, what I tried to do was listen to both sides and make both of them feel heard. I tried to implement, 20% of Kevin's idea, another 30% of Jane's idea, and we try to mix match and see how we can make it work. As a result, the team became more in harmony and we had better synergy, which overall made our project finish faster than expected by 14 days. The client's really happy about this and we actually got promoted that year as well. So therefore, this will be very beneficial to Google because I'm sure that with this approach, it could speed up the timeline in many things and avoid a lot of conflicts that would go on by just understanding how to get along with your team well, kind of thing. So again, this is not perfect, didn't prepare for it. So you get the whole gist. It's a conversation. It doesn't have to be perfect. But what it has to be is that you did prepare for it. I didn't prepare for it just then, sorry. But you prepared to a degree, but once you execute it, it's natural, it's a conversation. So once you say that right, and it's like, yeah, she speaks like a human, she's real, I can relate to her, that's not a tick, but guard down. And then you keep it going. So you back some evidence by actual numbers. But then the story part is relational because like you're sharing like a journey you went on, but then you link it back to how this is relevant to the position that you're going at it in. Okay, so it's interesting because the Joe Analytical could be an introvert. Jane could be an extrovert. And Jim could be an ambivert. And it doesn't matter who any of these people are. All you have to focus on is, yes, be yourself. Be yourself, but be the version of you who can adapt to all these people by just being composed, relaxed, and talk in a conversational way. And if you don't really know the answers, just don't worry, simple term is fine. Because the energy behind it is what matters, not the actual word itself. So now I'm assuming that Joe, Jen, and Jim, overall, they feel like you have a good energy. So the way you answer is not perfect. I didn't answer perfectly just then. I was just winging a bunch of things. But it's just the energy feels right. Like, I want her in my team. You give them this conviction based on the way you gave yourself conviction that you can make their days better. If they were to hire you in their team, they will feel more relief. If they were to work with you, they will have an enjoyable day. You know, you have a sense of humor. You are down to earth. You're easy to get along with. And that's the quality that you want to show through your answers, not just trying to get it correct. Which then leads us to the next one, which is the partner interview. So now you've broken down level 3 reality. You've won. Now we're going to go to the partner interview. So now we're going to be sitting with another Joe. And this time, this guy is analytical. Damn it. And you're creative. So damn it. 2 different personalities. Joe's way of deciding is through data, numbers. And you're not that kind of person. You're the kind of intuitive, like, how does this feel? Joe's not like that. And he's an introvert. Whew. But you're an ambivert. So yeah, you're introverted too, but you prefer to bond. And Joe has a stoic face. So now it's one-on-one. And I think it's easier than panel because now you're able to bond with just one person. So Joe has like 15 years experience in tech, something like that. He knows a lot. He doesn't want you to beat around the bush. Don't sugarcoat it. Tell me the exact figures. So you're trying to use this. What result have you produced in the last 6 months at your previous company? Don't beat around the bush, just say it. 20% sales increase. I was able to 10% this, 20% that. ROI this, ROI that. The exact numbers. With Joe, this guy, this one gets a bit hard because he doesn't care if you're a great baker and you participate in like team activities. He doesn't care about anything else. Before you say, just tell me the numbers. This is where it gets interesting because now you have to adapt mentally that what Joe wants to hear from you is results. So you must give him what he wants. Stats, data, evidence. Because you've, primed your subconscious to say, I have the job, and now you start to meet this guy who's a bit hard to deal with. I mean, like, not hard to deal with, but it's harder to convince him because he's stats driven. So there's going to be a possibility that your performance overall doesn't hit his metric. It's not good enough. The numbers aren't good enough. And it has nothing to do with your interview abilities. This is where detachment really comes in because now you have to accept the possibility that you might not get the job, not because you get any of this wrong, but because your past performance doesn't match his key metric. But you can actually override that by literally having conviction in yourself. And I know this doesn't make sense, but it does. I get it that you might say, this is just the numbers, this is how it is. Take it or leave it. When you have inner conviction, you don't convince Joe and you don't prove yourself to him that you're worthy. I'm worth it. You don't. You say it as it is and you step back and let him decide. this is my past performance. This is the best I can do for the last 6 months. It might not completely match his expectation in terms of the data, the key metrics. And now he's using his logical mind to calculate, is this a worthy investment? But then, underneath the worthy investment logic, Joe's looking at your vibe. Are you confident about yourself that once he says no, it does nothing to your self-esteem? That you've passed all these rounds, but you might just like not pass the partner one. But how are you composed about it? Are you okay about it? This is it, because if you cannot stay composed and relax in your energy, you're lacking data, you're lacking experience, can totally screw your chances. But the key is to be confident with everything you've achieved so far, to the point where if you don't like it, fine, I'll find a company that matches the metrics I've produced already. So when you're going with this energy to sit down, you're being an equal with him, not him above you and you below him. You're being equal. And once you give off this energy where, no, you're humble, there's humility inside of you, but at your core, your inner state, you are an equal and you have matched to the things that you want. Meaning that if there's a possibility that your sales numbers, your experience and everything else just doesn't match his expectation, you're good. I'm good with or without this job. I'm relaxed, I've done my best, and there's nothing else I need to change about this. Once you go about this way, this is what happens. You start to really surrender. You start to surrender, and you kind of give off this energy to Joe that it doesn't matter if you say no. I don't desperately want this. But all you do is go in to give it your best, to be in the moment, to stay in flow with him, but to mirror him almost. If he talks less, you tone it down a bit. Not in a way where it shrinks your self-esteem, but you say a bit less than you usually would to match his vibe. Because now the key is that you want to make Joe feel like there's synergy between you two. And once he feels that, even if the logic says, yeah, but the metrics, the figures are not matching, there's going to be a part of him or anyone that you talk to that's like, but the energy is quite she seems like I can train her. Okay, I understand the numbers are lacking, but I can literally train her for the next 1 month and her sales figures would go up. So you want to present yourself in a way where you have to give me the job. But the thing is, I'm trainable. But you don't say this verbally. You say to this through your energy, the way you've already primed your subconscious the last 30 to 90 days. And you've already entered the mental attitude of the person who has it. So the words that come out of your mouth is not going to be proving your worth to Joe. It's going to be take it or leave it. Once you're in that place, there's a very high chance that it would do this ironic thing, paradox, where the less you want it, the more they want to give it to you. And once you give out this energy that I don't want it that much and I'm willing to walk away, then the job finds itself to you, either through Joe or some other factor that says we need her. So there's a higher force in here than just the people you're talking to. It's not just the humans that you come across. There's a bunch of other factors that can move to serve you as long as you're in the mental state of already having it. So even if you're just like me just then, who said a bunch of weird, wrong things just then, because I was winging it and didn't prepare for that answer, they're still going to choose you because you're mentally there already. So therefore, that's the partner interview. Now, the final thing that I want to close this video off with is allow. Because now that you've passed this reality as well, you're going to allow the decision to be made. And by allowing, you allow the wait to happen. You allow the no movement to happen. And you allow yourself to feel chosen with or without it. There's going to be a possibility that after you go through all of this perfectly in the right mental state, for that particular time period, it's a no. There's a low chance that it might be. That's why I'm saying that, like, when you're detached, you actually accept both possibilities evenly. So you accept that no matter what you did, even mentally, like, there's a chance that the physical reality may not give you what you want in June, but they might give it to you in December. So it still worked. Everything still worked. Your inner convictions, your everything still worked. But there might be a mixture of your baggage from the past or some residual frequencies that hasn't gotten fully pushed out. And so therefore it reflects in your 3D reality as a delay. But I'm telling you that now that there's no movement, there's maybe like a possibility of rejection. Now you have to wait with patience and conviction in yourself that either way, you already became a brand new person from this journey. This journey gave you the best kind of possible growth. This journey made you learn about humans in general. This journey made you learn about how to adapt to people and, you know, meet different kinds of people with different personalities. And you've got to thank this journey that it has given you what you needed. So thank the journey that at least I got to go to this room to talk to Jane. I got to go to this room to talk to Joe. I got to meet these new friends at Assessment Center. Just thank the experience, because this whole like allowing will ironically bring you the exact thing that your higher self wants, or even better. So this period, no matter what happens, you must stay internally stable and know that you are the pedestal of your reality and not that Google job, not that 100 grand job. So do not ever let yourself feel desperate, feel down about it. You are worthy of what you want. I'm telling you, you are worthy of it. And your day is landing now. Okay, so this is it. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video. There'll be a waitlist down below if you want coaching on this. So my mission is to help high achieving women reach their tipping points in 8 to 12 weeks by shattering their inner worth ceiling, to be able to manifest the kind of job that they truly want, going through all this process correctly, and therefore having their breakthrough. So if it sounds like you, don't hesitate to get in touch, and see you soon. Bye-bye. 12 years of manifestation mistakes explained to you in 60 minutes. 12 years of a lot of on and off, disappointments, letdowns, and confusions dissected for you so that you can overcome your hindrances and get what you want fast. So whether you are looking to land your dream job in 90 days, start that business, grow that business, and have an increased life expansion in 90 days, well, let's come and ace our world, and let's start. Now, as somebody who has always been quite impatient for a whole life, I always want to see instant results. But when it comes to manifestation, do you know what the cause of your delays are? It's trying to seek validation from the 3D. It's looking for the 3D evidence. So therefore, as this version of me, who I've been in for 12 years since my teenage days, I'm always looking outside of myself to see proof that it's working. So let's just say, you know, I want to see that after I looks max, confidence max, personality max, charisma maxed, I want evidence that it's really working, that I'm making new friends, manifesting a new life, having people come in, manifesting an awesome dating kind of thing going on at the time, like dating dynamics, and just filled with abundance of people and connections. Because growing up, didn't have many of that. So therefore, as somebody who is impatient, what I would do back in my early 20s and even a bit of my teenage years was trying to understand the law of attraction. So at the time, it wasn't really manifestation, but it was called the law of attraction. And The first time I was introduced to it was when I was probably 10, and it was called The Secret, that film by Rhonda Byrne. Yeah, anyway, so basically my mom introduced me to this film, and it says that you like attracts like, and if you are attractive within, you must attract without. So if you think positive thoughts, you will have positive outer reality. So I tried to do that in my teen years and in my early 20s. And what I would do is I would tell myself, I'm going to make an immense transformation to my life. So I would like shoot through the roof. I would start working out. I would start to talk to myself positively. I would look smacks. Literally like practice my makeup, practice my hair, and even confidence max, trying to socialize, make friends, initiate conversations, and put myself out there during uni days. And it absolutely worked for a bit. But then what would happen is that because I didn't solidify my new identity and I was operating as this version of me who was fragile, I had a very fragile mental state without even knowing that when you are pressuring yourself to be perfect and you're striving for perfectionism, eventually it's going to collapse because your identity is not secure. And as somebody who didn't have a secure identity, what I would then do is I would then also, on top of working out, looks maxing, confidence maxing, is look to 3D for evidence. So let's just say I study a bit of law of attraction and I watch a bunch of YouTubers at the time to do with personal development. And now I want to see results. I want to see that, if I'm this version of me, I can attract that person over there to want to be my friend, to want to be a part of my life. But then even if I was able to attract people to be a part of my life, I would now start to look, are they responding this way? But are they behaving the way that I want them to? But do these people like me? But am I popular yet? Am I there yet? And it was interesting because growing up, I was always told that my personality was too intense, and if I were to make friends, people wouldn't really like my true self. So I was repeatedly putting that belief into my subconscious that I was too intense and that it's hard for me to make friends because my personality is a bit too egoic, too arrogant, too cocky. But during my uni years, I started making friends with people that were perceived to be top of the grades. So people that were studying medicine, people that were studying law, people who were just set up for a very good life. And their personality is just wonderful too. So these people are my great friends at the time. They're just beautiful souls. So I would start having these arguments and asking if I truly can't attract good quality friendships, then why are these people who are studying medicine and getting 99% in their cohorts, and they're just at the top of their cohort, and this guy who's coming first from the entire uni cohort in business, why is he chasing me if I really couldn't attract the kind of friend circle and social life that I wanted to attract? So I had these debates with a family member who kept telling me that you got to tone yourself down and stop being so arrogant. And this debate, I didn't know, was me planting to my subconscious that I'm not worthy of the things that I want. So when you have these really subtle planting of the seed that you're not worthy of what you want, because if you felt like you were worthy, you wouldn't have to debate about it. You start to look for the 3D for evidence. You start to go and check your ratings but do they like me though? But can I be a part of this group? But will they accept me? But will he like me back, kind of thing? And it was just inconsistent results all the time. So therefore, as you keep going, and sometimes the 3D gives you either a lag or an opposite, what then happens is that your self-esteem takes a very low dip, the way that it did for me. So sometimes when things didn't go my way, my grades would drop tremendously. I thought that I was doing well in this subject, and then it just suddenly became 50 out of 100. I would feel like a failure, literally. So now I look up for 3D evidences that I've truly leveled up. I look for my grades, how I'm performing in uni, how I'm performing with other people, looking for my status in the world, looking to find my voice in the world based on 3D metrics. So you can do all the outer things, the outer shell of who you are, glowing up, whitening your teeth, working out, starving yourself, and just, on the outside, you can look really attractive. But if you're impatient with yourself, that maybe this journey might take more than 90 days. What happens is that at every turn where you start to improve, again, you're gonna look for evidence. And then the evidence gives you what you don't want. So then you dip again, and then you go again. Look for validation. And then it doesn't give you what you want. And then you dip the way they did for me, for very tumultuous in my 20s. So the one thing with manifestation is that you have to really trust your bridge of incidents. So this is what people call bridge of incidents, where sometimes the 3D reality, which is this line here, will give you rejections and lags and some false hopes, and it will just dip up and down, up and down. But the key is for your internal state to stay still, to not sway with the 3D. So therefore, my definition of manifestation is creating such a powerful internal shift to the point where the 3D reality has zero authority over you. Because when it does, you will then start to become this version of you eventually. After so many years of trial and error and just understanding human nature, reading Robert Greene's, 48 laws of power, trying to understand it and all this stuff. Basically, because if you spent maybe like a decade of your life stacking these old frequencies, the version of you who would, she'll put in effort, but then she will seek permission from the 3D. She will seek for approval. She will seek for validation. And the minute she gets criticized, she defends herself, saying that, but yeah, if I wasn't truly valuable, why are these students like my friend? Why do they want to be my friend? It's even defending yourself is you not having patience towards yourself. Because if you were truly patient with your own transformation, there is no need to explain anything to anyone. You will just stay secure knowing your place. So therefore, ideally, if you became more patient, or if I became more patient, which I am now in my 30s finally, basically you would never take exponential leaps in the first 14 days. You'll take incremental actions. So you'd either read more, which I did, and you'd focus on narrowing your friend circle instead of trying to be friends with everyone. So you'll choose online friendship. You will discern. You'll keep to yourself. So even if your looks max, glow up max, confidence max, and personality max, but all those things serve your internal growth, not serving to your ego, where am I in this social circle? What is my status right now? Am I finally at the top of the rung? It's more about how do I feel within myself, regardless of what the 3D is showing me. And because you stack your identity, you compound your new frequency. In a way where you are secure with yourself. You are certain with yourself. So one of my friends at the time in uni, Sue, so she was a medicine student, and I believe she's a doctor now. At the time when I was her friend, she's probably the most secure person I've ever met. She's loving, she's kind, she's generous, but she's so smart. But most of all, she just has an open heart, she's generous, and she never explains herself to anyone. I never see her get into drama. She's just so mature and so giving. I wish I would still keep in touch with her. But at the time, I just remember her as somebody who's like an angel. And the reason that people like her is not just because she's studying medicine and she's a doctor and she's perceived highly in the social rung, but her character is secure. That is what drew people to want to be a part of her life. And I didn't know why Sue was so lovely with me, why she was so nice to me. And at the time, she considered me her close friend, when I was the complete opposite of her. I had nothing. I felt like I was an empty shell. I was attractive on the outside. I had a beautiful smile, but I was nothing like Sue at the time. So then, the thing is, you kind of want to be like Sue, who you can be a doctor, you can study medicine. On the outside, you can have prestigious title, but inside, you don't really give a crap on how people judge you as much. Of course, she was young. She may have had her own set of insecurities, but I couldn't see it. And she didn't really talk about her insecurities as much, meaning that most of the time, she's secure with herself. So then Sue, I saw she never takes impulsive action. People who are secure take incremental actions because they are patient with the process. So whether it was diets and stuff, she'd never go on crash diets. She would do things in an incremental way, despite being a very high performer and always getting exceptional grades, 99% kind of thing. So you stack your wins really carefully until you get to an exponential point where you don't even have to try to go faster, but ultimately, the more slower you compound your wins, the more patient you are with yourself, the faster the progress, because patience is the key to rapid success. Patience is the key to rapid success. So the more patient you are with yourself, that today I did the inner work. Today I meditated. Today I took care of myself. If you were a student, today I studied. Today I chose to do the workout. Today I chose to do cardio. Today I chose to nourish myself. Today I chose a diet that works for me. And the thing is, once you are secure and stable in yourself, you're not in a rush for results to appear in a 3D. So even if you go on a 14 intermittent fasting diet, you do it because it serves your health, but you don't do it so that your body can finally shed beautifully for the next 14 days and in the next 30 days, so you can take a picture of your body to post onto socials. There's a very big difference, because the minute that you do anything for external approval, hence seeking reality, please give me some evidence that I'm liked, and asking the universe, which is universe, please universe, if I do IF, intermittent fasting, please show me that I'll be more likable as a result of having a nicer body, as a result of looking more gorgeous. Please universe, if I read, if I study, if I become successful, please give me the evidence that people will accept me more. Because the minute that you do that, you will never be patient with yourself. You would always feel frantic and looking for outer validation to see, has it landed? Has my body lost weight? Has the money come into my bank account? Has people shown me that they like me? Has the likes gone up? So this is the very first mistake I made in manifestation, which is impatience and constantly checking the 3D, and therefore distorting my frequency constantly, never compounding it correctly for it to have an exponential growth towards my success. Which leads me to the second mistake. So one of the things that really screwed me up for many, many years, one of the hindrance, was the hindrance as explained by Shaolin Master Shi Hengyi. And he talked about this in his TED Talk back in the year 2020. And he was going through the 5 hindrances that we go through as one human tries to climb the mountain to success. So his analogy was climbing the mountain to the peak. And as long as you get to the peak by yourself, you're never able to really explain your experience on a theoretical level to people who've never been on top of the mountain like you. And that's why people refuse to understand you, because they don't see things from your experience. They haven't lived your experience. And one of the desires that he talked about was sensual desire. The other 4 was ill will, restlessness, dullness, and skepticism. But in this case, as I was always wanting to climb the mountain to my success, so this is the star here, the success, and this is me. what I usually would do is take my egoic self to climb this mountain. But the thing is, as long as you're operating from your lower I, which is your human ego, the thing is, your human ego is very finite. And the way for you to really manifest miracles and quantum leap is for you to actually access the capital I, which is your infinite self, infinite intelligence, or source. Now, when you're operating as this lower I, as I read in Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle, he was talking about how there's a fish, and you can buy a fish, and you can name him John. So this fish of yours is a pet. And the way for the fish to be a lower I is that you name the John fish, and you kind of like, okay, he's a male fish. And so you give him character, you give him a physical plane identity. But then John the fish is ultimately consciousness, right? So that's the same with humans. Basically, our lower I is our concept of, when even Neville Goddard says, I am strong, I am weak, I am Patty, I am this nationality, I am this age, I am a female. So that's more like the physical plane concept of yourself. Whereas the capital I is you are one with everything. You are the source. You are your higher self. And the higher self is not confined to the name that you have, the occupation that you have, the income that you have, and even your past or future. It's just love, your infinite source. If you take this egoic self, who obviously will have a limiting belief based on the identity that she's boxed herself in. So I'm Patty, who's Asian in Australia, and Asian in Australia, like myself, who grew up not in the affluent area as much. We experienced bamboo ceilings. As growing up, there's discrimination and racism and stuff like that I did experience. So these are limiting beliefs now that you place on yourself based on who you are. So then when I tried to climb this mountain, I kept getting hit with distractions. And these distractions are like shiny object syndrome. So as the egoic version of Patty who tried to climb the mountain to success, because I had past experiences of being overlooked, being discriminated, being ignored, experienced some racism, being unseen, getting berated for not dancing well, and having to be put in the back row for like 8 years in every performance. Hence, putting into my subconscious that I'm just not worthy of being seen. Therefore, I took this baggage with me. So I'm carrying this bag, right? Hence baggage. I'm taking this baggage up the mountain. So then when there comes a time where somebody lends me a hand, they're like, somebody comes in and they lend me a hand, they're like, how can I help you? Even in Thai myths, they talk about this. It's like kind of when you get tricked by shiny object syndrome, and they give you if you turn back and you don't do what you say and you don't keep moving forward, then you will lose the goal that they already gave you. There was this Thai myth about it as well. So basically, how can I help you? They come in to position themselves as your mentor or people that can hold authority over you. And because of my sensual desire where I get easily addicted to beautiful things, beautiful experiences. I love hearing compliments. I love experiencing luxury, lavishness, and especially higher status people coming in, being like, how can I help you? These things are my sensual desire. So my egoic self cannot discern that these how can I help you mentors, they disguise themselves as people who are supposed to be like your rescuer, but they're there to extract from you. So basically, you attract what you are in resonance with. So if you're insecure, you're going to definitely attract an insecure person. And if you're an insecure person who looks attractive on the outside, then it's really hard for you to discern that that very attractive person is the same as you, because they're you pushed out. And you cannot
possibly attract somebody who's truly secure and to have a long-term harmony thing with you, harmony relationship, harmony friendship, if you don't elevate your consciousness to match them. So basically, I was constantly distracted by people offering me compliments and like, yeah, take you out to dinner, and then, you know, introduce you to this millionaire, and I'll introduce you to this person, and then you can come to Melbourne and do this and do that. And I kept getting swept off my path every few months. So there will be months where I'm already going up well, I'm progressing well, so I'm taking 100 steps towards my goal now. But then another one of the, can I help you, Patty? Oh, like, let's have coffee together, let's catch up, let me pick your brain for a bit kind of thing. And I get distracted. So therefore, every distraction of energy leak takes me down by 100 steps. So I end back at break even, which is a 0. And this happened to me repetitively over and over and over again. So when you're manifesting, you're like, you know, you're doing your robotic affirmations, and you're doing your visualization, or you're doing hypnosis, and you're rewiring your subconscious in the alpha brainwave state. So you're impressing your subconscious. But then what happens is that after you do this, you then get distracted by the 3D evidence. Some of them is like leading you to the wrong path. Some of them is disguised as beautiful goals that you're supposed to achieve. Some of them are disguised as people that are supposed to help you. But the minute you get distracted and you leak your energy, you distort your frequency. So frequency distortion, it happens when your belief, your decision, your habit, your self-talk, your expectation, your focus, your attention, your thoughts, your emotion, your belief. Yep, your belief. I already put it down already. Basically, if these things, let's just say your belief may be correct, your decision is correct, your habit's correct, but your self-talk, oh crap, your self-talk is not correct. But then your expectation, it's kind of like getting there, but no, it's not correct either. But your focus isn't correct. Your focus is correct. Your attention, not really correct, because it's sensual desire. So then your thought is incorrect, and everything else is incorrect. Your emotions incorrect. If these things are not fully congruent to your higher self, the capital I, whose consciousness is elevated to be at the end state, as Neville Goddard says, to live in the end and start from the end, living in the wish fulfilled. And there's a distortion in the way you talk to yourself, what you expect, and then where you place your attention on, hence on people outside of you to give you validation, hence on the 3D evidence to shower you with things that you want to see. When all those things are created from within, and then you start to have thoughts that spiral or thoughts that don't align with the best version of you, and those thoughts then emit out of frequency, which then gets reflected in the 3D, and then it triggers some frustration, discouragement, and disappointment out of you, hence lowering your emotions. You're screwed. So the thing that you must be really careful of is sensual desire, which is distractions. Sometimes the path to success is boring, it's repetitive, it's not flashy, but as soon as you can conquer yourself, the version of you who can endure long focus and some boring times, then you are unshakable. Which leads us to the third mistake. Ready? Now, in the book Reality Transurfing, the author talks about this thing called a destructive pendulum. And you can call this your old self, your old frequency, your old thought forms, old beliefs. And basically, these entities are real. There was actually one YouTube video by this lady who was talking about thought forms, and she was showing us a diagram of like clouds and like how our thoughts look like clouds and they're going to different shapes. And that was really interesting because the more you repeat each thought that are emotionally charged, the more it becomes like, you know, like a cloud, like a shape in the infinite, like in the realm where you can't physically see it. But then those thoughts become matter. So therefore, destructive pendulum is pretty much every single thing that you've thought of. So the stones that you dropped, and it compounds over time. The stones that then emits out a certain vibration. And if it's like a constant anxiety, then majority of your life, let's just say, like I was talking about this concept in my previous video, where if the predominant vibration that you've been imprisoned in is anxiety, it's resentment, it's discouragement, it's disappointment, it's things like, you know, expecting anger, it's a letdown, it's now fear. And based on Dr. David R. Hawkins' vibrational chart, so the map of consciousness, you can see that in the below numbers, there's like below neutrality and below courage, there's like pride and anger and apathy and that kind of stuff. So let's just say that predominantly you've been operating at this state on the lower end of Dr. David R. Hawkins' map of consciousness. Then what's going to happen is that as you try to break free from this version of you who is obviously like she's trapped, this is a prison. This is like a vibrational prison. It locks you in to experience the same circumstances and events all in the same loop over and over and over. The minute you attempt to free yourself from these emotions to then become the version of you whose consciousness is now elevated, and you're trying to put in new vibrational states like courage, like optimism, like empowerment, and like peace, like relaxed, like security. Basically, the thought forms that are created from these feelings. So let's say this is thought. And these thought forms are already clusters, right? It's really interesting if you look at that YouTube video where like there was like the thought forms become literal shapes, and it's just, yeah. Well, let's just say like these thought forms have compounded like weeds in your garden. So these are literal energetic signatures. They're literal vibrations that are now here just because you've done a quantum leap internally by mentally deciding that you're going to live in the end state. So therefore, your predominant vibrational state is now going to be towards security, towards being relaxed, towards being abundant, towards being okay with yourself. Basically, these thought forms, they don't erase just like that. They don't. They fight for you to stay. So they try to cling on to you. They try to tug you back so you can go back here. So these thought forms, they're like, no, I'm not letting you go. So it's going to try and tug you back into anxiety through events, specific people, like people from your past, your co-workers, your boss, your neighbor. Literally in the book Reality Transurfing, the author speaks about how destructive pendulums can be as simple as your neighbor mowing the lawn. So to you, this neighbor is really annoying because they're mowing the lawn. But to the neighbor, they don't know that they're annoying you. But the reason that it's annoying to you is because you associate with neighbor mowing your lawn as invading your privacy or not giving you enough privacy to do things, kind of thing. So then that mowing the lawn neighbor would randomly appear out of nowhere to tug you back into frustration. Or if you had a co-worker or a boss who constantly dismiss you, make you feel unseen, and make you work double the hours, the minute that you try to feel relaxed, peaceful, optimistic about work and about progressing up the career ladder, instantly the same co-workers and the same boss
will say something that will trigger your old self, like you don't deserve it. No, you need to work harder. You need to save money here first. You can't climb that promotion. You need to work this job first for another 2 years, work this position first. So this will come up so that it can tug at your new self to go back into disappointment. So even when you try to go for a promotion and you're trying to now feel peaceful, feel confident in yourself, but then these old thought forms, unless you give it gentle acceptance and let it exist without triggering you, it's always going to win the game and pull you, descend you back into your lower I, which is your egoic self. So then it's going to try and distort the way that you think. It's going to distort the emotions that you emit out to the universe. It's going to make you feel discouraged and disappointed, hence distorting your emotions. Oh, and that gets repeated enough time and it gets repeated into your subconscious. Now your belief is distorted too. And if any of those things I listed out is distorted, you're done. You're not going to a new reality or you're not sustaining her. So therefore, being aware of destructive pendulum is so essential, and it's something that I couldn't do for a very long time, that the only way for you to win against this destructive pendulum is indifference, which is kind of the same as non-reaction. But the thing is, we're humans. We're still humans, and we're always going to react the first time if someone pisses us off, if somebody says, you suck, and that person means something to you. They're your close friend or they're your boss, your co-worker, and you want approval from them, and it's like, but you suck. You're gonna feel a bit let down. But the person who rises above this understands that sometimes the pendulum speaks to those people. So it's not really the neighbors mowing the lawn or like your co-workers or your boss or your family member that's trying to piss you off. It's the pendulum. So it speaks through them. Your boss, your family member, your old friend, your ex, who's, like, sometimes I'm just like, but I'm trying to move on. So why are you texting me? Sometimes I'm literally like upset that I'm making so much inner progress. I'm doing the inner work. I'm filming my YouTube videos. I'm this and that. And I'm trying to be optimistic on the future. And then I get a ping and it's like, but I don't want that with you anymore. So why? Why now? Why now? So that is actually the pendulum presenting itself through him and not actually him. So I'm trying to see that objectively and give him as much compassion and kindness as possible, because you start to think that it's these people that pisses you off. It's actually no, it's the pendulum, the old frequency, the old version of you. So the more that you can be indifferent through gentle acceptance as possible, the more power you have. And then every one of your opposite circumstances and obstacles become an ant. So you become the giant and every one of your problems become an ant. Hence, that's why I'm a big believer that you have to be the one to show the 3D reality who's the boss here. And by doing that, you take full ownership of yourself and have authority over the 3D reality. Okay? So that's the fourth one. Let's go to the fourth one. So interestingly, I always had this weird relationship with the things that I want, where I constantly over-idealize everything, including growing YouTube subscribers, including making certain friends, including getting to the university that I want to go to. I constantly saw these things as something that was above me. I saw the university as above me. I saw people as being above me. And so then I was constantly placing myself in a position where I would create this ceiling to things like the exact revenue that I wanted in my business, the exact kind of partner that I wanted, the exact kind of community and friendship that I wanted, the exact lifestyle that I wanted. And it's insane because even back then I used to idealize being fit and thin. So even fitness and looks, I used to idealize it. And I was thinking like, because I'm not a naturally skinny person, it must be really hard for me to look like a celebrity kind of thing, like a Thai celebrity. So the thing is, I talked about this in the video where I was talking about detachment, that as long as you have this neediness and desperation for this, you're creating this thing called excess potential. And this excess potential creates a space. The more importance you place on the prize outside of you, the more space you create with the prize. And this includes your desired reality. And that's the whole point of people getting into affirmations and hypnosis to manifest their desired reality, is that a part of them sees the desired reality as being so important. Like, it means so much to me that I get this job. It means so much to me that this guy loves me back. It means so much to me that I grow this YouTube. And I totally get on an objective level, these things do mean a lot to you. But on an energetic level, the minute you say that this guy, like, he's everything to me, you're pretty much saying that you don't have him. Or if you're saying that this business means the world to me, this YouTube channel means the world to me, and I just have to make it happen. On an energetic level, you're also saying that you're not enough for it, so you don't have it. And I always like the thing that Nero talked about, which is the desire of your desire. And even in Parallel Universe of Self by Frederick Dodson, he was saying that, like, you can have what you already have. And I know Nero says this a lot in his video, but yesterday I found this literal line in the book Parallel Universe of Self. And what Frederick Dodson said as well is that when you have what you already have, it is implied that those things are normal to you. And when something is normal to you, the energetic charge is diffused. But let's just say that fitness and looks that you wanted, and it's a big deal to you for you to be thin and pretty and hot. If the type of friendships that I wanted, like a friendship with Sue, is such a big deal, which, I mean, it's very meaningful to me to have that friendship. But let's just say you want 10 plus of those friendships, and you want to elevate your status, make friends with successful people, but then also have beautiful unconditional connection from it. But it's such a big deal to you, you need to have friends. And it's such a big deal to you that this business work or this job, like this job works out. And it's so important that this guy loves you. He has to love you. Otherwise you can't feel complete. Or it's so important that you must have this lifestyle you've always dreamt of, with a luxury car and luxury handbags. And if you don't have it, you'll feel diminished. If these things are too important, that means that it's not normal. And if it's not normal, then you don't have it vibrationally. So the saying, as within, so without. If you don't have within, you're not going to have without. So the way for you to have this when it comes to over-idealization is to remove this line. And to remove this line is for you to remove neediness and desperation. And then what you do is that you take the elevator up, the consciousness elevator up, to be of match to these things. So by the time your body, your dream body lands in the physical reality, which eventually it did for me because I did a ton of swimming and I walked a lot at the time, and I was crazy about fitness and I loved it. And I eventually sustained the bikini bod over time to this day. like, I really appreciate my body and I really appreciate how I look, but it's not overly special. It's not overly idealized. I don't look in the mirror and be like, oh my God, body, you're so amazing. I love you so much. Like, I look so hot. I do it occasionally, but I don't do it a lot because I know that I have it. And once you have it, it's normal. When it comes to friendships, there were a lot of times where I had really beautiful friendships. But by the time they land the physical reality, by the time I had it, even before physical reality, I felt secure in myself to a degree that I don't really need that much friends. And that's why the friends came to me, because I don't really need anything much from them. Same with business and job. It's like the minute that I surrender, every time I surrendered and I was like, I'm having fun with the process, I'm not in a rush to get results. As in, I do want results now. And I know that in the world of sales, everything means instant, instant, instant. But there was a time, lots of times, where I was happy with what I was doing. I was happy with who I was meeting. I was happy with my LinkedIn. And the minute I said to myself, like, today's a great day, it's extraordinary already, suddenly things happened faster because it felt like I was having it vibrationally. And same with partner and lifestyle as well. Like, for me, it's really like normal for people to be like, so beautiful, are you single? And, you know, meet people at the swim and they smile at me and stuff like that. It's very normal. And that's because I don't need men to smile at me at the swimming center. I don't need men to tell me that I'm beautiful. I tell myself that all the time in a normal way, in a gentle way, that, yeah, you look really nice today. The makeup's nice. So then it gets pushed out into 3D reality. So then when men are like, you know, you're so beautiful, and they start talking to me and stuff like that, it's like, I appreciate it, but it doesn't do anything to my self-esteem. It just makes my day better, which is, I really appreciate it. And same with lifestyle as well. It's like a lot of things don't do much to me anymore. And the minute that even this dress, this red dress that I love, like years ago, I wanted a dress like this. The minute that the dress doesn't mean much to me as much because I'm okay without it, I just found a way to get it on discount and everything. And it's just like, wow, things do come to you when you just lower the importance a bit, just lower it. And by doing this, you diffuse the emotional charge. So you don't put like an overemphasis on a thing and make it more valuable than it is. Because think about Sephora makeup, right? There was a time where I'm so broke that I just can't get any Sephora items. It was bad. So then I started comparing Sephora eyeshadows to the eyeshadows that I get at somewhere else with no brand. And I tested out the pigment level. And it turns out that the eyeshadow that I used that was way cheaper than Sephora, I've been using up to this day. The pigment is great. Some of them is not as strong of a pigment, but the pigment is there. And when I wear that eyeshadow, I look so gorgeous, just like wearing a Sephora eyeshadow that costs $200 per palette, some of them, right? The same thing with glitter eyeshadows, the same thing with lipsticks and, you know, like matte lipsticks and stuff. I compared NYX to, like, you know, Sephora ones. I don't remember the brands. There's so many lipstick brands. Like, I compare Gucci ones to NYX's one. I compare all these things. And in the very end, majority of these makeup products are similar in quality. So you still look the same wearing the cheaper makeup, as long as the quality is like, it's good. But to me, every single cheap makeup that I bought lasted for years. It was okay, but it wasn't bad quality. What I'm trying to say is that we place over excess importance on makeup where they put brand names on it. So they make you over idealize that it's Sephora, it's Gucci, it's Louis Vuitton, it's this and that. But when you really wear the makeup, as long as you're beautiful, it's gonna work. You don't have to wear those ones. So this goes the same with us over idealizing designer bags, us over idealizing vacations and what it means to be in Bali, what it means to have an Instagram selfie in Bora Bora, what it means for us to, you know, flex to people that our lifestyle is exotic and we're doing great things. It's not that important. I mean, majority of the things is how you interpret it. But the way for you to literally, I'll show you. Ooh. So the way for you to end the distance between you and your desired reality, whether that is a Chanel bag, it can be your desired reality. The thing is, when you're like, a Chanel bag is so important to me to carry it. Entire society, having designer bag is a massive thing. Like, if you don't have designer bags, you're literally excluded from certain crowds. It's just the way the culture is, the way people are. It's like they place so much importance on designer goods. So then, like, if you have this energetic feeling that getting a $7,000 bag is so important to my self-esteem because Sally's gonna not like me if I don't have a Chanel bag. Oh, but Jane's not gonna include me if I don't drive a Merc. You're done. It's not gonna come to you. So what you would do is you'll strive to get it by taking 10,000 steps to get it. Whereas the version of you who has what she already has, what she would then do is stay exactly where she is. She elevates her consciousness already. So therefore, because her expectation, her thoughts, her emotions, her behavior, her decisions, her actions, her focus, her attention is all aligned. Every part of it is aligned to the version of her who has that thing. It's like the Chanel bag just easily come to her the way that this dress came really easily to me. And a lot of makeup now these days, like I can have any makeup that I want because I don't need Sephora or Mecca to feel gorgeous. It doesn't need to be those brands. So therefore, from you, your capital I, all it takes is 5 aligned steps. Just 5 more aligned action. You take a bit of aligned action and the desired reality merges with you. So therefore, you and your desired reality, whether it's Chanel bag, the business, the Google job, it becomes one. Because you do the mental affirmations, but you take some physical aligned action. And the more you create self-generated evidence, the more the reality comes to you. So therefore, you're moving this closer to you by you shortening the gap. But the way for you to shorten the gap literally is for this gap that's now erased. Let's just say now there's only like 100 more steps. For you to narrow this gap eventually, all it takes is minimize its importance. Just minimize it. You vibrationally have it, which Wayne Dyer talks about when like this thing that I heard in this Audible where you can literally pay yourself $1,000 and put that vibrational $1,000 in your pocket so that when you go window shopping and you see the things that you want, you vibrationally pay yourself those things by giving yourself the feelings that you would feel upon having it. So I felt gorgeous without the expensive makeup. I felt good before this dress came to me. I felt sexy. But the thing is, you can feel secure. You can feel relieved. You can feel relaxed. You can feel gentle gratitude. You can feel excited. You can feel all these positive feelings ahead of time and saturate yourself in these feelings so that before the thing lands, it's like, I'm already used to feeling that way without the thing. So when the thing comes, it enhances how you already feel. It doesn't fill in an empty hole. Which leads us to the final point. Are you ready? Now, the last thing I want to really emphasize, which I have before in this video, is you need to stop seeking permission from people who you think are above you. External authorities can be mentors, people you look up to, celebrities, influencers, your parents, or your relatives. It can be your cousins too. It can be your sibling. You need to stop giving external authority to anyone else, regardless of how old you are or how young you are. Because for you to win the game of life and for you to literally have reality obey you, you again must create such a powerful internal shift to the point where the 3D reality has zero authority over you. I get it that your parents, majority of parents in this world love their kids. So I've seen some crime podcasts that are like the parents are just weird and stuff like that. But majority of the time, parents love you. Mom and dad loves you. But they know what they know. And they grew up in a different time and age. And sometimes the things that you want, they haven't lived it or experienced it, especially in your age. So they will project their opinions onto you. They'll say things like, it's not safe. It's not safe. Get a job instead. Don't build a business. Why don't you get married now? That kind of thing. You know, save money, which, yeah, of course, you've got to save money. All those things. And like that path is dangerous, you shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that. When you assign authority to people outside of you, you're going to take their words as a spell, like a prophecy. And the minute that a mentor who literally, well, he's not a mentor to me anymore, but at the time he said to me, but reading doesn't make you money. And I read for 6 hours of Dymix and I was like, I feel so phenomenal. I'm going to make insane amount of money and I'm going to feel so successful that it's going to become my reality. And he says to me, but reading a Dymix for 6 hours doesn't make you money. So why don't you go and work at a coffee shop instead to make some money? If you take these people's word as your spell, as your instruction, and as your belief, again, you are limiting yourself in other people's paradigm. And the minute that other people's paradigms imprison you and jail you in a limited box, you are done. You are screwed. So therefore, when it comes to manifestation, I need you to really have a high level of self-trust that you know what is best for you. And how do you know this? Because you don't operate from your lower eye. You don't. You operate as the higher version of you. And your higher self, your infinite intelligence, she knows and he knows what is best for you. She has the answers, he has the answers. So as long as you stop letting people give their 2 cents of advice for your life, no matter if they're 8-figure entrepreneurs or 7-figure entrepreneurs or investors or whatever, like how they look on paper, and they seem to have more power over you. Just because you're 14, just because you're only 20, just because you are young, it doesn't mean that older people have more authority over you. You can respect them, especially in Asian culture, you can absolutely respect your seniors, but do not let their words, their paradigm, their limited paradigm box you into a limited way of thinking, especially a limited self-belief. So the minute that you're able to overcome this, you are going to become the master of your reality. Okay? So please make sure that you give yourself the wonders of the life that you want. For me, it's a life near the ocean waters. I don't care about trophies anymore. I mean, I never cared about that much. But some people really value status and getting a mortgage and getting married by a certain age and having kids by a certain age. None of those things are important to me. My thing, the most important thing to me is growth at every single stage of my life. Internal growth, feeling wholesome, feeling satisfied, and feeling deeply satiated by life. So give yourself permission to feel satiated by life, regardless of how you are perceived to anybody in any ecosystems. If today you are happy and you are deeply satiated by your own decisions, that is the correct thing to do. So keep compounding your frequency in that way, and don't let anybody who position themselves to have more influence or authority over you to make your self-belief sway. Don't let them make you lose your conviction. Okay? So these are the 5 manifestation mistakes I made. And if you enjoyed this video, I'm going to be opening up a coaching service soon. And my mission is to empower high-achieving women to reach their tipping points in 8 to 12 weeks by shattering the inner worth ceiling and also raising it. So, hope you guys enjoyed and see you soon. Bye-bye. How to build insane momentum in 90 days so that whether you are looking to get your dream job in 90 days, you're looking to get the promotion, build the business, 6-7 figures, experience a breakthrough, and finally have that life expansion in 90 days, then insane momentum must compound fast and correctly. So let's get to it, and I'm so excited. When it comes to building insane momentum, one of the things that I felt like I severely lacked back in my 20s was focus. Because even though we can be highly disciplined and we can be ambitious and work hard and think that we're trying our very best, but you know what's actually dangerous about success? I feel like the times where you are isolated and not many people are reaching out to you because they don't care about you as much since you have nothing to give to them. It's easier than the times when your success starts to get recognized and a bunch of people come into your life to want to take something from you. So even though it's disguised as friendship and helping each other out and all that BS, but a lot of times people come in to transact from us when we succeed. And that's where our focus gets diluted. So for example, back when I started to gain momentum, what happens is that when I used to do interview coaching or do group workshops, and in my social media, it's visible that I was making a material progress somewhere. So I was getting people jobs, and it was reputable firms like PwC, EY, Deloitte, KPMG. So it wasn't just random, and to a crowd, that kind of achievement is a big deal. So therefore, once that result came out and I kept going, I kept posting videos and I kept meeting people, and I would also do videos with people I meet. So I'll be like, do you want to film like an interview video, like a podcast, and post onto LinkedIn for fun? And no matter how prestigious somebody's work position is, but people still get bored of their work days. And if somebody young and keen comes and say, you want to do like a video interview, like a podcast kind of thing, they're going to say yes. So with that kind of momentum building, on the outside, it looks like I was succeeding. So then what happens is that when I gained momentum, the mistake that I made was that people start to DM on LinkedIn, but also reach out to me. And you know what they say? They say, how can I help you? And because I was young, and not just young in age, but I was so naive, I didn't socialize much growing up, didn't have many friends, so I didn't have the opportunity to really learn about human nature in the real life as much as I should. So when I was 25, like my emotional growth was already stunted to a degree. Therefore, when people ask me, how can I help? It's not that they want to help you. It's that they want to position themselves as your mentor so they can extract from you later on. And that's so dangerous with success, because if you don't have a high self-worth, you get confused with people's intentions and why they come into your life. And having discernment towards this thing is what will help you gain massive momentum in 90 days. So what will happen with my own journey is that I would make really good progress. But then the minute somebody says, can I help you with something, my focus is starting to dilute. So my focus is now dipping. And the thing is, when people say, how can I help? You know, they schedule coffee catch-ups and stuff like that. And my initial goal was to build this business and make a lot of money. But before you prematurely self-sabotage because you're impatient. And I was impatient. I wanted to experience life as well. So I would go out to coffee, then I realized after 3 hours of chatting with this person that was going to help me, there was nothing about the conversation years later that I figured out that it was congruent to where I was going. It was just feeling good in the moment, feeling like, oh yeah, let's have a business plan, do this and that. It was just a feel-good conversation, but it's disguised as, how can I help you? So when you start to dip your focus, it's like, okay, now you literally procrastinated when you could have tunneled vision into your dreams. And the thing is, when you build your own thing, it's quite lonely when people don't understand you. And at the time, I felt like it's either that people don't understand or people are envious, a lot of it. And so you go through this really lonely journey where you look out to your 3D and there's like not many people that can relate to you. So then when people start to come in and say, how can I help? You think, finally, I found the right crowd, but it's not. Usually it's not, sometimes it is. So then what happens is that you lose focus and you come back, but then another one of these comes in. How can I help you? How can I help you succeed? So then your focus dips again. Jeez. But then you're still ambitious, so you still go, you keep going. But then another one of these come again. How can I help you? How can I help you? To the point where, like, every time you get a win, there's an equal loss. And that loss is the how can I help you, where it's diluting your focus towards your goal. So at the time when I was 25, I felt like for every step that I took forward, so I would get one person a job, and then I'll have a video testimonial on LinkedIn, and then I'll build momentum and get another client. And the thing is, when you do that kind of thing, you have to lock yourself in and focus on how you can get better at delivering your service. But every time I felt lonely. So then these how can I help you would come in, and I would give into that temptation of just wanting friends, wanting to bond, because there wasn't many people to bond with when I was younger. So that trauma then created really wonky decisions that reflected my low self-worth at the time. So then for every step I took forward where I finally got someone a job, which is the real indicator of success because the person I helped got the job, I would then also walk back another step. When the how can I help you come and ask me, do you want to catch up? You want to chat, want to socialize? Or I'll introduce you to this person, they'll help you succeed. I'll introduce you to this CEO, this millionaire, this and that, this and that. And then by the end of it, you actually have a break even and you're back at zero. So your momentum never compounded. Because for every one step you took forward, the how can I help you? Can I hang out with you? You know, do you want to hang out tonight? Do you want this and that? It pulls you back. And today we're not going to do that. So let's get to the first point. Let's go. So you know how a lot of social media advices, especially on YouTube, they tell you to lock in and literally lock yourself in a room to get done? Well, I'm not saying that you have to isolate yourself from the world, but in order for you to build insane progress somewhere, your internal world has to dominate your outer world. So if there's people, how can I help you? Let's hang out. Oh yeah, let me introduce you to this person. Do you want to go party tonight? If you are prioritizing that outer world, the outer distraction, it's impossible to build momentum internally to a degree where you feel worthy of the actual thing that you want. Because the thing is, everyone wants prosperity and abundance and $1 million to land in the bank account. But depending on where our self-worth is, our inner worth is, everyone goes at a wrong approach. But if you start to figure out something right, and you don't protect your energy and your frequency, then you can take literally 10 steps forward and then 9 steps back. And then you never materialize a thing in the 3D, no matter how many times you fall asleep in the state of wish fulfilled, or you already built some incremental wins, but you must make sure you don't conflict that win with every micro distraction that are like death by 1,000 cuts. So for me at the time, my naive 25-year-old self, super naive, a lot of my anchors were social media. So one thing that really weighed me down was social media, because I had Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, personal ones. But my LinkedIn was like, it was more of a personal brand at the time for me. And when you have an app to use and you're not careful with how you use it, what I tend to do at night is that I'd snoop through people's stories automatically. So I'd look at the stories and it's like an automatic thing where I'm just curious, I'm just gonna look. Or maybe sometimes it's an Instagram story of a celebrity that I like. But then as you keep swiping, it goes towards people you used to know and your acquaintance, and then you start knowing way too much than you should. And just that alone where you're unintentionally snooping through other people's lives. And the thing is, the excess information is weighing you down. So let's just say every single weight is 50 kilogram weight. So that's it. You're trying to ascend by 100, but now you have 50 pulling you back. So really, now you only have 50 energy to go up. But that's not the only anchor that was pulling me down. So besides social media, I also had a lot of the how can I help yous that was pulling me down. So wrong people. And it's interesting because I was always raised in a very strict Asian kind of way where like, don't dye your hair, don't have a boyfriend in high school, don't, all that stuff, don't drink too much, don't party too much. So I never did any of that. So I thought I'll never have addiction. But later on, I actually developed an addiction to perfectionism. So I had this addiction to constantly wanting to achieve results. And it was really addictive at the time. So then this addiction, when it's not controlled, at least for me at the time, it led me to making really poor decisions. So I wouldn't be able to tell who's the wrong or right people, because a lot of wrong people wore beautiful outfits. They wore suits, they had prestigious titles. They were successful in the real world to a degree. So therefore, it's a bit hard for me to discern who's the right and wrong people. But when your consciousness is not in the right place and you're naive and you don't have a high self-worth, like when you're in the situation, you literally can't discern who has your best interest and who's selfish. So therefore, these wrong people, the how can I help you, Patty, they will literally have the wrong conversations, the wrong bonding, and wrong time allocation. Because what happens is that I end up saying yes to one thing, the next minute later, I'm sitting 2.5 hours at this coffee shop talking about nonsense. Sometimes people just want to bond and they just want to chit chat, but they're lonely and you have a great energy and you are ambitious. So then they reach out to you saying, how can I help you? But really it's how can you help them feel less lonely? And I wasn't aware of that for years due to low self-worth. So just social media and the wrong crowd alone, that's already, let's just say another 50 kilogram. So now I'm trying to ascend with 100% effort. Now I already have 100 kilograms weighing me down. So now I have to effort even harder just to have another, 100. So then all these weights are like the wrong people. And it's also like the wrong habits, wrong mindset. Which the thing is, if you are able to just eliminate the external stimulation, then the habit and mindset can take care of itself. So the thing is, you have to remove every single contradictions in your life, even though it seems really hard to do, which is I deleted everything from my past permanently. For some people, they might deactivate, but when I deactivated my Instagram for 4 months and I reactivated it, I reverted back to my old ways. So if you don't need the pieces of your past, you have to cross that bridge of fear of burning the bridges to get to the other side where you can finally fully ascend without people holding you back, without people flexing at you and distracting you from your goals by telling you about their goals. So removing your anchor is the first act of self-love self-love that would get you literally anything you want. Because when your state is clear and there's less people criticizing you, there's less people giving their opinions on what you want to do, there's less people telling you what to do without the full context. You're now living predominantly in your inner world. And when your inner world is stronger than your outer world, that is when you can stack your momentum and compound your discipline the correct way that actually leads to a breakthrough in as soon as 90 days. So I'm going to show you how the second step. So now that you've made yourself lighter by removing any potential contradictions to where you want to be, now that you know all the weights of 50 kilogram, so that when you try to ascend by 100, you literally have 100 to go up, and you don't have the other 100 that's pulling you down at the same time. But now we have to make sure that we're so okay with where we are at every step of the way, and that is by slow and steady growth. So the thing is, what I find so fascinating about growth is that because I always had not a very high self-worth internally, but I had discipline. On the external, I can manifest a lot of things, but then I would lose it all consistently. And I don't even know why at the time. It was a pattern where I started to build really great momentum. And then a few months later, I would make certain decisions that would then get me back to square one every time. And again, it comes back to my addiction to progress. I had an insane addiction to just wanting something to stimulate me in terms of achieving the next thing. So I was addicted to getting ahead of myself a lot. So therefore, what happens is that for someone like my old self, whose self-worth is down here, what I tend to do is I get excited for the first 7 days. So I put my heart and soul into what I do on the first 7 days and shoot up like this. But then the thing is, by day 14, something weird happens. I still try to shoot, but then there's a sort of ceiling to how I calibrate, because I haven't taken the elevator up in terms of my inner consciousness. I haven't taken the elevator up to be a vibrational match to the exact things that I want. So then when I'm striving to reach for something and I'm doing it from brute force, what tends to happen is that by day 14, because you jump a bit too fast and you haven't calibrated your nervous system to normalize the big things, every single win is way too extraordinary. So I would wake up at 4 a.m. last year and I would catch a bus at 4:30, and then I would jump into the ocean water and I would try to swim in the cold. And at first I was burning out. I was doing about 300 meters to 500 meters. But then because last year I had so much time to be alone, I didn't really have external triggers to sway my direction. So I would keep repeating the same thing until I learned that small building blocks is the key to rapid growth. Patience is the key to rapid growth. So when you're impatient and you want to see things in 14 days, but your self-worth is down here and now it's all about striving, what tends to follow is the pendulum swing. And this is known in reality transurfing, that it's natural that the pendulum, the old thought forms, the old entities, the egregores, the old frequency, your old self is going to come back and try to pull you back to balance the energetic equilibrium. So if you're going way too fast and you're stepping up your old self a bit too fast, but you haven't calibrated yourself to normalize swimming that distance, receiving that kind of money, at least internally you haven't normalized it, you start to experience the weirdest, at least I did, the weirdest thing, like, how can I help you appear? There's you might end up scrolling something weird and then you see somebody getting married or somebody getting a job promotion and it triggers something inside of you. social media. And it's really weird because it happens at the exact time that I think I should be leveling up and I feel like I'm winning to a certain degree, but then the minute I feel like I'm ahead of myself now, the social media algorithm would literally bring me the type of thumbnails that would trigger me, or I would see something I don't want to see, or a life situation would force me to get into a conversation that I don't want to get into, all those things. And I used to think that if I just have a winning mindset, I can win against the pendulum. But in reality transurfing, it is said that you can never escape this pendulum. But what you can do instead is ride the wave of fortune. So instead of you trying to fight against the pendulum, so I remember reading this chapter a few days ago about the apple, and the author said, it's like if you don't like apples, but you are frustrated that the apple is there. So then vibrationally, you are literally inviting the apple into your experience. So you can say in the outer world, I don't want apples. I hate apples. Ew, get away from me, apple tree. But energetically, you're saying, apple, please come to me. Please come and engage with me. And you keep gobbling down the apples energetically. So the thing is, when you dip right here and you're starting to burn out, what happens is that you feel discouraged, like I did. You feel immensely frustrated, like I did. And you just feel agitated all the time, like I did, for many years. So then the only times I'm truly happy is when I'm swimming. But the rest of the day, I'm always defending myself, feeling agitated, feeling frustrated why reality keeps giving me the opposite. But the person who goes slow and steady, the thing is, they are patient. So instead of you trying to go like this, the person who goes slow and steady, they build these really tiny incremental wins where it's like a beautiful Lego stacking. So if you stack the Lego too fast, or you do a yoga and you try to pose in a hard way and you put too much force when you're posing in yoga, you will fall. When you're slow and steady about yoga, you stay in that position. And that's the same with life. So this person is like patient, and yet, as you can see, that this person here, she's not even like where this person is by 7 days. She's lower. But this building block is filled with the inner energy of self-assurance. And it's filled with certainty, but the most important thing is they feel safe. So this is only the 14 days mark. I want you to see that the person in blue has started the first 14 days with super high dopamine spikes, like me back then. But with super high dopamine spikes that's uncontrolled, the pendulums then swings them back, eventually the outer forces. And then the higher they go, the lower they dip. So then there's this like oscillation. So then like, now that they dip, instead of feeling like it's not personal, it's whatever, they start to take it personally and they get frustrated, discouraged, and agitated. And once you give reality that feeling and you feed it with that energy, it is hard. So then because now they're leading 14 days and they're starting to like have these, they're planting seeds of these emotions, eventually the whole journey is like that. So then what would you think it would look like if somebody was trying to build momentum from a constant back and forth swings of agitation, discouragement, and frustration? They can still do it, but it's just, at least that's what my journey looks like. That's what the journey of the person who is constantly agitated, discouraged, and frustrated feels like. It's chaotic. It's not stable. There's always unpredictability. There's like high, low lows all the time. And I hated it. So that's why when you are the person who takes the elevator up to a higher state of consciousness, ultimately you're going to go slow and steady. So even if in the next 14 days they're nowhere near this person who's impatient, but they're slowly building their block so that when they dip, they still dip, But instead of them dwelling in frustration and discouragement, because they predominantly feel safe by making small wins along the way, they're able to bounce back from the dip faster because their predominant muscle memory that they've practiced feeling is feeling safe, is feeling secure, is feeling okay with themselves. And because of that, it's like these tiny threads building. Eventually, this person who builds this beautiful thread, like this beautiful Lego in a stable way, they reach this thing in day 40. Because their energy is compounded predominantly in a way that feels secure, safe, but the most important thing is they feel certain. So if you're certain, you are so certain about yourself, there's no need to rush. If you're rushing, you're desperate to get something. But if you're certain, you are okay with taking a bit of time to just build a very strong, steady foundation, a beautiful way to build the Lego up. It's kind of like paving the bricks. When I was younger in primary school, I'd walk to school and I'd see people paving the bricks. And I feel like building slow and steady growth with your momentum is like making sure that for every brick, how do you draw the brick? For every brick that you stack, you make sure that this layer is like even and beautiful, the clay, so that when the next layer is stacked, there's a strong foundation. I think that's how you, and then once you go to the next layer, you make sure that this one is slowly stacked and carefully, evenly spread it out and carefully dried so that everything is even and the brick is like strong. Whereas the person in blue here who is impatient, this is what their brick looks like. It's like there's like, you know, like the clay is uneven and stuff, and it's like not a very steady foundation, but they might finish building in, let's just say 30 days, while this one takes 90 days. So you'd rather take a bit of time to build a very beautiful, steady brick or a steady home inside of you. And then you feel reassured every step of the way so that when you dip, it's easier to bounce back up. Which then leads to the third point. Are you ready for it? The third thing that is so important when it comes to building insane momentum is to make sure that you're not only focused on the wins that your future self wants to make. So your current self is waking up at 10 a.m. and your future self wants to wake up at 5 a.m. If you're only focused on, can my current self embody the traits of my future self every day? It's pressuring. But I'm telling you that the current version of you is manifesting micro wins all the time. And it's your personal responsibility to magnify every single win that is already existent in your life. Just like having a grateful journal, like I already have this and that. Sometimes I just find it so difficult to be grateful and, you know, thankful for everything when life is crap. So therefore, acknowledging the insignificant wins that you have overlooked is the key to building insane progress, because let's just say that you have intentional win and then you have insignificant win. Now, the intentional win is the win that your future self wants, but your insignificant win is where you are in the 3D reality. And I totally get the advice that says if you want to like lock in and reinvent yourself and be unrecognizable, you have to embody your future self today. But I'm telling you that it's really pressuring to try and do that perfectly. So that's why you want to, try to embody your future self, but you need to have complete acceptance and inner harmony with your current self. Just because there's two versions of you that exist doesn't mean you have to hate. It doesn't mean you have to hate this version. You can love both versions at the same time. So therefore, your future self, the kind of intentional wins that your future self wants to make are things like get up at 5 a.m. You might want to do a 1,000-meter swim, the way that my current self in the past was like, in the future, I want to do a 1,000-meter swim, but on 4 a.m. wake up. I mean, I couldn't do that when I first started. I only can do like 200, 300 meters when I first started with 4 a.m. wake up. It's pretty hard to do. And then there's things like, I want to hit X amount of money. Let's just say 100 grand per, whatever. I want to have this amount of money. So the thing is, your 3D reality is kind of like, you know, there's a rose here, right? So this rose here, when you plant the seed of this rose in the backyard, I guarantee you that tomorrow you're not going to see the petals straight away. So therefore, if you expect yourself to go from, you know, getting up at 10 a.m. to nailing 5 a.m. every single day for 30 days, or you're able to only swim 200 meters naturally, but you expect yourself to reach this goal straight away, or you never made 100 grand like that in your life, and you never practice it internally, and you never normalize the feeling of executing tasks that will then lead you to earning this kind of money without self-sabotage. It's hard. And you want to make life easy. You want things to be easy. So therefore, in order for you to merge these two, you need to also give credit to your current self of how she's acing it today. She's a winner today too. Your current self she's not a loser. That's what I'm trying to say. Just because you want to be somewhere in the future, it doesn't mean you have to abandon your current self. So therefore, we want to empower the crap out of our current self too. So what has your current self done today that feels amazing? Well, today, just then, right now in the break, I cooked for my dad. I cooked Thai noodles for my dad just then, Thai boat noodle. And it's like, I do it so often because I grew up eating Thai boat noodles for lunch, and my mom used to be the one cooking. And this was my favorite dish. And because I never saw myself as competent when I was a child, I was like, you know, like I always had to wait for my mom or, you know, to cook it. But then today I'm like, I'm the one that's making boat noodles, and it's always good, and he likes it, and it makes me really happy. It makes me so happy. So I did that. That's amazing. What else have I done recently? Well, I had some nice conversations with people. In my previous videos, I was talking about how I really tried to manifest a beautiful, harmonious relationship with my mom, and I succeeded at it finally because I kept persisting in my inner world, and I tried my best to see the best of her. So for every single beautiful conversation I had with her, or just like moments where we're no longer fighting, so there'll be times where like she would drive me to the beach because she's like, I don't want you to catch the bus to like 4 or 5 a.m. So I'll drive you for that morning. But then like the drive there was tension because I had left the home late. I mean, I finished late, and then we might have missed the sunrise. So there was tension in the car, the 1 hour ride. But as soon as we got to the beach and the sun hasn't fully rose, there's like the first lighting, and I saw my mom, how happy she was to see the beautiful sunrise. And I'm thinking, well, I finally got to see the sunrise with her like in the morning at the beach, and that was a win. So things like that, like sunrise with parent, sunrise with mum. So to a normal person, that moment is just normal because it's your parent, and most parents love their children, and then their children take that for granted. So it's normal that you'd see a sunrise with your parent. But to me, to see a sunrise with my mom, like it's just, I felt like it was a huge win in my life. So I amplified that. So what else have I done? You know, what else have you done throughout the week? You might have done things like you folded your laundry. You cook yourself breakfast. At least for me, a month ago, I went to Michael Jackson's opening. It was the best time ever. I went to the Sydney opening for Michael Jackson. And I thought that the performance that was given was going to be like a person performing Michael Jackson on the stage and everyone would like sit down and clap. But it turns out that 5 minutes into the performance, like the kids started to get up and dance at the edge of the stage. So then more people started dancing. And then like by the time like 40 minutes was up, it was like everyone was like cheering and dancing and clapping. And it felt like I was at a concert for 40 minutes. And it was so fun, the best time of my life. I was probably the only one that was by myself there, and I fully dressed up, wearing a red sequin dress and like taking myself out on a date. And then by the time like we all finished dancing, everyone was like, so what do we come here to do? I mean, the lady next to me like, what do we come here to do? We came here to watch a movie, right? But it felt like we came to a concert. And the thing is, you might think that's not a big deal. I spent $50 on that ticket. And to a lot of adults, $50 is petty money to adults in 2026. $50 is not a lot of value. But to me, that $50 I spent on myself, it was special. I thanked myself so much for just investing that $50, which is a big deal for me, to go and see Michael Jackson by myself. And the movie was awesome. And that's a huge win for me. So I magnify that, had the best time of my life. And I do things like take myself to bathhouse and smile at people, have nice encounter with people. The reason I share this with you about insignificant wins is that these wins are quite automatic in your life. There'll be times where you're in a good mood and you start having nice morning to that person walking at 6 a.m. You will start exchanging smile with that person that you cross paths with. But you overlook these things and you focus on this. When can I do 5 a.m. every day consistently? When can I swim 1,000 meters on 4 a.m. wake up? When's gonna happen? I wasn't seeing the evidence for like months. Had to build the reps until my body got strong. When is 100 grand gonna land in my bank account? When is it? A lot of times the reason why we don't build enough momentum is because we keep asking, when will it come? When will it come? When will it come? Instead of looking at what's already here in the 3D. Already cooked nice food, I felt good. Already sunrise, already breakfast, already took myself out, already did laundry properly. And if you don't have many insignificant wins, what can you do that is very affordable to do, like smile at a stranger? That's affordable. Like be nice to people, that's really affordable. What can you do with what you have to create these beautiful insignificant wins for your life so that your life in the meantime feels beautiful? Because once life starts to feel beautiful, it feels abundant. And what is abundant? What does abundant mean for people like us? It means rich. And a lot of people interpret abundance as $1 million or 250 grand or whatever a year, which I did before. If you are in a state of abundance, and it feels similarly to how you'd feel if 1 million was in your bank account, and now you can finally relax and smile at strangers and say morning to people that walk past you, why not do it today, with or without this in your account? It doesn't cost a lot to just smile at people. It doesn't cost a lot to have a nice convo with people, 5 minutes conversation with a person selling you coffee. It doesn't cost a lot, but yeah, we overlook it. And when we overlook it, life feels too much pressure because like nothing's happening. When? So that's why I'm going to move on to the fourth point and combine it with this one so that you build insane momentum. Let's go. The fourth point that I want to make is that patience is literally your doorway to rapid change that you want to make, the kind of growth that you want to make, manifest, and the success that you want to make. And the thing that makes everything so much slower and not compound is not our lack of ambition, procrastination, lack of purpose at its root, but it's impatience. So the thing is, I love drawing this graph because I used to always feel fascinated by how when somebody is all about grasping for the guy that they want, the way that I used to go about it in terms of, I used to always wait for the 3D reality to give me evidence. Has he responded? Has he texted back? This and that. I've done all of it when I was in my 20s. And we do the same thing with jobs. Have they gotten back to me yet? Where's the email? You refresh the Gmail, many times. Have they gotten back to me? When are they going to progress the interview? And when I was doing interview coaching and I desperately wanted to get paid, desperate, I would go on LinkedIn and literally refresh my LinkedIn and look at the 100 DMs that I sent. And I was like, has anyone responded with a yes? Have they responded with a yes? Anyone want to get a call? And none of it came when I was impatient. So this person, this version of you who is not deeply satiated by life, like she's hungry, she's thirsty for things in the 3D, where that is thirsty for money, thirsty for love, thirsty for recognition, for acceptance. They're not patient. So therefore, any kind of action that's taken out of impatience, it never leads to real stability. So then they kind of, again, they shoot up, but then it's like so tumultuous because the impatience, what happens at this every stage that they dip right here, is that there's some sort of really mean self-blame and self-diminishment that happens from an impatient person when they're like, why not? Why? I ask myself this all the time, why? Why didn't I get that job? Why didn't they get back to me? Why not? And then it's like, but why? Why again? Why? 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 An impatient person, when something goes wrong in the 3D, something that they don't like myself in the past, every time somebody doesn't get back to me, why? Every time I lose a contest that I thought I was going to win, why? Every time I thought I should succeed by now, like I did, 500 uploads on my old YouTube channel, it should have blown up by now, and it didn't. Why? This is the characteristics of somebody who prolongs delay. The more you try to rush the process, the more you delay it, interestingly. But for somebody who is patient, for somebody who's elevated their consciousness up here, and they are patient, the first thing that this person does is she or he gets out of their own way. You must get out of your own way. See, sometimes there's a weird way that this universe works. And like this rose, like if you plant a seed to have a rose, right? And you start to operate as this person who's impatient. And let's just say you plant the rose today. Today's a Saturday. But on Monday, you expect to see the petal. And when the petal doesn't come up from the soil because you plant the seed today, on Saturday, the impatient person asks, why? Why didn't this petal bloom when I already planted the seed? So then what they might do to make the situation worse is pour more water onto the seed so that it grows faster. And what does that do? It actually prolongs the growth of the flower, because the more you touch the seed and not let it breathe, the more you're just delaying things. And that's the thing with delayed manifestation. There are some things in the physical reality that literally needs, a few days, a few weeks for it to form into a solid matter. But we can actually speed up the time that it takes for you to reach the breakthrough, because if you stack the momentum correctly, or you plant this seed in the right way, and you let it breathe in the right way, and you pour the right kind of life force into it, you can actually speed up the process. But it's not done through impatience and rushing it. So therefore, the person who is patient and gets out of her own way, they surrender to the universe. And of course, this sounds really like, we're not trying to be woo-woo here, but surrendering means that you have a high self-trust. In order for you to build insane exponential leaps into your life, every step of the way that this person takes, all these incremental building blocks where they kind of dip, but they kind of, have a stable journey, to the point where this stable journey leads to this kind of growth. At every step of the way, this person on the red line, when they dip, their feedback says to themselves, it's okay. Literally, if you are a patient person, like I've been practicing these days, let's just say that on one of my videos for this YouTube channel, I forgot to press record. So I did a whole video for like almost an hour, and the mic wasn't on. My old self, who was impatient as hell, would have been like, why? How did you screw up this thing? Why don't you redo it? But my current self understands that sometimes we get overwhelmed with the process, because I'm super excited to do this channel, so I forget small things. And if you're patient and know that there's so many more content coming, it's okay. The audience can hear me properly still. Your self-talk, when reality starts to give you rejection, which it will sometimes, it's okay. It's okay that you didn't get back to me. It's okay if you hire somebody else. It's okay if you don't want to work with me today, that's fine. It's okay if you can't pay today, that's fine. It's okay if you want to pay installment next month, that's okay. It's okay if you don't want to date me, that's fine. It's okay that you don't want to see me today. It's okay that you don't want to hang out today. It's okay. The patient person predominantly trusts that they have done the right things because they've compounded their insignificant wins, and they see the value of the life that they already have. They're not separating themselves into two versions where they hate this version of yourself, and all they aspire to be is the future version, because that was the life I lived for so long and I hated it. But the thing is, your life today is beautiful, but you have to find a way to see it. Who do you have in your life that loves you? Who do you have in your life that listens to you and accepts you, even just one person? With that alone, your life is already beautiful. It's really interesting because when I went back to Thailand to visit my grandpa for 14 days, I lived with him, and my family, we all lived with him for 14 days. So then in the morning, we'd get up, at 7 a.m. and we'd leave the house around 7:30. And then we'd go to the market, because my grandpa likes going to the Thai markets. And you learn a lot, because we didn't go to Bangkok. We went to this place that's an hour away from Bangkok. So it's more like not the countryside, but it's not in the city. And there was this lady who is working in a 30 degrees heat. And this lady working at 30 degrees heat, she told us that you can give this banana, the one that I'm not using, to the monkeys. My dad loves feeding the monkeys, and I do too. And this lady who's working in 30 to 35 degrees heat in the morning, because Thailand is so bloody hot these days, she offered us 3 bags of bananas, and they were huge bags of bananas. And that just gave me the biggest turning point of my life, those kind of moments where how can a lady in her 70s or 80s who is waking up at 5 a.m. to open the markets to sell the cheapest bananas, so cheap compared to Australian price, right? And it's getting hot in the morning because Thailand is hot at that time. And she's not asking us for extra money. She's saying the monkeys are not paying for this, so just give it to them. And at that time, I just like, it blew me away. I was like, life is so beautiful when you just open your heart to see it. The thing with us not being able to compound our momentum is because we focus so much on like the illusion of happiness. We focus so much on when I get 100 grand a year job, I'll finally be accepted and this and that. When I finally make $1 million, I'll go to Thailand, Phuket or something, go lie down on the beach. But you're failing to accept that what you currently have is equally beautiful if you choose to see it that way. So the thing is, the 3D reality has a weird way of rearranging events. But in those time lags where like there's nothing happening, it's like literally blank here, right? Or let's just say you've already taken some actions, but this point is still blank. Let's make a bigger one here. When you see that this is like no movement, no money, no progress, no sales call, no discovery calls, no nothing. But like, what do you have on the other half? If there was a glass of water, like, are you looking at the empty one or the filled one? Because this way of looking at life changes literally everything in your life. Therefore, the final way to seriously build this kind of upward trajectory is the mental attitude that you go at things. Of course, you can wake up at 5 a.m. if you want, and you can brute force your way to it. And you can achieve like some level of success, like where I had a beautiful LinkedIn. I had an okay LinkedIn where it's like, you know, people are reaching out and there's like video testimonials and it looks credible and it looks successful. And there's people reaching out and my life on the outside on social media looks successful. But internally, you could just be like so impatient and keep prolonging the real things that you want in life, which is to feel connected to people, to feel fulfilled, satisfied, and loved. Whereas when you focus life not just on like 10xing, where I know that money is important, but when you take a bit of pressure off 10xing your money all the time, and you look at life in general, that there are people out there that's selling bananas for like the cheapest price, a few cents, a few dollar like per like dozens of bananas, and you forget about the fact that you don't have what you don't have in the 3D. You start to open your vibrational field to realize that your starting point is still advantageous. And once you realize that, at every single dip that you make in this trajectory, every time something doesn't go your way, you will always remember, I already have. So it's okay. So that when you make peace with the losses, then the win is inevitable. This is all about making peace with either side of the coin. Whether you lose or win, you just realize that you as the source, you have a great life already to a degree. It might not be perfect, but to where it is today and to what you already attempted, it's already good as it is. So that when you keep pursuing the bigger goals and things get rough, your mentality is great. It's okay, it's okay. And you keep going. And that is how you build insane momentum, where the dips just cannot dip you down too low anymore. Your whole baseline stays high permanently. Anyway, so this is it. And I'll be opening up a service, a coaching service. And my purpose is to help high achieving women reach their tipping points in 8 to 12 weeks by raising their inner worth ceiling, taking the elevator up. And if you are interested in working together at some point down the line, then I'll leave a waitlist down below. You can click the link and I hope to get in touch with you soon.